I'm alive.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Heckin' Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Good morning. Good morning. I'm alive. Do not chase the Kirsches. Do not Wells Fargo the Kirsches. Holy shit. Apparently Shoe-on-Head is trying to get a hold of Fox ladies now. Not a bad thing. Watch your doors. Bar your windows. Eat the cheese. Look, man. Fox women are just bad at answering DMs. That's just a thing, alright? I'm playing RimWorld while I listen. I can't hear the name of that game without thinking of buttholes, unfortunately. Knight of the Dungeon, thank you for the 23 months, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Motherfucking Eric Wammel, thank you. After the JP Morgan story on Side-Scrollers, do you ever get the Azure Lane collab with the gigantic cannons? I gotta be a battleship. I always saw myself more as a fucking CV. And you know, some of the CVs are fucking stacked too, so you know. They don't have cannons, so it wouldn't complete the joke, but I miss Kirsche. What are you? I'm right here. I haven't left yet. Why do I hate you specifically? Why no ship Kirsche plushie? I had no idea. As soon as I saw your comment about no shipping, I asked my guy, I was like, hey, wait a minute. Is there no shipping to Israel? And he's like, yeah, we can't ship to active war zones. And I was like, no. So I wonder if there could be something to be done, like, unofficially, obviously, to get somebody to, like, ship it there. Because I think, like, GamerSupps had opened up their shipping back to Israel recently. This Kirsche Plus was promised to you 3,000 years ago. They don't want the shekels. You named your Shinano after me. Oh, that guy's so cute. Thank you. Airdrop it. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Fucking a Bundestangle. Thank you. Hey, Kier, would I like some Anschluss? I don't think that's a good idea, Germany ball. Thrud, thank you for the 7 months. Happy Munya Friday. Happy. Battleizer, thank you. Survived another week, so on this Friday we say Munya. You hope all are well. Man, I had zero idea how much of a just crazy tidal wave it would be when I proposed bringing that article up on Side-Scrollers. Because I had it slated for the docket today, but I was like, I woke up for Side-Scrollers and I was like, you know what? I think Blabs needs to have this on the fucking docket. She always asks me if there's anything that I'm like super interested in talking about. This time I was like, we gotta talk about this fucking article. Perfect Foxy timing. And now I have 1 million tabs on it because whoo, that story went quick. That story went quick from us being like, yeah, you know, I'd believe Juicy Smollett before I believe whatever the fuck the Indian guy's trying to sell me in this article. This didn't happen. It went from that to, like, literally right after Side-Scrollers, there were already new articles coming out about people finding out how fake it really was. That was kind of crazy. You missed Side-Scrollers? What article? Don't worry, I will read it again because Craig also skipped some very important lines in the article that would have made it more obviously fake, apparently. White Rabbit, thank you. Hey, Foxu, can I please tell you the brand of cat litter machine? Your wife really wants one. It's called the Litter Robot. It's from Whisker.
Because you've been a bad girl.
Whisker is the brand. Absolute horror, thank you. Deploy the tactical courses. Hell yeah.
Office investigation. He watches you sometimes.
A Pippa viewer during a recent office investigation. Did he have like secret Pippa merch taped under his desk, and that's how you found out? That's how you found him during the office investigation? What a random thing. Thank you, Master of Mundus. Thank you. An absolute horror. You know, you might be onto something. Maybe if we airdrop the Kirsches to the sandbox, they could finally know peace. Oh, Craigathy. It's the JP Morgan thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's gotten crazy. But speaking of crazy, before I get into the article, today I did do the announcement reveal. Oh no, my Tarkov volume! This is your song, thank you. Thank you. This is your song. Thank you, Quando Bandwi, for the 100 slaves. Thank you. Let's see the TTS do this.
No, sir, do not redeem my boopus, sir, do not redeem so funny.
Do not redeem, cack. Thank you, Quando Bundley. I cannot believe this guy wrote this ChatGPT fanfiction and expected anyone to fucking believe it. But you know what? A whole bunch of people in Side Scroller's comment section believed it, and I was like, I've never really made like the comment section of a different video, like the content, but it's so fucking bad. It's great. I love it so much. It's like, are these bots? These can't possibly be real humans. Hellsaber. Is that a typo? Is that, did you typo? Binary Minds? Typo? Okay, I was like, hold on, wait a I was like, hold on. Thank you. Thank you, Hellsaber, for the 10 gift blankets for the warm bodies on Kick. My mod typoed and put 110, and I was like, what the is this guy okay? Thank you, Hellsaber. Thank you, Hellsaber, you beautiful little bastard, you. Thank you. Voodoo, thank you for the 9 months. Please enjoy a delicious placenta smoothie, I guess. Best Remy, thank you for the 10 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Why did he insult his own wife like that in his fantasy? I said the same. I was like, who the fuck is gonna be calling his wife Asian? I was like, what? And then like, because when he first read the Asian, I was like, oh, so he married like a Japanese or a Korean or something. But then, like, they never mentioned it again, so I was like, does he just have, like, an Indian wife, and we missed the, like, 3 finger symbol here? I've never heard of the fish head insult either. Like, I know the fish people insult that I use specifically to people whose eyes are too far apart. You know, instead of having normal human eyes, they've started migrating to be prey eyes on the side of their head. But that has nothing to do with Asians, so, like... Just know that every guy back in India was hopeful that it was real and that white women secretly wanted them. I'll never forget constantly, like, you know, lusting after JRPG pro tags and enjoying, like, Japanese men. Talking about, yeah, I need that Nippon steel folded at the base of Mount Fuji over 10 million times. And I had a Japanese friend who lived in Hawaii who came to the mainland for college. And he was like, you know, spending so much time playing video games with you, I was given the impression that white women really loved Asians. And then I went to a college filled with white women, and I get no attention. You have painted a false worldview for me. Life ruined. Majin, thank you. What are we talking about? You don't keep up with side scrollers? Don't worry, I'm gonna read the original article, so you'll get the full experience. Don't worry about it. You gaslighted him. It was so jover. Kangman Lee's husband to tweet about the whole situation was great. Yes. Oh my god. Incoming Kirsche invasion, how long do you have to procure? You have an entire month to procure your Kirsche. Hell yeah. And dude, thank you.
Happy Friday, Kirsche and chat. Today is my dog Winston's 10th birthday. Yesterday was my birthday, but we don't speak about that anymore. Instead, the dog gets all the love and tendies. I'm still working on the Asian fish wife.
Which half do you want to be part fish? And dude, thank you. Winston is a great fucking name for a dog. It makes me think of you like dressed up in a nice plaid coat with a wooden smoking pipe and like a Sherlock Holmes hat, you know? And you got a dog named Winston. It just works. It just works. Happy birthday, Winston. And fuck you, happy belated birthday to you too, guy. Thank you, Ant Dude. Thank you, Ant Dude. You're Turkish, you don't know what to call yourself. Europeans don't accept you, and Asians don't accept you either. I've heard Turk Roach. I've heard that one. Which is why people also call Hassan a cockroach, I guess. So I guess that's the derogatory term for you guys. You could, I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not. It's just the one that I've heard. Lambie Chop, thank you. Thanks to the getting poisoned by the government, you now get fat pay every month until you croak. Do you stay in Snogadishu, where you may be employed by the city for fat stacks? Or do you go back to Arizona to be happy and rebuild? I would probably go back to your homeland of the desert in Arizona. But, I'm sorry, the government poisoned you? Can you expand upon that? Why did the government poison you? What did you know? I hope you're not researching aliens, because I would be sad if you were spirited away. Hello, Miss Kirsche, you had to tie up some boat women loose ends? Bro, there are like 3 events going on at the same time, and I'm just like, I hope I got everything. I don't know what's happening. Next year in Constantinople. Oh my god. Tyranno Superior, thank you. I should look up Helicoprion. You really want to see my reaction? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Will the Kirsche attack the lawn gnomes? Because this is a lawn gnome reservation site. You can teach your Kirsche that the lawn gnomes are friends, not food. You're so mad the collab skin stopped a day earlier than the event? I was on the fence of buying the last one because I already had, like, the better skin for Misaki. But this one was animated, so I was like, well, fuck. Plush looks like a chinchilla. I mean, kind of. It's a retarded low IQ fox, but I guess it could blend in with chinchillas. You just be like, I'm an albino chinchilla, don't worry about it. Gary Thomas, thank you. You tried to keep an open mind because women can harass men in the workplace, but he lost you when it got to the part about cannons.
You've been a bad girl.
He lost me at the part where a white woman CEO would be sexually harassing an Indian man. Like, from the get-go, I was like, this is probably not real, but I'll reserve, like, a small baseline of, like, if this is real, it's obviously very bad, right? Like, if it's real, it's bad. But, like, the more you read already from the ridiculous premise, the more obvious it becomes that it's fake if you have, like, at least half a brain cell. Like, I'm pretty sure a chimpanzee could tell that this was a fake story, right? That one Templar, thank you for the 10 months of Prune, my guy, thank you. The fact, like, it was written like a never-ending smut novel made it completely unbelievable. Oh, and you know I'm gonna do the fucking voice for the CEO lady when I'm reading that. I feel so fucking bad for that woman, but we'll get there soon. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The Kirsche plush has been revealed. Excellent news. I had an extra sneaky preview on Side Scrollers because I have Stray Wolf working on a little commercial. You guys liked the commercial for the Kirsche plush so much that I was like, all right, let's make another one. let's do another one. And so I showed off one of the pictures that I took for that. The Kirsche learns about communism. It's just reverse 50 Shades of Grey. The only reason it's bad is because it didn't happen to you. Oh my god. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Late getting here. It's confirmed. It's confirmed fake. Multiple articles. Confirmed fake. Literally just a scamming Indian, as we all thought in the first place. Lambie Chop, thank you for another 50. Oh, thank you for another 50. I read that already. Did you double send? Double send? I'm sorry, Lambie man. I just want to know how you got poisoned. Hello, Human Resources. I'm calling you about sexual harassment done to me by CEO Woman Cannons. I need for the Google Play gift cards from you. Compensation. Joe, thank you for the 33. I love repeating numbers. A poem to Kirsche on this day. On my birthday.
A poem to Kirsche
Oh,
on
it's a
this day,
TTS one.
On my birthday, from the UK, I enjoy what you and...
The TTS fucked this guy! On this day, on my birthday, from the UK, I enjoy what you say. Thank you. And chat. Kirsche love. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Thank you, Mr. Joe. I'm sorry the TTS hated you. TTS is a terrible poet. TTS did not understand the job. I know, okay, I think I am caught up here. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody from the beginnings. From the beginnings. Beautiful. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. You got back from your docs after being prescribed Vyvanse? And now you see many tabs shrinking and your focus on the Foxwoman increasing. Are you gonna make it? What is a Vyvanse? I have not heard of that. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Thought he was Pakistani, not Indian? A potato, basically. Hello, HR. This is Microsoft support. I have been the sexually harassed. I am the requiring $3 million in Steam gift cards. It's an ADHD med? Oh, okay. I have not tried ADHD meds, though supposedly people think it would be helpful for me. And Pakistanis are just Muslim Indians. So, we do already have the link on the YouTube site. You got the link here. It tells you the price up in the top corner. It's still coming soon. May 8th. May 8th. Next Friday. Next Friday will be when you can purchase this fluff ball. And you will be able to purchase one all the way until June 5th at 8 p.m. Eastern. So the end of my stream on Friday, June 5th, this will cease to be for sale. So you have an entire month to acquire the Kirsche, our very own fur missile. And the Kirsche is on sale, all 9 inches of fluffy stuffs, $34.99. It's so cute. It is very cute. It is. I am so happy with the way that he came out. I love squimshing him. Your wallet is ready. Lambie Chop, thank you. You got Gulf War syndrome from deployment and it fucked your sleep and sinuses. Oh, fuck. Well, congratulations for the extended payment from the government for your poisoning. Thank you for your services, my dude. Can't buy this. Your cat will try to procreate with it on site. Thankfully, my cat seemed to have been pretty friendly with it. Ziggy hasn't peed on him yet. That's like my biggest worry with anything I leave on the floor is like, is it only a matter of time until you get peed on, or will he spare you? I don't know. And can we use code Kirsche for 10% off the order like at Gamers? Unfortunately, code Kirsche for 10% off your order only works at Gamersubs. And Kirsche is squimshing on a Kirsche when she should be shipping her wife back to gift the voir a Kirsche. I do need to still figure out how to get everything from Georgia. William Sexton, thank you. Everything feels like an episode of It's Always Sunny. You're just waiting for the... Anyway, so I started blasting stage of things. Danny DeVito's character is the best, an unhinged chaos gremlin. Man, I posted it on Twitter, but I had a moment yesterday. I had bought a whole bunch of, like, super fucking cute magnets. And I had held off on, like, buying personalized stuff the entire time I lived in my apartment. Because I was like, well, there's no real point in decorating my walls or getting, you know, like, any kind of decorations to put up there, like shelves or candles or just mirrors or anything. Like, I was bare bones, like, the entire 10 years I lived there. Like, I had zero customization, no personalization. So when I got a place, I was like, yes! I can finally buy things for decorations. So I got a bunch of magnets and I was really excited. And I'm opening them up and I get one out of the packaging and my dad goes, "Oh, what are those?" And thinking it's gonna be really cool, instead of just answering him and saying, "Oh, it's a magnet," I pick it up and I throw it at my fridge, expecting it to stick to the fridge so he could see that it's a magnet, and then I could strike some like fucking cheesy pose and be like, "Yay, it's a magnet!" And then he could laugh at me. Unfortunately, my fridge is apparently not magnetic, so I threw the magnet and it just bounced floppily off the side of the fridge and fell to the floor. And so my dad and I looked down at it, sad, on the floor, and then looked at each other, and then looked back down at it, and he was like, "So what was supposed to happen?" And I was like, "They're magnets! Why did it stick to the fridge?" Apparently my fridge is stainless steel. I was like, my life is literally a sitcom. What the fuck? I was so upset. I was so fucking upset. Your autistic MS Paint drawings will never be hung on the fridge. Sad. Asking for a friend, how gaped does a butthole have to be to stuff all of Kirsche plush in there? Please do not stuff the Kirsche plush in your butthole. I don't think it'll fit. It's pretty fucking big. Like, the website tells you it's 9 inches, but like, that's only one measurement, man. This is a literal, unironic, life-size Kirsche. Like, if Kirsches were real, this would be the size that they are. Did I try the sides of the fridge? The sides of my fridge are not accessible. Just put a magnet on the other side and it'll work? Oh, no. Oh, no. Welder Zach, thank you for the 2 fucking years. Thank you for being here for 2 years, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Jen Jacko, thank you. You should make a Kirsche children's book about the Kirsche learning about the trolls under the bridge. It could be the opposite of Little Allies. You know, once we get to that part, instead of Jasmine's nothing like you, she's black, it would be Jasmine's just like you. She also loves the Kirsche, and she's black. Mage Kill, thank you for the 5 gift blankets for our warm bodies, dude. Thank you.
Marketing final. I'll buy the Kirsches when I can, because I hope I can make it, even if I just feel like just hold my section of the trench. If I tell myself I will make it, I will. You will! It, chat.
Good luck on your marketing final. I hope it goes fucking well, and then you can give me marketing advice, because that's one of my biggest weaknesses. Please help me. Good luck! I hope you pass! Does the plushie support the introduction of a cylinder? I would very much prefer you don't, but I obviously cannot control what you do after you spend your crisp US money dollars on this pluff. Pluff? I wanted to say plush and fluff at the same time, and it came out as pluff. I want a pluff sandwich. It's peanut butter and fluff. The cylinder must be protected. We're gonna see some posts about help. How do I get a cylinder out of a tube? Kirsche, steel is magnetic. Aluminum isn't. I don't know. I was told it's stainless steel, and that's why it wouldn't stick. And I just said okay. I don't know how the fridge works. I just know that it does. Which, speaking of refrigerators and working, I'm really bad at navigation, and so getting back into Tarkov has been really fucking hard with my brain trying to remember where all the exfils are. And I had a really fucking good raid before bed on Interchange, because Interchange is my favorite rat map. And I was like stacked to the gills. I had killed like 16 fucking NPCs. I was like, yeah, this is great. I'm gonna get out and it's gonna be wonderful, because I still have like 15 fucking minutes in the raid. We're nuts. And I was making my way towards, like, the exit near Ollie. For those of you who play the game, you'll know what I'm talking about. Everyone else is about to be very fucking confused. I was about to go out the exit near Ollie, and then I was like, wait a minute. I never know where the fuck I am inside the mall, and I even struggled finding Kiba before, despite the fact that Kiba actually just wah, 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 the entire time after power's turned on. So I was like, I'm gonna actually, instead of going outside and running into the fields where everything is safe and scavs don't exist, I'm gonna stay in the mall And I'm gonna find my way to Idea so I can exit there and find the faster way to get to the train rail exfil. I got to Idea and I was like, oh, there's a lot of dead bodies here for some reason. That's kind of weird. I guess there was like a scav shootout or something. And I turned the corner. And Killa was standing there. I did not live. Man was silent as fuck, just waiting to like, hello, as I turned the corner. And I hate ending on a loss. I hate it so fucking much. But it was like, I was stacked to the fucking gills. I had a large backpack. I had a large backpack inside that. I had a smaller backpack inside that. I had like an ADR. I had a rig. My rig was filled with like food from fucking Goshan. I had like, I didn't have a GPU, but I did have 2 sticks of RAM. So I mean, it kind of balanced out. I was absolutely stuffed. And then Killa just like giggles at me. And I'm like, that's such a demoralizing end. Like I couldn't bring myself to play another one. Nesting backpacks. You gotta embrace the matryoshka of the Russians.
In wildly different news, Angel Studies, known for Sound of Freedom, has proved for the right price they will shill communism.
I do have a tab for that. It's very disappointing. And I mean, like, a lot of people were like, oh, you know, I saw how much they were paying conservative influencers to shill this pro-communism slappa. And I get it. And it's like, well, I don't. Like, unless they're getting millions of dollars, like, I've turned down sponsorships that would have paid out in the hundreds of thousands. And if I can do it, surely these people who have far more money than I do can. Thank you, Vizard Kurosaki, thank you. Thank you. That's why you don't play those games. Tarkov is like the only game I've ever enjoyed that has item loss on death. I don't know what exactly about it just makes me feel like I like the game. Maybe it's because I can be like a disgusting quiet rat and just loot everything. And it's like, if I can get out, I'm a good girl. If I don't get out, well, then I didn't deserve any of that loot. And for some reason, I can't adopt that mindset in any other game. It's just like, the flow of Tarkov feels good.
White? Maybe. Black? Most certainly. Asian? Possibly. Hispanic? Of course white women go for hot Latin men. But Indians? Especially mid-looking ones like that. LOL. Lamo even. How
I was like, if
this... that is baffling to me.
If this guy was like Ricky fucking Martin, I would have believed him, you know? Like... Internet Zen Master, thank you. Thank you. And yeah, Black definitely. Terry Crews has talked about how he's gotten sexually assaulted on previous jobs. Majab, thank you. Modern stainless steel fridges are made with large amounts of nickel, which apparently makes them non-magnetic. That's fucking stupid! If my fridge isn't magnetic, then what good is it? Item loss is fine, but most items are fucking trash. Fucking milk and vectors. I don't have access to vectors. Yet, unfortunately. And I've actually hit a point in Tarkov where it's like, I have a bunch of guns. I do not have access to buy the ammo for any of those guns. There's no ammo on the marketplace whatso-fucking-ever for some reason. So I have all of these guns I can't use because I can't buy ammo for them until I unlock certain traders or I get to like level 20. I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? This is the stupidest fucking change I've ever seen. The nickel makes the steel stronger and less prone to rusting. I have never seen a rusty kitchen fridge in my life. Only ammo boxes. Do I have an AK-50 yet? I had 2 AKs. They are hopefully going to be returned to me in insurance. I'm not exactly sure how insurance works in PvE. Like, is it just guaranteed? Like, if I die in my PvE instance, all of my shit will come back to me? Is that just how that works? Like, I genuinely can't tell. Tarkov devs are the fucking kings of making changes absolutely no one asked for. I'm seeing that. 99% guaranteed. Beautiful. Heckin' Silent Blade, thank you for those 10 gift blankets for the warm bodies over on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Oh, wait. Wait, it's YouTube. Sorry. It's YouTube. I'm used to my mods popping up the messages for fucking kick gift subs. Usually I scroll in YouTube on my own, but I am like hell scrolled up right now. Play Xenosaga! Hell yeah! Thank you. Xenosaga won on side scrollers again today by a lot. I really hope I don't even remember like what the face-off match thing they're doing is anymore. But I really hope that Xenosaga wins the overall thing at this point. It's become such a meme. And it's like the most activity anything Xenosaga related has gotten in a million years. Stainless steels have very high chrome content. That's the main alloy element. Nickel's also used, but typically in lower quantities.
Having a non-magnetic fridge. Where else would one put their gamer subskiish a weed tray magnetic top so that I can say goodbye to Foxu every time I leave my home? Those poor souls who lack the superior magnetic fridge.
The Bunker Bros did the same thing. On their fridge, they had one of the magnet strips from the weeb tray just slapped on the freezer door. Sylvani, thank you! Thank you, my guy. The best game franchises? Hell yeah. This one's on Kick. Dunefire. Dunefire, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you. What is a starving African child? Hold on. It's like having a starving African child being paid to promote a new Burger King item. That would be a funny commercial. Sounds like Xenosaga is going to have its own award category at the end of the contest. You need to post your fridge magnets to assert dominance over the magnetless Kirsche. I am a magnet cell. No. Oh my god. Curry Kalan, thank you. Sorry to bother. You made a document on one of the people who wanted me deplatformed during the GamerSubs controversy. FAF9? And you think I'd be interested? I can find it on documentation 89 on X. I don't remember what a FAF9 is. Do any of you guys remember who that is? I don't remember who that is. My mods will probably look at that. Though. A mag cell is you! Hey, y'all like, fridges? Speaking of Xenosaga activity, when finish French game and then play Xenosaga games? I don't want to play Xenosaga until I can get a specific model made for it. Like, ever since I saw, Silver Veil get an Okami model, that's basically been my goal. Like, I don't want to play Xenosaga until I can get a Cosmos model, which means I need to have an artist who can accurately do that in an accurate amount of time and not take 5 years. Which means I probably need to find a JP or otherwise Southeast Asian artist to do it for me. Of course she reads the one chat I make that I typoed. It happens. Is that guy's tongue made of bacon? What the hell is that? Face when Kirsche won't make Kirsche fridge magnet merch because she has an inferior refrigerator. I wanted to make magnet merch, and I still will. The rumor is that Xenosaga will complete at the end against the winner of Side-Scroller's best video game franchise. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So 2050! Don't say that! Spydrick Cam, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Dropkick Flop, thank you for the 39 fucking months of Proom. Huge Proom, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You love your retarded Oshi and her magnet-flinging nature. Temporary Spy, thank you for the 11 months. You just bought a truck to replace your clunker of a Nissan, not just any truck. 2009 Ford fucking Ranger in great condition. I can't picture that in my head. You got, considered some of the best models of pickup trucks ever made, so you lucked the fuck out. Now it's time to buy 5 Kirsches and give 4 of them to family and keep 1 for yourself. Yeah, don't ever let your kids listen to my stream, but buy them a Kirsche plush. They'll love it. Did that chatter say when you finish French game? Well, yeah, of course. It will get finished. Commission Kevin for a Xenosaga model? He only does rigging, though, right? Like, I would need somebody else to do the artwork, wouldn't I? But that could be. I could go to Kevin for the rigging. Must be both then, because there was an Okami Cinder shortly before the Google Docky first happened. The Okami Silvervale model is old, like years old. I don't remember if it was 3D or 2D, but yes, Silvervale had an Okami model like many, many years ago. I didn't know that Cinder had one. He might know artists that'd do the work on the DL. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Ghost of Aces, thank you. With the Kirsche plush, include pictures of femboy goth boots that has Yahtzee jump scares hidden in the background, like the other plush. No, don't do that. Jen Jacko, thank you. Interchange has good ammo in the new camp area across the highway. You've been farming it for ammo and fuel. I have not been to the new camp area. I don't want to just suddenly get shot by a sniper, because I know that they put those around the edge of the map. Carrot Coon, thank you. You were watching the Razor Fist Offensive last night, and Razor lost it when you realized the dude looked like Count Chocula! He kinda does. He kinda fucking does. And John in English, thank you. Just got pizzas and wings, gonna down a monster while playing Resident Evil 9 and watching a fox woman. Oh, what's this? A fluffy creature to adopt. The fluffy creature shall soon be yours. Bro, I am envious of your day. That sounds like peak fucking what I did back in college. That's amazing. That's an amazing day. Ghostface, thank you. Incorrect. Arrowhead is the king of making changes their community doesn't ask for. They, for some reason, think their game is like Tarkov. What game does Arrowhead publish? I'm not sure which game you're talking about. But also, Krafton and Bluehole Studios are pretty fucking bad, too. Battleizer, thank you. You find it funny? Imagining this guy's Izat imploding when everyone called his fanfic for the bullshit it was. Yeah, I want to know how his Izat's doing. How will he respond to this? Dr. Thmick, thank you. Most fridges have regular magnetic steel under the outer shell, no matter what the outer shell is. Why is your fridge stupid? That's a great question. I mean, I'll replace it eventually, but it's not a priority because, like, it works. It works, and there's so many other things I need to pay for first. Like my fucking AC being broken. I need that fixed before summer hits. Otherwise, I will literally die. Be jammin', thank you. You don't know who's more upset over Xenosaga, Phoenix or Craig? Still very funny. Also, get glasses, please. You squint when you read chat. I don't think I squint when I read chat. I think I just, like, look to the side, and so the camera's tracking is not as good. But I didn't know Craig was upset at all. I know Phoenix is, like, losing his soul every time a vote for Xenosaga comes in. I didn't know Craig was, too. Moderator Marcy, thank you. Hi, Fox Oshi. I hope Smugalana finally looks at DMs. Hopefully Shoeonhead gets to do a collab with both of you, or at least do a live stream. I have a handful of people that I need to respond to. And, like, whenever I remember I need to respond to someone, I look at the DM and it's, like, 5 weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, God. Oh, God, it's been so long. What have I done? And then I get anxious, and then I don't respond more. It's very counterintuitive. PhD Jeshua, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to adopt a Kirsche. Adopt your very own Kirsche today. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Is that destroyed by them cannons? Probably. So, on to the story of cannons. Oh my god.
Kirsche, here have some of my VA disability money. Gotta prep for teaching jujitsu. Hope the stream gets extra spicy.
Jiu-jitsu? You're telling me a Jew did this jitsu? Hold on. I heard that message, but I didn't see it in chat, so I can't. I don't know the name. Hold on. Griffin! Mr. Griffin, thank you for that huge fucking fitty. Thank you, thank you. Good luck. Good luck with your jujitsu. I don't think we'll get extra spicy, but we're gonna be at least curry spice for now. Aboard DevOps, thank you. Magnetic paint exists. I know, I use it on my fingernails all the time. But I'm not gonna bother painting the fridge. I'll just wait until I buy a new fridge in the future. I'm sure I can find something to put my magnets on until that day. And this guy just wrote his Jamboy fantasy and then made it a lawsuit. I don't know what the fuck the lawyers were doing. Chiatos, thank you for the 23 months, thank you. Ghostface, thank you. Helldivers 2 is the game you're talking. Oh, yeah! I remember those guys. Have we ruled out that this woman isn't one of the fembots from Austin Powers? That's true. Maybe he was actually being sexually harassed by a fembot, and then he just blamed the CEO. I keep saying CEO, but it's actually just a regular executive, so my bad. Every time I say CEO, just know it's because I'm retarded. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Remind us what Izzat is again. So India has Izzat as part of their culture. Izzat is like, it's kind of like a social credit score, and it goes up the more like rich and savvy you are. So your Izzat goes up when you successfully trick people and you get things. But your Izzat goes down if you try to trick someone and people realize you were scamming. What if he got caught with his story and instead of admitting it was a fanfiction, he lied? So the original article, glamorous JP Morgan executive accused of turning married male broker into her office sex slave. Claims of Viagra spiking and litany of obscene forced acts that made him cry. Spoiler, the obscene forced act that made him cry was him imagining her giving him a blowjob. A JP Morgan executive allegedly used her power to sexually harass and abuse a junior male employee, drugging him, subjecting him to racial abuse, and threatening his career when he refused her advances, according to a lawsuit. Lorna Hajdini... And I was like, are you kidding? This woman has the last name Hajdini. This is Indian on Indian violence. What are we doing here? Lorna Hajdini, 37, an executive director in JP Morgan Chase's leveraged finance division, is accused in the filing of coercing a married banker into non-consensual, and humiliating sex acts over months, despite his pleas for her to stop. Blowjobs, this is the Indian version of Tectone. I don't know. Did the executive have lip fillers? I will have to find out. Wait, the article's fucking gone. What? Hold on. Hold on a fucking minute, bro. Okay, this one also doesn't have the article. All right, which is the earliest it was archived? That's May 1st. This is April 29th. So this is the earliest archive of it. Okay, here we go. The earliest archive still has it. Her accuser claims she admitted to drugging him with the date rape drug roofies on multiple occasions, and during one encounter, berated him as he cried while she performed a sex act on him against his will. And I just want to let you know, if you are listening, this fake, fantastical chat GPT erotica, completely fictional. And yet there are still some people that have believed this. No, my brown boy smut. The complaint was filed Monday in New York County Supreme Court by a plaintiff proceeding anonymously as John Doe, who claims he chose to hide his name to protect himself and his family after receiving threats. The lawsuit also accuses JP Morgan Chase of enabling the alleged abuse and retaliating against the banker after he reported it, claiming the firm placed him on involuntary leave, destroyed his reputation, and allowed threats against him to continue, while Hajdini and others went unpunished. Neither Hajdini nor JPMC has responded to the lawsuit yet. The Daily Mail reached out to both parties for comment. A spokesperson for JPMC said a thorough internal investigation found no evidence to support Doe's accusations. Following an investigation, we don't believe there's any merit to these claims, said the spokesperson. While numerous employees cooperated with the investigation, the complainant refused to participate and has declined to provide facts that would be central to support his allegations. Now, normally, under normal circumstances, regardless of who the victim would be, I'd be like, normally a company investigating themselves, I don't really trust that, right? We investigated ourselves and we found we've done nothing wrong. But again, the allegations are so fucking fantastical. And he refused to cooperate with any kind of investigation to prove facts that he was claiming. This guy is equivalent to being mad at someone for a dream you had about them. This is like your wife having a dream you cheated on her and then trying to destroy your entire career over it. It's like, but slightly even worse, because, like, they were just co-workers and not an actual relationship. Hiffler, my guy. Only 2 more for the best number. You're so fucking close, buddy. Hiffler, thank you for the 67-month resub. Fucking huge. I hope your flight plans have been wonderful.
You could put up a magnetic dry erase board on the fridge using command strips, then
Ooh.
put magnets on it next to written reminders.
Oh.
Also, somebody tell me what about that message YouTube doesn't like.
That's a great fucking question. Why would YouTube censor that message? That doesn't make any sense. But I never thought about using magnetic command strips. That's a pretty fucking good point. Thank you, Enma Zirconis. Thank you, fuck off, Zoomers. According to Doe's complaint, Hajdini's alleged abuse started almost immediately after the pair began working together in the spring of 2024. Doe, who is Asian, he's Pakistani, joined as a senior VP/director that March, and Hajdini was appointed to the team in a senior role the following month. In early May 2024, Doe alleges Hajdini dropped her pen on the floor next to his desk and, while bending to pick it up, rubbed his leg and squeezed his calf. He claims she then remarked, "Oh, did you play basketball in college? I love basketball players. They get me so wet." And I feel like even if you don't have the pattern recognition to understand this was fake before, this absolutely should have tipped you off that it was fake. If you've read past this line and you believed this was real, there's no hope for you. The communists will kill you. It's over. There's no Wagyu. From there, Doe alleges the advances grew more explicit and frequent. Later that May, Doe said in the complaint that Hajdini invited him out for drinks, but he declined. In response, she is alleged to have said, "If you don't fuck me soon, I'm going to ruin you. Never forget, I fucking own you." Twice, Doe claims that Hajdini propositioned him for oral sex in the office, on one occasion asking, "Birthday BJ for the brown boy? My little brown boy." Spoilers! He's very light-skinned. Schmeat Zone, thank you for the 17 months! Happy Tangent Friday. Hope everyone has a good weekend. Thank you! A-Train, thank you. What are the 50 Shades of Fuck? It's the 50 Shades of Curry, brother. Welcome. Heathen from Texas, thank you for the full fucking year. You're excited for the new Kirsche plush. When will the last merch drop ship? It's got 12 to 16 weeks. And I don't remember when it ended. So the last day of whenever the last merch drop ended, time out 12 to 16 weeks from there, and that's when things should ship out. 50 Shades of Bombay. So June, July-ish. Thank you. Thank you, chatters who are capable of doing math, unlike me. Why is Sam Hyde in the picture on screen as a doctor? Read creepy text, rich doctor sent patient's wife after removing wrong organ and killing him. Yeah, we're gonna read that. Yeah, we're gonna read that. Ghost of Aces, thank you. They say Asian to skew crime statistics. Yeah, I really hate the people on Twitter who are just like, actually, this is Asia and everyone here is Asian, but only according to Americans is this tiny portion Asians. And it's like, no. When you say Asian, everyone thinks of, like, the Far East Asians, like Chinese, Korean, Japanese, maybe some of the, like, Malay, Indonesia, right? Like, they think of Asians. When you try to obscure, like, Pakistanis and Indians, or even Russians for some reason, like, yes, their countries are in Asia, so you are technically correct. But nobody thinks of Russians or Pakistanis or Indians when you fucking call someone an Asian. That's just not how the world works. Fuck you, you subversive freak. You're still suffering from getting rid of Oriental? Hot take, I like the term Oriental. It makes things sound like really nice and high class. Like, it's from the Orient sounds better than it's from China. You know, it's from China. Ew, get that bottom barrel slop away from me. It'll probably kill me with poisoning. It's from the Orient. Ew, high class. Put that in my kitchen. You know? Like, come on, dude. Orient sounds mystical as fuck. You were told by an Oriental that saying Oriental was racist. Oh god, high class lead paint. Yeah, eat that shit. Oh my god. Okay, I think I am caught up on the YouTube. Eric Wammel, thank you. If you didn't know it was fake before, you would after the Pakistani playing basketball part. Mildly OCD, thank you. Some people in chat are gonna use that brown boy clip for their ringtone. I fucking hope they do. Shaky, thank you for the 10 months. You'd be her brown boy and you'd take only half of his pay. This guy's like, you know, I'll take an H-1B visa to be the office slave. You've seen more JP China people using Oriental on X because so many people are trying to lump Indians in with them. Yeah. I saw a clip the other day of some lady in a clothing store in Japan arguing with some American black lady. And she just said the N-word, like, didn't even stop, didn't even stutter. She just fucking in the sentence, and I was like, Japan is truly the only free nation.
Even better than rare pleathers from the Orient.
Orismador, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Getting a Kirsche wallet as a late birthday gift. Oh, that's fucking nice. I hope you enjoy the wallet.
We're in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him. And wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
It's me, I'm the winner. Thank you, Marmalin. Leave us squints out of the turban and dot stars. No one thinks of them when they hear someone talking about Asian culture. True and fucking real. In real life. Okay, all right. Okay, back to the article here. The blue CG, thank you. Do not redeem! Girl boss lasagna! Let's see, where was I? While Doe claims he continued to resist her advances, I'm sure it was very difficult in his own mind, Hajdini allegedly threatened professional retribution, telling him if he wanted to be promoted to executive director, he would need to start pleasing her, according to the lawsuit. You're gonna need to earn it, my little Arab boy toy. Doe alleges she told him during a work social event at her private members club. During the same event, he claims she repeatedly groped his groin under the table and spat in her hands, running them over his neck and head. What kind of third world fucking flirting ritual am I reading right here? Like, man or woman, if anyone spat in their hands and started trying to touch me, I would be like, infinitely disgusted. Like, who does that? That's not a real thing. That's a weird hook to a... She gave him the under-to-the-table foot job at the country club. Damn, that's high class. She said, no, we're too good for the apple bapple, sir. You have high is that. Eventually, Doe claims the alleged harassment escalated into sexual assault. 2 witnesses are cited in the complaint as corroborating parts of his account. Where are those witnesses at, bro? Doe alleges that Hajdini used escalating threats and racial abuse to coerce him into performing sexual acts. I wanna know, are the witnesses just entirely made the fuck up? Or are the witnesses other Indians participating to increase their izzat? Doe alleges that Hajdini used escalating threats and racial abuse to coerce him into performing sexual acts. He also claimed that Hajdini admitted to drugging him with the date rape drug and other drugs without his knowledge before some encounters to incapacitate him and facilitate sexual activity, according to the complaint. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna write this complaint where this lady boss lady has drugged me with the roofies. And then he was like, wait a minute, if I'm roofied, my dick won't get hard, so now I need her to double drug me with another drug so that my dick is hard while I'm unconscious and that she can take advantage of me. This guy should start writing on Archive of Our Own, actually. His witnesses are ChatGPT and Claude, true. Doe also claimed that Hajdini used her executive status to gain unauthorized access to his bank account to track his every move. In the summer of 24, it is claimed in the lawsuit that Hajdini showed up at an apartment where Doe was staying, knowing he'd be there. Inside, Hajdini allegedly made sexual advances on Doe, which he rebuffed, insisting he wasn't interested. "Do you want to get promoted at year-end or not?" Hajdini warned him, according to the lawsuit. "Do you want a future at JP Morgan? It's that simple. I don't know why you're fighting this." Hajdini then allegedly removed her shirt, began fondling her breasts, and racially insulted Doe's wife, remarking, "I bet your little Asian fish head wife doesn't have these cannons." The complaint reads, Doe claims she then forcibly removed his pants and performed oral sex on him against his will. He continued to protest and began to cry, according to the lawsuit. The most believable thing in this entire story is that an Indian man would cry during a blowjob. Hajdini allegedly admonished him for crying and scolded him for failing to achieve an erection. Stop fucking crying. You think anyone would ever believe you? You're a fucking douchebag who thinks he's hot shit, but you can't even get your dick hard for me? What the fuck is this? She allegedly said. She then ordered him to perform oral sex on her, ignoring his pleas of, "Don't make me do this! Don't make me redeem! How can she slap? How can she suck?" Afraid that Miss Hajdini would act on her threats to retaliate against him, Doe, embarrassed and humiliated, complied with her demands, the lawsuit states. Doe claims he was assaulted again later the same month. Namikaze VT, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You've come in during a dramatic reading of a fake Indian scam. Do not redeem my penis, Sar! During the second encounter, Hajdini allegedly ordered him to suck her toes, cause why not? Pushed him to the ground and sat on his face, just like the boys, berating him when he was unable to sustain arousal. "I'm very uncomfortable, please, Lorna, please, I'm begging you," Doe claims he told her, but she allegedly laughed before making a racist remark that at least his genitals didn't taste like curry, according to the complaint. Why would somebody who's been sexually coming on to you for, according to you, months now, make that kind of a comment? That doesn't make any sense, Sar. I didn't realize how bad my audio was on side scrollers yesterday, by the way. I don't know what the fuck StreamYards is, because it hates my mic and it really fucks up my audio every time. But I was trying to say at this point, I'm like, what the fuck? She's been going after him. So clearly, in his mind, if this was real, she would have been somewhat attracted to him. It's not like I go out there sucking white dick and I'm like, oh, well, I'm so glad that your penis doesn't taste like fried chicken. You know, that's such a relief. Like, what the fuck? Alistair Corvo, thank you for the 222. And just got home from a job interview and it went well. He'll have a second interview next week, watching the stream on 1.25 speed. Hopefully he'll catch up before stream ends, probably will. New Gamer Subs, Ruby-inspired tub dropped today. I don't know almost anything about Ruby, except they pronounce Weiss Schnee's name incorrectly due to lore reasons. Absolute horror, thank you. It should have been me! Jesus Christ. KFC, Kentucky Fried Cock, hell yeah. Be a man and do it 2 times. This implies that curry-flavored dick is a common complaint with Indian men somehow. How horrific. You thought that would be black? I don't know. What would white cock taste like in relation to food? I just think of like white boys eating fried chicken. Raspberry, white peach, black currant, and yuzu lime flavor, apparently. Steak and eggs! Cheddar cheese, fluffernutter. Oh no, chat. Binary mind, you said fluffernutter and I just imagined someone like You know how you can get night boners? Like, you're just dead asleep, but sometimes your dick will just, like, boner up for whatever reason while you're unconscious. I just imagine someone, like, building a mountain of fluffernutter around the erect penis. And then I was like, wait a minute, that would probably be horrific, because I remember my friend back in the day, his girlfriend wrapped his cock in fruit roll-up and then gave him a blowjob. And the saliva mixed with the fruit roll-up and kind of, like, congealed it together into this weird fruity prison over his penis. And they had a very hard time taking it off. Why does he have to be asleep? Well, because if he was awake, he would obviously stop you from entombing his penis in Fluffernutter. What do you mean? Oh man, that'd suck. That just sounds unpleasant. Yeah, you know. Fruity prison. The fruit roll-up cast, okie dokie. You know, some people just do things. You have free will on occasion. Hell of a segment to jump into. Welcome. Time to grab my earbuds. Oh god. Manny Mulatto Beats, thank you. I saw your colorblind voice acting vid, and you think matching VA and character ethnicity should be a soft priority, but if something outside your ethnicity sounds more like your ethnicity then skill issue. If we lived in a perfect world without communist freaks, I think that colorblind casting should absolutely be the thing. Like, you should never be trying to match up, like, race or gender of the character with the voice actor. It should just be anyone who can do the voice that sounds like the character, they should get the role. That should be, like, the end of, you know? Do you honestly think your guy would stop you from doing almost anything to their penis that isn't obviously harmful? I don't know! It sounds like entombing a penis in Fluffernutter might be damaging. Ghost of Aces, thank you. What is Fluffernutter? Fluffernutter, also known as fluff, is a spreadable marshmallow substance. So imagine someone was like, I want to eat marshmallows, but I hate the texture of marshmallow. And so they melted a fuck ton of marshmallows into a marshmallow spread and then put that in a container. That's what Fluffernutter is. That's how you get a rash. All these sounding stories prove otherwise. That's unfortunately fair. Battleizer, thank you. Anybody else notice the guy is mixing genres in his fanfiction? He has both power abuse because I can't get enough, as well as you were my degradation target. It's narratively jarring and it shows. It is! It's very, like, it's not even cohesive as an actual fanfiction. He's just, like, throwing shit in there. No marshmallow on the penis? Okay, but, like, what if I got the super extra large marshmallows? And then I carved a hole in them, and then I put the marshmallows on your dick like it was the twig I would use to put them over the fire. Except we don't do that! We don't want roasted penis! Oh my god, you could put like a marshmallow on, and then a pineapple ring, and then a marshmallow, and then a pineapple ring, and you could have like a penis kebab. That sounds delicious. Do not roast the weenie! You'll allow marshmallow penis skewers. Are we biting into the marshmallow? I would imagine you would want to, like... I don't know if this is the right way to eat kebab, but this is the way I eat kebab. If I have, like, a stick with, like, meat and vegetables or meat and fruit on it, I'll, like, eat from the top of the stick, right? So you take the first thing off the top of the stick, and then you keep eating. So you keep putting the stick further and further in your mouth until it touches the back of your throat. And then you kind of put your mouth to the side, and you bite onto the last piece of object on the stick, and then you slide everything to the top of the stick by biting the largest piece at the bottom, and then you can do that again. Like, you eat the stuff off the top of the stick. So that's how I eat kebab. I don't know if it's right, but that's how I do it. Daring today, aren't we? Thank you, Mr. Squidward. This is why you eat from the side? No! I can't eat kebab from the side because then things will fall off the stick. And I don't want them to fall off the stick. I enjoy eating on the stick. If I didn't want to eat on the stick, I would just take them off with a fork. Alright? You remember back in the day it was Pop Rocks? Unfortunately, it was my mother who taught me about Pop Rock blowjobs. Why did she do this? This is why you eat from the side? No! Dreadhe, thank you. These convos are exactly why we watch. Happy Friday, chat and Kier. Thanks for making the workday go by faster. Kirsche going for the Vlad the Impaler challenge. I was like, you know, you wake up and you see your penis turned into some sort of dessert kebab and you know what time it is. John in English, thank you. Do you also eat corn the long way? Well, no, because you can eat corn without it falling off the cob. It's not like you bite one piece of the corn on the cob and then the rest of it falls off on the other side. Man for some markets, thank you. Your future himbo husband is both a lucky and unlucky man. Liam Sexton, thank you. Have I ever watched No Panic Button? Nope, haven't heard of it. They're almost as obsessed with sounding as you are. One of the characters hosts an adult Squid Games. I will stop talking about sounding when I stop finding articles about men stuffing things in their urethra and going to the hospital for it. Imagine not eating the corn the long way. You just got rear-ended in traffic! I'm sorry to hear that, John. That fucking sucks. I hope the rest of your day goes better, dude. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Did her partners recommend pop rock jobs? Asking for a friend. Oh my god. Anthony, thank you. Actually, Fluffinutter's the sandwich that is fluff with peanut butter. Munya! I mean, you could also call it a peanut butter and fluff, but literally the jar of fluff says Fluffinutter. It's literally, am I gonna have to bring up a fucking picture of this? Fluffinutter. Images. Fluffinutter jar. The Fluffinutter. Oh no. Oh no, I am incorrect. You are correct. You are the correct one in this scenario. It does say Fluffinutter on the jar, but it's in relation to the sandwich. It's in relation to the sandwich. Oh, how could this happen to me? Anthony, on this day, you are correct and right and beautiful. Try a Fluffinutter. The sandwich made with marshmallow fluff and peanut butter. Spread one piece of bread with marshmallow fluff, spread another with peanut butter, put them together. And what have you got? That delicious new sandwich, the Fluffinutter. Just in case you needed a recipe booklet for peanut butter and jelly, except instead of jelly, it's fluff. The origin of Fluffinutter was popularized by Elvis. Really? I did not. I know he ate peanut butter and bananas. I didn't know about peanut butter and fluff in Elvis. You've had fluff, it's delicious. I've sent friends in the UK fluff when they would not be able to get it. But thankfully there's like US import stores there now. You're 100% sure it was a word that I had made up? No, I definitely did not make up that word. Just like spoot. Spoot's a real word. Fuck you, chat. Alright, we gotta go back to our Indian is that story. Or I'll never finish this. It's so fucking funny, man. Please. Alright. Over the following months, Doe claims Hajdini continued to subject him to overt sexual advances at work and in public, and continued to sexually assault him. The complaint says she repeatedly reminded him that she owned him, and that she controlled his promotion and bonus, which he understood as a threat that she would block both if he refused. During an encounter in late September 2024, Hajdini allegedly yelled at Doe that he wasn't bringing in enough business to help her secure a promotion to managing director, before again threatening him if he refused to have sex with her, the complaint says. I fucking own you. I will make you pay. Do you think you're going to be in good standing if you do not have me in your corner? She allegedly said. You really think management wants some brown boy Indian leading originations? If you don't fuck my brains out tonight, I'm going to sabotage your promotion. Once again, we've already filtered out the people who aren't going to make it and are just going to get killed by communists earlier in the article. But knowing all of the DEI nonsense going on, knowing all of the H-1B visa issues going on, knowing all of the once an Indian gets into a management position, they only ever hire other Indians nonsense that goes on, in what fucking world would anyone believe that a white woman would say, why would management want some brown boy Indian leading originations? That is just so far out of the realm of this happened that I don't think even a science fiction writer could have thought of it. Redeem! Blue button pushers definitely believed this article. True. True and real. Spartan D63, thank you. This is just his barely concealed findom kink story. Pretty fucking much. Sparky redhead supremacist, thank you. Can tell Kira's the most straight VTuber by the amount of creative ways she devises to suck cock! Future himbo is indeed cursed and blessed. It's cursed because I have a tiny mouth, bro. One sick works, thank you. Kirsch's new sandwich, the Fox You Nutter. Please do not put cum on the sandwich. Evil Mandrake, thank you. There is no spoot. There is spoot! Spoot! Therian.ai, thank you. Just talking about meat on a stick gives you a visceral gag reaction due to tooth on wood scrape, like an icicle sliding into your esophagus. I can feel you on that one. Like, I have to bite the meat carefully so that my teeth don't touch the stick because I hate the feeling of teeth on the stick. There's Indians on X replying to everyone mocking this story, saying he's a North Indian and therefore an elite desirable male. Again, didn't we find out he's Pakistani? Ghost of Aces, thank you. My question led to Foxu being mistaken. Oh no! It happens. My brain can't be correct on everything. Spartanbot, thank you. Pineapples contain an enzyme that breaks down proteins. Please keep away from sensitive areas. Much pain if ignored. That's where you're wrong, buddy. Much like ginger in the asshole, pineapple in the asshole is also used pretty frequently in BDSM communities. I feel like so frequently people try to bring up that pineapple bromide? Is it called bromide or brominade? Whatever. The thing in pineapple that eats you back. They always bring that up like it's going to be a surprising fact, and then I get to hit them with something even worse than that. It's a great flow. I love it. Bromelain is extremely slow. It would take hours. I don't know how long it takes, but the women in porn definitely don't seem to enjoy it very much. They enjoy it because they consented, but it's obviously very painful. Lil Nicky type shit. Ginger and fucking what? That's what happens when you have a bad kitty. Why do they do such nasty things with my favorite fruit? I know, I love pineapple. But now everyone makes swinger jokes because swingers have co-opted my favorite fruit. Red Heracross, thank you for the 28 months. You never would have thought you'd make it to 28 months of this yapping Foxu. Imagine your Oshi graduating. Liam Sexton, thank you. One of the skits involves the main character being asked to make a sounder? Help. Out of depleted uranium. He refuses until he hears how much money he gets. I feel like you probably shouldn't sound yourself with uranium, bro. Be jammin', thank you. In the South, we use jet puffed, young lady. You will use it and like it. Oh. That reminds me, there's that, like, flesh simulator guy that's been... I don't know, he's been, like, dueling with people on Twitter. I have no idea who he is or, like, what drama he's in, but he pops up on my timeline occasionally. And he popped up posting a picture of a sounding device, and I was like, what the fuck is even happening with this guy? Oh my god. Bailey! Bailey, thank you!
This is a public service announcement.
Oh.
Kirsche and chat are super mega cute and wonderful. Less than 3 breaking news. I got freaking 3rd place in my competition.
Oh, hell yeah! Congratulations, you're fucking nuts. Thank you, Bailey, my guy. Thank you, Bailey, and congrats again on winning your tournament. Be jammin', thank you. In the South, we use jet puffed, young lady. You will use it and like it. Absolutely not. Nothing can beat the texture of original fluff. Zlumpy, thank you. Instead of seducing men with popsicles, you seduce them with kebab. Sorry for weird spacing, YouTube censorship. I don't think you should get seduced by the way I eat kebab. I feel like that would be horrifying because I'm eating the food. Oh my god. Glowy adjacent got doxxed by Hassan orbiters and fucks with them. Oh, okay, I see. Fearful. Fearful of retaliation, Doe claims he relented and submitted to yet another encounter. His initial protests were overheard by a second witness who was staying in the adjoining room, according to the lawsuit. Doe claims Hajdini later admitted to drugging him with Rohypnol or roofies and an erection-enabling pharmaceutical substance to ensure he could perform before coerced encounters. Fearful of reporting her behavior and allegedly concerned JPMC would not properly investigate his claims, Do began seeking job opportunities elsewhere in late 2024. However, he claims in the complaint that Hajdini and other senior managers conspired to derail his prospects with aggressively negative references after learning of his plans to leave. Once again, this just sounds like he wanted some Izzat. He's just like, imagine what I could be if I could get JP Morgan Chase to bow at my feet over some fake allegations. I'm gonna look for a new job and I'm gonna do just that. Imagine the riches I could behold. In May 2025, Do delivered a written complaint to JPMC detailing what he described as race and gender-based discrimination and harassment, and a pattern of severe sexual abuse. A week later, he claims the firm began retaliating against him. That included receiving anonymous threatening phone calls from individuals he believes were acting on behalf of Hajdini and others, attempting to scare him into silence, according to the complaint. Now just wait until you're back in New York, brown boy. You better stay away, snitch. One caller allegedly told him. On June 9th, 2025, Do says he received a voicemail from someone claiming to be a manager at JPMC, telling him he wasn't welcome because of his skin color, adding that people don't want you or your kind here. I just, how does anyone believe this shit? This is like, this guy makes Jussie Smollett look completely fucking honest. Like he's a beaming little cherub who would never tell a lie. He's laying it on so thick. Another caller allegedly threatened to contact U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement about him and his family. Well, I mean, can I just point out once again how he seems obsessed with people who hate him, calling him brown boy? Like that's just a fetish thing, man. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Do claims the company took overt steps to retaliate against him as well, the complaint states. Within days of filing his report, he says he was reprimanded and then locked out of all company systems and placed on involuntary leave, a decision he claims HR linked to his complaints. Yeah, if I got a complaint that was poorly written erotica fan fiction, I would also lock that person out of everything because I'd be like, I don't trust what they're about to do. I have a bad feeling. Meanwhile, he alleges that Hajdini and other executives he accuses have faced no comparable action. JPMC denied Do's claims, insisting an investigation found no evidence to support his allegations. Hajdini is still employed at the company. In an interview with the Daily Mail, Do's attorney, Daniel Kaiser, called his client's allegations horrendous and disturbing. Kaiser said Do has been left devastated personally and professionally by the treatment he was allegedly subjected to. He claims his client has been diagnosed with PTSD and continues to struggle financially because his reputation has been damaged and he has been unable to find another job. Do is seeking damages for lost earnings, emotional distress, and reputational harm, as well as punitive damages and changes to the bank's practices, according to the complaint. Didn't archive any of the comments, that's unfortunate. Sure, it wasn't them firing him and locking him out of everything for threatening a senior executive. Imagine. Those cannons have devastated him. Oh my god. After Craig read part of this article, I'm gonna refresh this because he even put like a little disclaimer thing here saying that it was definitely found out to be fake afterwards. But I just have to read some of the comments on this because I cannot believe these people are real. I cannot believe it. My devastation can only be cured with $50 million. Let's see here. Nice to see that everyone is still making fun of and not accepting the idea that men can get raped. You vaguely touched on it for a moment, but an easy way to make it so you don't so easily do that is imagine that the guy is in the story is your daughter and the girl in the story is the guy you hate the most in the world. Totally equivocal hypothetical, by the way. If you still think it's funny, then guess what? It actually is. Otherwise, you're just another example of the horrible things wrong with our society. This guy has been thoroughly mind raped. He can hear people reading a very obviously fake story and tries to relate it to real instances of sexual assault. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. You feel bad for the woman now? How does she handle all the crap coming her way? I was saying that, and when I get to these other articles, I think the biggest condemnation of this entire story is the fact that these allegations came out. They were incredibly insane, and so everyone intelligent knew that it was fake from the get-go. But the fact that there had been, like, so many investigations and the woman didn't have any repercussions while the investigations were going on, I think really forms an indictment of how women are de facto believed and still have the power to actually lie and ruin a man's career without, it doesn't matter if he gets exonerated after because the damage has already been done. This woman is going to have reputational damage for sure, but she didn't lose her job. The investigation obviously found out that this was fake, like everybody could already tell. And so I think this level of, like, investigation and protecting the individual at first should happen when it comes to potentially fake allegations. Okay, let me try it. My daughter completely fabricated a story about my worst enemy. Yeah, still doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah. You think this guy should be forced to be the test dummy in women's self-defense classes where they demonstrate where to strike rapists before running away? I think that would be a good job for him. I would agree. Let's see, what else is here? Using a person's trauma to fuel xenophobic jokes says more about your own insecurities than it does about the victim. What victim? The woman is the victim here. The man lied. Harassment is a universal issue that requires accountability, not racism. If you find humor in someone being mistreated, you're part of the problem that makes workplace safety so difficult to achieve. It's not xenophobic to find it funny that Izzat is part of Indian culture, and they try to participate in Izzat in a high-trust community, which leads to them saying outlandishly crazy things and being held to account for it. That's my purse, I don't know you! You wonder how many of these silly comments are bots or LLM agents? That's what I'm saying. Like, some of these have to be fake, right? There's no way that all of these people are this upset. These are the blue button pushers, bro. I can't laugh at a fictional story because bad things happen elsewhere. Grr. Oh my god. Okay, let's see what else is here. Because there were so many dudes. If the roles were reversed, does the people would still be laughing? Brown Hands typed this post. This is an Indian. If the role would reverse, does the people would still be laughing? Sar, do not redeem your white lady executive cannons. They're not for you. Do not redeem. The fact you guys laughed when you all thought it was real was pretty disturbing. When? When did any of us think this was fucking real? Quite literally, all of us said this was fake, and I said I would believe Juicy Smollett before I believed this guy. When did we think it was real? It's funny and fine as long as it's a male that is abused. No abuse took place unless you want to call the abuse of the woman from this guy lying. It's not funny. It's not funny and it's not fine if it's real abuse or a real rape, but that didn't happen. This isn't real. These things happen more than you know. Men don't report it because all they can expect is laughter and further humiliation, and you guys just proved it. Brother man. Brother man. This is the same kind of like rhetoric that fucking dumbass white women have used when they're just like, if we don't believe all women, if we have call-outs and repercussions for those that lie, it'll be harder for the real victims. Shut the fuck up. Absolutely. If someone lies about some shit, they should absolutely be laughed at and made fun of, and it should follow them for the rest of their fucking lives. Chet, thank you. I like the name Chet. Faking sexual assault claims is how the Canadian government got our top generals all fired during COVID when they refused to enforce vax mandates on the troops. That's how you got General Erie, who did and fired special forces guys for not wearing COVID masks. That is horrific. What the fuck is even Canada? Uh-oh, retard alert. It was so fantastical you believed it for about 3 sentences because everyone in finance is a sociopath, but when it was clear it was just his Jamboy fantasy, you noped out. Yep, pretty much. Then everyone wonders why men take their own lives, or do you laugh about it as well? Well, to be fair, the man in the story, it would be a net benefit if he took his own life, right? Like, let's be honest here for a second. This is a guy who had a really good job, and he tried to lie to harm the reputation and the job of not only the company he worked for, but a woman in the company who would have probably been taken completely out of anything and just blacklisted from the entire industry. So yeah, maybe you have a point here. The liar, the one who's the abuser, the man who did the damage, maybe, you know, maybe. Ice Bees, thank you. The real kicker is that you weren't even laughing at the man being abused, but how outlandish the things the abuser supposedly said, like cannons. Like, I'm only left with the possibility that these are just angry Indians that were calling out the Azat, or bots. Like, these can't be real people. Why are you finding this guy being assaulted so hilarious? Because he wasn't assaulted. Because it was very obviously fake, you blue button pusher. The woman in the story is apparently not even his boss, it's just someone explaining more. Even if the story was fake, it's amazing how if a man is claiming abuse, people just laugh about it. Shake my head. Bro, did he miss the, like, fucking Dubai porta potty nonsense? Did he miss all of, like, Instagram thoughts going over to Dubai to get shit on? Or vice versa, and everyone making fun of them? Like, let's be real here. If it's outlandish, and especially if, like, they're wanting to participate in it in order to elevate their status, yeah, it's funny. It's funny and it's free fucking game. You were late. Did Foxu eat any breakfast today? I got some bad news for you. I got eggs and bacon in front of me that's probably not gonna get eaten. I got some bad news. It was funny because it was fake. If this was real, it wouldn't be funny. Some of the shit that she said would still be kind of funny. Cause like, who fucking calls their tits cannons? Like, that would still be funny. But the entire story wouldn't be if it was real. Like, come the fuck on. Hayden Wayne, thank you. The real question now is how many transfer requests were sent by employees of JP Morgan asking to be moved to her department? That's a great question. Battleizer, thank you. Sar, the cannons betrayed me, Sar. She did a harassing to me, Sar. She called my wife lady weird. Please provide 1 million in iTunes gift cards. Laughing while you thought it was real, that's just sick. None of us thought it was fucking real. None of us thought it was real. Oh my god. I'm 4 minutes in now, but I still don't get what's so hilarious about a young man being raped. Oh, it was a hoax. Well then. No, it's still not funny. I'm done for today, guys. These have to be other Indians just not wanting us to call out the fact that this guy is a fucking liar who tried to ruin this woman's reputation. A fucking Redditor. What a society we live in. When a man has the courage to come out and talk about being abused, people laugh and say, I don't believe it. Even when there's evidence, witnesses, and the abuser openly admits it, people still laugh. I don't find this funny at all. What fucking alternate reality did this guy come from? What? Where did the abuser admit it? You fucking illiterate freak. What fucking evidence? Yeah, exactly. What fucking evidence? He wouldn't cooperate. He wouldn't cooperate with the investigation. What fucking evidence? I was like, these people, they watched the video. Craig read the same exact article. He skipped over a few pieces. So we didn't get the gem nugget. We didn't get the gem nugget down here where they basically said like, where is it? Not this one. This part. He skipped over this, telling him he wasn't welcome because of his skin color. Craig didn't read that. So it was even like missing some of the context with how crazy this was. But they got the same exact article. They heard they heard that he wouldn't cooperate with the investigation. He courage to tell a lie. Mayoi haki jikuji. What? That doesn't sound Indian. It's fucking Rajesh over here. Or Rajesh angry that we noticed it was a lie. Point of view? You're a mod for a VTuber? I don't even know what that one means. I don't even know what that one means, bro. Oh, God. You guys shouldn't be laughing. I guess you've never met a man who was sexually assaulted. It's rare because not many women are that sexually aggressive, but it does happen. And men can be more traumatized because nobody believes them.
To fight the double standard. The problem is the story is so outlandish from the start. And also if a woman did something
I was gonna mute it, but I couldn't find the button fast enough. God hates taxes, thank you! You think they're brain broken because they're too concerned with treating male victims the same to fight the double standard? The problem is the story is so outlandish from the start, and also if a woman did something similar, we'd laugh at her story too. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, these people are crawling into the wrong attic if they want to claim double standard. Because every single one of us on that podcast would absolutely call out a woman doing false accusations as well. Like, it's just an insane thing. You don't fight the double standard by trying to double standard yourself. That's how you just get more feminism. You try to hold the people lying to account. That's what you should be doing. Phoenix DS, thank you. He loved how I read a part yesterday in the Findom voice. That story is so fake, it should be laughed at. Culture disrespects women. You had some who were disrespecting the female dispatchers. Jesus Christ. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Dumbass white women use essentially what my little sister just said to me. Basically shaming you for poor conversation skills, for not doing a I need to not automatically dismiss potential victims BS. My family sometimes. I'm sorry. Does no one remember the Keemcock? To be fair, I could absolutely see content creators getting big enough of an ego to say some shit like, yeah, you like that big juicy Keemcock, right? Like, it's... Get camed on, nerd! No more in ya. Alright, beautiful. Wait, if we don't fight the double standard by doing the double standard itself, isn't that the opposite of what I was saying about the black VA for Diana? Need to enforce the standard to hold them to their principles, right? So what I'm saying in regards to this, if we fight the double standard by doing the double standard, that means that we will be supporting men lying about sexual assault and rape. You should not support someone lying about sexual assault and rape. And we all know exactly how that would go. If we only call out the men lying about sexual assault and rape, the women will continue to go unpunished. You need to start advocating for punishment for women who lie about rape and sexual assault allegations. That is what needs to happen. Enforcing a single standard is the opposite of applying a double standard. Yeah, the double standard would be supporting and celebrating men who lie. And I think that's a very bad thing to do. Say you're gonna keep... Supreme Leader Ren, thank you for the $5, buddy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Where was I in this fucking thing? And men can be traumatized more because nobody believes them. Also, it's normal for a man to cry because his sexual morals are being violated. You think all men are happy at the thought of breaking their marriage vows? I can absolutely imagine that the man brushed off his boss's sexual harassment at first because he thought as a man he was in control of the situation, and his pride didn't want to see himself as a victim. Also, in his culture, it's very unheard of for a woman to throw themselves at a man like that, so he probably was in disbelief. Can we get the rape statistics in India, actually? Can we get the male on woman rape statistics in India? Can we just Then things escalate and get worse and worse. And he's genuinely in a precarious position with losing his job. A job he worked hard for in a very expensive city where he doesn't know what he'll do if he loses his job. She shows up one day drunk and starts giving him a blowjob out of the blue. He doesn't stop it because he's shocked this is even happening and scared of losing his job, but still absolutely sick at the thought of doing this to his wife. So that's why he is crying. All that rings true if you know a man who has been sexually assaulted. The reason it's rare is not because men can't be distressed by sexual encounters they didn't want, but because women are rarely the sexually aggressive. that doesn't mean I automatically believe him. I don't automatically trust a man any more than I trust a woman, because both can lie. But the story is plausible enough, you shouldn't laugh! I don't know who the fuck Mark X1126 is, but he should be involuntarily committed to a psychiatric ward for the safety of everyone else. This is like, I don't know what is in this guy's mind, but it is not functional, and that's horrifying. He's gooning too close to the sun. Plausible? He said she called her breasts cannons. Bro wrote a whole ass Bible of cancerous nonsense in a YouTube comment section. I am just astounded. Like, how are there so many fucking retards? How are you this retarded? You are not gonna make it. You are not gonna have healthy children. You are not gonna survive the communist revolution. You're already fucked. You can't even tell the fakest of fake sexual allegation story on the Daily fucking Mail. And you think you know anything about anything? Your entire worldview is probably built on like fucking Play-Doh and Barbie castles, dude. Holy shit. On average, half of the population. Like, I know people are retards. I cover said retards on stream. But the level of retardation in this comment section was just... it blew my fucking mind. And Mazurkonis, thank you. That commenter is continuing the fanfic. He's just wanting to write a side story expansion for himself where he gets the blowjob and he's crying. And this is our dating pool. Dating is so fucked, dude. The thing you're noticing here is that all of these people are purposefully and willingly ignoring the racial angle from the story and calling out people who laugh at it, while the story itself has a heavy racial angle with the brown boy comments. Well, yeah, they're probably blue button pushers. If I had to guess, right? If we take out the fact that these could be bots or just like ChatGPT kind of things, right? Let's live in the reality where all of these are actually a real individual who actually spent time typing out this like drivel, right? Let's just live in that reality for a second. That's an unfortunate reality. But these are probably all like leftist voters if they're real people. And so it's just like, of course the white woman took advantage of the poor little brown boy. I thought you made peace with Synthetic Man's audience. Well, not so much his audience, but with him, yeah. What is a blue button pusher? Dem voters? It's the red button, blue button thing that's been going around on Twitter. It's like, if you push the red button, nothing happens. But if you push the blue button, you die unless more than 50% of the population also presses the blue button. And it's like, I could see the argument for like, sure, if I'm in a high trust society and we have too many like actual low IQ retards, you know, well, that wouldn't make sense because you wouldn't have low IQ retards in a high trust society. So that even falls apart once you start thinking about it. The only logical thing to do is to press the red button because nothing happens. The people who press the blue button are like holding a gun to their head and being like, you're a terrible person if you don't push the blue button and save me. It's like, why the fuck would I save you? You're holding the gun to your head. Just put it down. Just put it down and hit the red button, bro. You thought it was the red button is to kill the blue button pushers? I press the red button because it's the logical thing to do. You press the red button because you want to kill the blue button pushers. We are not the same. If no reward for blue button, then why push? Blue button pushers aren't fit to survive. You'll let natural selection occur. That's exactly what it is. Everyone who pushes the blue button is somebody who would have fallen to Darwinism before we had so many social safety nets. Slumpy, thank you. Do I know of any of the typical lol cow political streamers that picked the story up? I'd be very interested how they interpret this. I don't even know who would be considered a lol cow political streamer. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Motherfucking... And I already read that. Thank you again. And my Draconis. The magic Darwin button. The fact y'all were laughing so hard at this story is disheartening and disgusting. Shout out to Blabs, though, for not looking amused by it, at least. I think he needs to change his name and his icon because he's giving autistic people a bad name by being this retarded. Why would he do such a thing? I'm sorry to all the autistic people out there. Autistic people love hedgehogs. Don't give me that question mark, Stray Wolf. Blabs was busy producing the show. True. True. And it's also like... when there's multiple guests on, I always have to figure out, like, okay, I'm going to say my thought and I'm going to continue my thought and I'm not going to stop talking. Or I started my thought, but I started at the same time as someone else, and so I should stop talking and let them go first. It's like a constant struggle. And that's it's a constant struggle to figure out, like, when I should finish my thought or when I should be like, oh, okay, sorry, you go first. That was literally actually Kirsche. His mom forced herself on him, obviously. Jesus Christ. The current blue button pusher cope is, well, what if there's a baby that pushed blue randomly? Why are babies voting in this analogy? Because, like, when people talk about this, I originally think, like, oh, okay, it's only voting age people. But then people are like, well, what about children and the disabled? And it's like, well, I guess children, if the children are gonna vote, they should have an adult that votes with them, right? And what about the disabled? Well, we shouldn't be legislating for the lowest common denominator, so if they do not understand that they should push the red button if they want to live and press the blue button if they want to die, I don't know what you want me to do about that, actually. The original poster verified that infants would get magically teleported into the voting booths. You can't have a child, like, push the button. That's actually the problem with these kinds of thought experiments. What are all the parameters? Pretty much. You would need, like, a tight set of parameters to, like, really close up the hypothetical. And like I said the first time this got brought up, once you start getting into those parameters, it gets very eugenicsy. If we take it super literal, the vote can't finish because it would include those in comas or otherwise incapacitated. Yeah, they can't... If it would include people who are incapacitated or in a coma and thus cannot push buttons at all, they're just in the booth forever. And thus the experiment never comes to a conclusion because not everyone pushes the button. And, like, how do you account for birth rate as well, right? Like, if somebody's in the middle of giving birth and the doctor's, like, pulling the baby out of the birth canal, at what point does it get teleported into the voting booth? Like, if just the head is out, does it not really count and so the doctor has to keep pulling it out? Or, like, if the doctor has it pulled out, like, up to the umbilical cord, it gets teleported away? Like, how does exactly... Even if children are involved, third worlders will vote red and outvote blue 20-1, and the vote would finish when they die of hunger. Condition to die wouldn't apply to someone who abstained. Well, that wouldn't make sense. That changes the entire fucking equation. Because, like, if you can just abstain, wouldn't that be the same as pushing the red fucking button? Because if you abstain, and if you push the red button, in both cases, nothing happens. But if you abstain, you're also adding to less people hitting the blue button. So then the blue button pushers could be like, well, by abstaining, you're also killing the blue button people. It's literally the fucking same as pushing the red button. Shove a ballot box up the birth canal. The thought experiment is fundamentally about choice. Those incapable of choosing would not receive the button. They can't choose. That is what I would assume, right? You would bring in the thought of, like, consent to it. A child cannot consent to things. They are a managed entity until they are of age. Since they cannot consent, they should not be given the option to choose, because they fundamentally cannot. As someone who has been on X since this whole thing started, the loop sucks. It really does suck. It really does suck. My side right, your side wrong. Fuck you. Lady Takanashi, thank you. Doublethink nonsense is the concept of the thing. Subconscious gaming, thank you. Absolutely stupid false reporting. It's already hard for people to be believed, more so men. Women are getting believed less now because of false reports. False reports, specifically abuse, should be heavy penalties. I agree. I agree. And the fact that we don't have heavy penalties for, like, lying about this shit is a huge indictment of where our legal system is. Shit needs to be fucking fixed. Forbidden Cat Belly, thank you. Quarter Pounder is a lolcow political streamer. Sure. Sure, Mr. the Quartering, can you react to this article? I still can't believe during the debate with Sneeko, Moist Critical said it's okay as long as the parents consent for the children. That's not just a slippery slope, that's lubed up with Dawn dish soap. My exact retort to that logic is that when that kid grows up and realizes what the parents have done to them, hopefully the only people they take out are the parents and they don't have any collateral innocence in that. The way you see it, if you choose the blue button, it's your fault when you die. Yeah, that's exactly how I think. Master, and thank you. TLDR, some people, like Christians, will push blue. If red wins and enough people push blue, the resulting population decrease would collapse society. I very much disagree. I think even, like, with fear-mongering in current year about declining populations, any kind of, like, population decline in a short term isn't going to be horrible for society. People will still have children. Those children will be replenished. We have a different problem with birth rates in current year than merely just not enough people or too much of other people. But I don't think it would collapse society. If red wins and everyone who pushed blue perishes, I think you would be able to build a much better society. Hot take. Because all the blue button pushers are the ones that pay attention to lowest common denominator. They try and they legislate on everything based for those who are not capable of building a society. They want to protect all of those people, and I think to a degree that can be seen as potentially a good deed, depending. But if you want to have a functioning society, the blue button pushers are the ones who get in the way of that. Blue button pushers are the type to refuse to shoot someone that is shooting at them. They incite terrorism, and they are the reason criminals know that they can victimize people. 100%. 100% Ghost of Aces, thank you. Can you hit the blue button and hope no one else hits it so we can get out of the thought experiment? True. Baja Cat, thank you. The woman in the story had to delete her LinkedIn due to harassment. Legit, this man is getting sued into oblivion for actually ruining her career and reputation. And I hope he does. Phoenix DS, thank you. Blue button, red button, trolley experiment is getting out of hand. Just play Cards Against Humanity for a laugh. Actually, don't play Cards Against Humanity because the people who made that game are fucking cucks who pick and choose what is okay to laugh at. And so I think that you should play, there's a game that's like it called, like, Who is Zizzy or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but that one's way better than Cards Against Humanity. Absolutely fuck the Cards Against Humanity people. Absolute cucks. And blue button pushers celebrated Kirk being killed. True. Pretend you're Zizzy. Thank you. That's what it's called. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Can we reverse the colors so that the commies can push the red button instead and get Thanos snapped? Lost Monster Man, thank you. Quote from a Cheetown YouTuber said, "Push the button, Mo." I don't know what that means. Master Prick, thank you. You think I'm misunderstanding the blue people when someone remade the test and specified only adult able people vote. Red won overwhelmingly. I don't think I'm misunderstanding. I think that makes perfect sense that that would be the case. Ghost of Aces, thank you. You're gonna argue the only Christians that will hit the blue button are performative Christians like Metcalfe's dad and the last two popes. So not real ones. I would say you're probably like 95% right. I'm sure there are going to be some that view sacrificing themselves as a good thing. Tyron Dracon, thank you. How are you doing, Kirsche? Have a good weekend. You have good weekend. Sigrun Eterna, thank you. Critical Charlie said worse, actually. He said that arranged marriages are bad and shouldn't be allowed, but then immediately said that a child should be able to get HRT from a doctor absent parental consent. I do not understand how, like, children... I'm putting consent in heavy quotes here because obviously they cannot. I don't understand how, like, the children consenting to mutilation stuff has been, like, this brain damaging to people. Like, it's just like kids cannot consent to anything, so therefore they cannot consent to that too. Why would this be an exception? And I've said since like 2012 or some shit, the people trying to say that kids can consent to any kind of hormone therapy, to any kind of sex change, anything, to any kind of quote-unquote informed consent about where their reproductive abilities will be years from then, they're insane. This is a slippery slope to getting kids to consent to sex, is exactly what that is. If you cannot see that, I do not know what, excuse me, to tell you. They've not undergone puberty yet. They have no idea what they're consenting to. 100%. Whiskey Patriot, thank you. New girlfriend called you a himbo. Is that good or bad? Good. Very good. You're probably a goofy, silly guy. Battleizer, thank you. The choice is literally red, okay. Blue, I'm feeling lucky. I'm never feeling lucky. Wanted Drip, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, my guy, thank you. Zlumpy, thank you. What about the people that push both buttons? Those are people who would have been involuntarily committed, and I'm sure nothing is lost. You wish you were a himbo. You can always be what you wish to be. Ice Bees, thank you. As a Catholic, in our circles, the only ones who picked blue either misunderstood and changed their minds when you explained it as a suicide pact, or were women. More evidence to repeal the 19th. Man, I remember that pregnancy pact that happened when I was in high school. That was crazy. I want to say it was like somewhere in New England that it happened too. The degenerates always pick like a 16, 17-year-old girl getting married as a child bride and call it wrong while justifying puberty blockers for an 8-year-old. Man. Can you open up the button and see what's inside? Pregnancy pact? Yeah, I can't remember what high school it was at. I'm pretty sure it was like in New Hampshire or Maine or Massachusetts. It was somewhere around there. But there was a group of like four, 5, or 6 high school girls. I'm trying my best to remember something that happened when I was in high school, all right? There was like 4, 5, or 6 high school girls that made a pregnancy pact. And so all of them wanted to get pregnant together at the same time in high school. Didn't they make a movie about that? If they made a movie, I have no idea. I was deep in the MMO fucking swamp-ass mines at that point. Let's see. I'm scrolling again. Show this to fools who say you should believe all victims. True and real. She's not fired immediately for allegations. Oh yeah, she's not a guy, huh? And this is where I dislike this story. Because it's like, yes, this was so fantastical that everyone was like, oh yeah, we're not even gonna put her on like temporary leave with pay, right? But anytime a guy has allegations, his reputation is ruined, his sponsors leave immediately, he gets fired from his job. Like, his life is ruined as soon as those allegations are made. And I think that is the immediate problem. Shit got exposed when we found out Planned Parenthood was actually being funded with tax dollars. True and real. Very telling that the women and men are laughing at this. Reverse the sexes and this podcast would be deleted tomorrow. Double standards on full display. The land whale cartoon laughing is why men despise women in 2026. Apparently, I'm why men hate women. Holy shit, man. This guy's gotta be an Indian. There ain't no way. Sar, I will never let you redeem. And reverse the sexes and the podcast will be deleted tomorrow. Yeah, not because of any of us on the show having double standards, but because of YouTube potentially having double standards, right? Like, I don't think it would get deleted, but if it did, it wouldn't be a double standard of Craig or Blabs or me or Jake. It would be a double standard of YouTube. And it would be wrong. It would be wrong for that to happen if a woman came out with a crazy fucking fanfic, right? Of like, what's crazier than Keemcock that I can call a penis? Like, if a woman came out and she was like, yeah, my boss came up to me and he was like, I'm going to give you the sword of Excalibur. I'm going to bury it so deep no one can pull it out again. I'd be like, this bitch lying. Like, that's obviously not real. The Trump RP thing, if you believed Trump was pissing on prostitutes in the Obama Russia suite, I got some news for you. Cladex, thank you. Kodiak got fired from Cyber SA. That's a good point. I called that bitch out immediately. You meant the old lady. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. Not gonna lie, you don't understand why people are complicating the stupid red and blue button. The red button is a consequence-free button, and whatever happens won't affect you negatively. It feels like a microcosm of just our political landscape in general, because you have people on one side being like, hey bro, did you notice that the Emperor's actually naked right now? That's kind of weird. And then you have other people going, actually, you're wrong. The Emperor's definitely wearing clothes. How dare you say that the Emperor is naked? That's, like, incredibly bigoted of you. And now I'm going to go contact your job and get you fired? Gates got an STD from a Russian prostitute and tried to secretly give his wife antibiotics in her drinks. Yeah, that guy's fucking crazy. The guest interrupting every 5 seconds to say something dumb is infuriating. Has this guy never watched React content before? Like that's what you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to, like, read until something interesting and then you're supposed to react to it. Like, if you just sat there and read the article without giving any input, then, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Lamby chop, thank you. That's good stuff. Quick, write it down. Oh, God. The co-host with the pat of butter on its head ruined this video screaming laughing. My audio was really bad, I'll admit that one. If a male co-worker made advances toward her in this way, she'd freak out crying and call the police. Well, no, it would be fake. It would be fake. A male co-worker wouldn't do that. If a male co-worker wanted to sexually assault me, he would just, like, hold my wrists in the janitor's claw. He wouldn't even need to roofie me, man. Like, men are stronger than women? I don't know if you know this, but... Who's the motherfucker who said Fox who ruined the video? A whole bunch of them, apparently. Hates Kirsche, check. Is retarded, check. Many such cases. That's what the carry gun is. That's true. That is what the carry gun is for. And not if they're Indian men. Fair. The pregnancy pack story was from Gloucester. Thank you. Thank you. That's an old-ass fucking story. Hot damn. For some reason, I can't copy that link, though. That doesn't stop men from using drugs. Have I seen the urban men? From the safety of my window. Foxy would be into it if he tied her up first. Ryfile, thank you. What if the Emperor is super ripped? Some people really don't like VTubers on side-scrollers. I don't... Like, it's really disorienting when I see people commenting, especially on, like, my videos or streams on side-scrollers, about how VTubers are ruining the show. Considering, looking at statistics, when I'm on, I bring quite a lot to side-scrollers, viewership-wise, super chat-wise. So it's just really disorienting that, like, anyone would complain about that when it's obviously in reality not true. Those guys are retarded. It's like 95% VTubers now anyway. Xenosaga sweep! True! They're just mad that Xenosaga won. Fair. Fair. You're kind of a big deal. I'm a niche micro celebrity. Please don't perceive me. Fillion's channel got wiped? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Like it, what? Fillion hates us? What? Her channel's still here. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied. You lied. I'll check her YouTube in case her YouTube's been deleted, but if it hasn't been, mods, ban the guy who brought that up. Okay, alright. Her channel's here, but everything is fucking gone. I guess this is the wipe for her rebranding, I'm guessing. That's spooky. I don't like seeing it dead. Chatter saved by a dick hair. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy's bird watching, but for himbos, she probably has a rare himbo book. A himbo coloring book would be so fun. She's finally coming back. Great. I just like, she's been dead silent for so long. I need to know what happened. Emperor Creatine, thank you. You heard someone mention super ripped emperors. Remember, creatine can be a pathway to many gains that some would consider to be unnatural. This guy's an alien. Garugamesh, thank you. She's gone. We all lost her. Damn. Felina's flipped into the next dimension. No Wi-Fi access. I'm just interested to see what she will look like when she comes back. I'm interested. Let's see here. The butter dog. It's me with the butter. Butter dog.
All hail the butter dog. She is the pinnacle of Kirsche evolution.
Yeah.
All the haters shall be fed to the hungry Kirsches.
Yeah! Yeah! Thank you, Battleizer! And soon you will have a Kirsche to feed your enemies to. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. Fillion is actually joining the next wave of Nishi-Sanji En. Don't you fucking put that curse on our Filipino boy. You shut your whore mouth.
You've been a bad girl.
Ghost of Aces, thank you. Rest in peace, Filipino boy. Absolute horror, thank you. Balls spared. Balls have been spared. That chatter gets head pets instead. God damn. God damn, that's crazy. Alright. Anything else? Anything else in here? I've read West Asian men have a weaker average grip strength than white women, so that might explain the whole thing. What the fuck? Holy shit. Gonna need to see some evidence. We got smart people farther down here. Got some smart people. Anya Munya. That guy's a writer. Don't say that. Den mother behavior. Ooh. Ooh. Why is she laughing? Oh, I don't know. Because this guy is writing fan fiction erotica and trying to turn it into a lawsuit? Maybe get some more brain cells. At 4 minutes, approximately. You really laughed? Swap the genders and it becomes outrage. Really can't stand the double standard. Do better. Yeah, I also can't stand the double standard. We should be holding women accountable for lying, just like this man will be held accountable for lying. At least your dick doesn't smell like curry. I'm gonna have to start using that, man. Holy shit. I'll read this, guys, because this is actually like a sincere thing. He said, this may be fanfic, but I actually had a boss a little like this when I was younger. Not to this extreme, but she was an unattractive middle-aged woman in upper management. Which, that is the key thing that is different from this JP Morgan Chase executive story. I would absolutely expect this from, like, an unattractive, middle-aged, childless, feminist management lady. With a huge power trip, she used to aggressively hit on me and some of the other guys who worked under her, and did not take rejection well and made veiled threats. She was friends with the boss and the HR lady too, so she felt invincible. I left to get a different job. I'm glad he left to get a different job, because that sounds like a horrific boss to have to work under. Good on that guy for getting out of it. Let's see here. Let's see here. Sounds like fan fiction. Yeah, obviously. Thank you for being smart. Oh, I think this is the one that I posted on Twitter. When I first read these and I was like, holy shit, some people actually believe the story. Let me first state, I really like this channel and usually agree with a lot of people's points. However, I have to say this is the worst ever response I've ever heard regarding this alleged allegation. I ask what is funny, exactly like how is this remotely a lol hysterical story? What, because the female is attractive? It not only makes this acceptable but hilarious. What looks have to do, position, wealth got to do with this? Is it any wonder men don't report these crimes with responses like this? This is another person that needs to be involuntarily committed for the safety of everyone around them. I can't continue to support this channel because this has been the most wild take I've ever seen. You should be embarrassed, especially the VTuber in the middle, yucking it up. Really hope nothing like this ever happens to your loved ones. Well, I mean, if someone wrote a fan fiction about a family member, I'd be like, that's pretty fucking weird, but it's not real. Also, why are you showing the man's picture? Makes no difference whether it's public knowledge. It doesn't mean you have to further spread the guy's identity. The pictures in the story weren't even of the actual fucking guy. They just used like stock footage of like some Indian dude because nobody knew the John Doe identity in the first fucking article. You absolute mongoloid. Holy shit. It's like, could we set up a program with like Japan? Because Japan is our greatest ally, where we take people like this P. Noble Jr. guy and we're like, hey, Japan, we'll trade you this unhinged individual to work your rice fields in exchange for stopping hiring any kind of Americans or Westerners to translate your works. You know, can we make this trade? You can get some free rice labor. We can have unmolested anime. It'll be great. They got the Shutterstock Indian office worker. What the fuck was this Brigade of the Comments? Is this some Reddit post or something? I don't know. I wonder if somebody did post it on Reddit. That would be funny. That would be funny. This guy had a pretty good idea as well. This sounds like it's either a disturbingly detailed fantasy or a way to cover up an affair. I didn't think about that angle. I didn't think about maybe there was an affair. I was just like, this is whole ass fake. Ain't no way. Kinda gross. They're laughing at the story. You people. What does he mean by you people? As a proud person of anime, a female person of anime at that, I find the calling us you people very disturbing and very racist, and he needs to check his privilege. I really like side scrollers, but doesn't know who Kirsche is. Almost as unbelievable as the story itself. Oh my god. Binary Mind, can you ping me to that thing that I linked ages ago? Where I was like, this is the most ridiculous I used to be a fan of Kirsche but that I've ever read. Like, this is a perfect time to bring it up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Please use the scroll wheel to move your avatar to the back of the bus! Good lord. You people are disgusting! How dare you laugh at this man's horror! You would not be doing this if it was a woman! Yeah. Yeah, actually we would. If it was written the exact same way, if there was a woman who was just like, he wanted to redeem his penis canon in my caves, and I said nay, I would also make fun of that, yes. You people are the reason why men don't come forward when this stuff happens. I am reporting you people! We're gonna need to resurrect PewDiePie to make another diss track for Indians, man. Good fucking god. Where do I sign up? These VTubers are not making the show any better. They are cringe as fuck. Well, the statistics show otherwise, fucking freak. You can't say Dante Bio, that's our word. Believe it. My dad works at Microsoft. Prepare to be redeemed. You get a feeling the comments are filled with Asians. Yeah, it's gotta be either bots or like Indians trying to Izzat farm. Actually fucking crazy. I have no idea what to say about that. Let me see if I got that pingu. Shit. Well, let me scroll and see if I can find it, because I was posting a bunch of shit. No, it's not that one. No, not that one. I don't think I spoilered it, so...
Thank you for being on my screen and in my headphones on this day of my birth, Fox Woman.
Birthday! Hold on, I will give you a proper happy birthday soon. I am scrolling in my Discord DMers. I'm scrolling, I'm so far back. I'm so far back. I almost read something that would have been horrific. Did I scroll past it? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Am I crazy? Was it not yet? Maybe it was 2 days ago. I don't know. I don't fucking remember, man. I don't fucking remember. No. You found it? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling up so I can't read it. Yeah, here we go. Binary Mind found it and sent it again. Thank you, Binary Mind! Mod scream into the void. Shatter ignores him. It's like one of those Twilight Zone episodes. So the Democrats tweeted out a lie. I mean, I guess technically not a lie. Your agent shot a mother in the face and then called her a fucking bitch, which is the truth, but they didn't say what led up to that, because she was a fucking bitch. She was happy she hit him with his car. A couple people corrected me because I said tried to hit him with her car. The video does show the car connecting to his torso, so she did in fact hit him. So he shot in self-defense. How is that okay to leave out that context? Lying by omission to make your perceived enemies look worse. And then this fucking guy who I would like to point out, I can't show it in this browser, hold on. This fucking guy, I would like to point out, let me go to my real browser with my real Twitter account. Properties. Fucking Chrome here, let's go, buddy. This guy doesn't even follow me, by the way. Doesn't even follow me. Isn't even following me and is trying to make this argument. It's the same thing every time you see someone start off a conversation like this.
Kirsche, as a fan who wants your audience to be as big as it can be, you misrepresent facts often enough for this to at least be somewhat hypocritical. I want you to have legitimacy. The right needs more of it. Look, gay progressive illiberal lady is encouraged to drive baby drive and hits officer with her SUV in an attempt to escape detainment. Duke Nukem shoots lady who is a mother in the face, killing her and calls her a fucking bitch. Where's the lie? No reason you can't say edgy shit while telling the real story. You can be a rising star with based cred that people go to for source. Or you can be just another YouTube personality looking for engagement. One has an audience full of kids. The other has a solid base who can back them up with confidence.
Once again, someone claiming to be a fan, always a red flag. Like, it's never the case. Never the he's even calling the ICE agent Duke Nukem, and you want me to believe you're fucking impartial here? Are you kidding me? You fucking kidding me? Where is the lie? It's a lie by omission. The Democrats tweeted this out because they know it riles up their base. Because they know that their base believes that the agent did not get hit by the car. Despite that being what is shown in the video you can view with your own fucking eyes. They say this because they know people will believe nothing happened and he just shot her because he's an evil Nazi bootlicker. That is what they believe. That is why they leave out the context. And this last paragraph is just... Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I didn't know that all of you married 40-year-olds with kids were actually the kids. His name is fucking Iscariot Rex. Judas Iscariot betrayed Jesus, and Rex is Latin for king. His name is basically Traitor King. He's definitely not a fan. User located in Canada. Okay, buddy. We're kids at heart. Piotr Borowski, thank you for the plins. Just be yourself, Kirsche. F the loose loonies. Well, yeah, but it's fun to laugh at him. You do like Hot Wheels. If you're gonna lie, at least make it believable, right? The most believable lies always have a nugget of truth. Garugamesh, thank you. It's just like JFK. She just did that! True. Ryfile, thank you. Fuck yeah, Duke Nukem! Yeah, make all the ICE agents Duke Nukem now. Back to the whole... I wanted to read this, but I guess I can't because it was in an archive. So let me get this in a real article, but I'm not done! We have updates to that Daily Mail story. So after side scrollers, bombshell sex harassment suit against Lorna Hajdini, JP Morgan branded help. JP Morgan branded complete fabrication as John Doe is unmasked. A former JP Morgan staffer, whom sources identified as Chirayu Rana, has been accused of making fabricated sexual harassment claims against a high-ranking executive at the bank after an internal investigation found no evidence of wrongdoing, the Post has learned. Multiple sources told the Post that 35-year-old Rana, now a principal at investment firm Briegel Sagemount, is the man who brought the bombshell lawsuit against Lorna Hajdini earlier this week. I would like to remind you that at the bottom of the original article that we read on Side Scrollers, and that low IQ fucking possible chat GPT bots have been saying we are terrible people for laughing at. Kaiser said Doe, Kaiser's his lawyer, by the way. Kaiser said Doe has been left devastated personally and professionally by the treatment he was allegedly subjected to. His client, he claims his client has been diagnosed with PTSD and continues to struggle financially because his reputation has been damaged and he's been unable to find another job. 35-year-old Rana, now a principal at investment firm Briegel Sagemount. So is the lawyer lying too? This is why you have to hire a Jewish lawyer, not an Indian one, right? Like they're gonna vet everything you fucking give them because they want to win. Unable to find another job. Dude works for a competitor. Oh wow. Rana's suit filed on Monday. Aw, the butter dog revealed the Count Chocula.
Kirsche, you have encouraged me to start making content to stand up for what I believe in. My first short vid is a video aggregate program called Grey J, taking some power away from places like YouTube and Twitch. I appreciate you, Fox Lady.
Ooh, that would be pretty fucking interesting. I hope to see the fruits of your labor. Thank you, Toradora's extended warranty, both for buttering my goddamn dog and for your contributions to the creator community. Thank you. Thank you. Why the long face? Good lord. Rana's suit filed on Monday under the pseudonym John Doe accused the 37-year-old executive director of turning him into her sex slave by drugging him with Rohypnol and Viagra and threatening to slash his bonus if he did not comply. This guy doesn't even look real. Like, Count Chocula here looks like an AI hallucination. And you expect me to believe he was being sexually harassed by this lady? Like, there ain't no fucking way. So this is like a this is a fanfic, bro. His head is just a bit too long. This is your song, thank you. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. This is your song. Thank you, Small Nyanta. Thank you, Small Nyanta, for the 100 fucking slaves, brother man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
As a Kirsche fan, it's really disappointing when she doesn't hit her daily Munya quota. Frown.
No, Munya. Thank you. I'll try my best, but you know, you might have to whip me to hit those quotas sometimes, you know? Why does he not look real? That's a great question. Next question. The Daily Mail broke the story on Wednesday evening, citing lurid details from a now retracted court document that has been withdrawn for quote-unquote corrections. Ooh, bratty lawsuit need correction! The British tabloid, quoting the now deleted court papers, reported that Hajdini, executive director on JP Morgan's leveraged finance team, even turned up unannounced at Rana's apartment and forced him to have sex. You're expecting me to believe that this tiny woman went to his house and forced him into the gimp suit? Oops, all lies. Hajdini hit back in a statement issued to the Post via her lawyers. Lorna categorically denies the allegations. Hey, what about that fucking retard in Side Scroller's comment section saying that the abuser admitted to all of it? What about the reality that guy's living in? She never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this individual or of any kind, and has never even been to the location where the alleged sexual assault supposedly took place. Rana, who did not reply to the Post's multiple requests for comment, claimed that the alleged coercion began shortly after he joined JP Morgan's leveraged finance team in the spring of 2024. He filed an internal complaint in May 2025, alleging race and gender-based harassment and abuse of power before trying to negotiate a payoff that ran into millions to leave the company. You know what would just put like a giant shit-colored bow on this entire Is At story? Is if he somehow was here on an expired visa. Like, if that ever became a part of this story, I think I would need to take a day off and just sleep. I would need to just recover from how ridiculous this whole thing would be. Bartimus Aurelius, thank you. Crazy theory. Maybe there was an affair going on and he thought she would give him a raise or promotion since they were intimate. He was mistaken. At this point, I don't even entertain the like maybe they were having an affair angle. It just sounds entirely fan fiction. You don't understand, Kirsche. She showed up at his place drunk, reeking of booze, demanding his curry-flavored dick as his wife watched in horror. Wait, that's true. What the fuck would his wife's reaction be if this lady showed up at his house? Hold on, wait a minute. More holes in the story. Lambie Chop, thank you. Indians everywhere devastated. The twin cannons have fallen. Sir, another cannon has hit the milk truck. The suit also named JP Morgan Chase as a defendant, accusing the bank of retaliation and failing to investigate properly. Daniel J. Kaiser, the attorney listed on the New York County Supreme Court docket as representing John Doe, did not return the Post calls seeking comment. If I was this lawyer and I was reading these updates publicly on my own case, I would be trying to think of how I can dig myself out of this as quickly as humanly possible. Because taking on like this as a lawyer just makes you look incredibly incompetent. Never met a sane finance bro. I've been saying it for years. I dated a finance bro. I have a couple of friends in finance. There is no one sane in finance. You need to be a sociopath in order to make it anywhere in finance. So, like, I would definitely think that all of these people are to some degree fucked up in the head, but to the point of sexual assault, definitely not. Are there any that are 6'5" with blue eyes? As a stock market man, you feel personally attacked. Baja Cat, thank you. Racial discrimination too, huh? Man, this guy was just spamming scam lawsuits at JP Morgan on his way out. Well, it's racial discrimination because she kept calling him her little brown boy. Eric Wammel, thank you. She doesn't need to be stronger. She's packing 2 cannons. She can do whatever she wants. True. True. Sergeant Buck, thank you. His wife was just a very heavy sleeper. Don't worry about it, kitten. Oh my god. She unzipped my pants and told me to call her pussy the needful. Don't you work in finance? Last I checked, my job was to be an anime clown on the internet. I don't think I work in finance, bro. She got the special beam cannons. JP Morgan strongly denied all of the claims. A bank spokesperson who refused to be drawn out on the identity of Doe said a thorough internal probe by the bank's HR department and in-house lawyers, which included a review of team phone records and emails, found no evidence to support them. Following an investigation, we don't believe there's any merit to these claims, the spokesperson said. While numerous employees cooperated with the investigation, the complainant refused to participate and has declined to provide facts that would be central to support his allegations. The Post has also learned that Rana did not report to Hajdini. The two were simply colleagues on the leveraged finance team, which works on large corporate acquisitions, mergers, and buyouts. People familiar with the matter said Hajdini reported to Managing Director Brandon Graffio, while Rana was supervised by another Managing Director, John Wolter. It means she would have no sway over the size of his annual bonus. One colleague described Rana, a former basketball player and Rutgers graduate, as socially awkward, but someone who, quote-unquote, met the requirements to remain at the bank. This is the most professional way I've ever heard someone phrase, this guy is dead weight and shouldn't be working here, but technically he meets the requirements to remain in his position. Like, that is the fucking wildest thing. This is like on par with when somebody responds to your email with, per my last email, like basically just calling you a fucking retard who doesn't read. Affirmative action hire. We can't fire him. Oh my god, we can't fire him. It would look bad for our DEI goals. Smiling Reaper, thank you for the 50 months of Proom, brother man. Thank you, big, huge 50. Thank you, thank you. That's like you claiming you technically meet the requirements to not get muted in this chat. Friends of Hajdini, who is still working at JP Morgan, said she is viewed internally as a top performer. He has tarnished her with a complete fabrication, said one ally who is not authorized to speak to the media. Ooh, daring today. Hajdini's own LinkedIn profile shows that the NYU Stern School of Business graduate and wine enthusiast, of course a middle-aged white woman is a wine enthusiast, what are we doing, spends her spare time outside of work volunteering for Minds Matter, a nonprofit that helps underprivileged youngsters achieve their dream of going to college. Okay. Property records link Rana to an apartment in Manhattan's Kips Bay neighborhood and a $1.7 million family home in Fairfax County, Virginia. Bro is already silver spooned. What is he doing? Why did he need more is that? Rana's journeyman career in finance has included stints at Houlihan Lokey, Credit Suisse, TCG Capital Markets, Morgan Stanley, and the Carlyle Group before he joined JP Morgan. He is now a principal at Briegel Sagemount, a New York-based firm led by Goldman Sachs alum Gene Yoon that invests in software, digital infrastructure, healthcare IT, and financial services. Chat, put on a little curry-scented tinfoil with me for a second here. Considering in India, it's considered a virtue if you're able to scam people, and considering Izzat culture is a thing there as well. I wonder if he thought that he could play the same game that he could in India, where if you have a competitor, you can just make up lies about them and they'll just pay you off to get you to shut up and go away. And then you get the Izzat from winning your case against your previous employer, as well as the Izzat for propping up your company above their competitor. That's a generational faker. That's an interesting angle to think about. We actually see if lies are true in this country. True. Sometimes. Some people don't really care about the truth, unfortunately. Phoenix DS, thank you. Looks like she put John Doe through the meat grinder. God, what a curry fanfic. This is Bollywood on steroids, you know? Piotr Borowski, thank you for more plins. May weekend means your diploma and field games. I almost read Ma as like Massachusetts because it's all caps. Well, congrats on the diploma. Congrats, my dude. You have an upside down smiley face though, so maybe you're not happy about it? -1 million is that for getting exposed as a porn-addicted knockoff Count Chocula lookalike in global media. Do you guys know those memes? Can I find an example really quick? These like social credit score China memes. I kind of want to start seeing these, but for like Indian Izzat, like +15 Izzat has been credited to you and your family, Sar. I wanna start seeing those. Izzat for the curry god, scams for the scam throne. Exactly, man. Holy shit. No trial date has been set. The lawsuit remains reportable because court filings in the United States enjoy absolute privilege against defamation claims, shielding media outlets from liability as long as they fairly and accurately describe the allegations. It means they cannot be sued even if the claims in the complainant letter are proven to be false or malicious. That's kind of scummy. Like, I get what they're doing. They're being like, we're just reporting on us. The woman can't, or we're just reporting on this. The woman can't sue us for reporting on it. But that kind of feels like shit. Yeah, like that kind of feels shitty, you know? Brandon Jaspers, thank you for the 15 months of Prume. Thank you for Pruming. You don't hate the media enough. Oh, man. If they do start making memes like that, it's imperative that do not redeem is included in the bottom right corner as fine print. True. That's awful. Now she has to have this always on her record. Yeah, unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. And then there were more people posting stuff about this. They finally got a community note. JP Morgan's internal investigation found no merit to the sexual harassment claims. Accuser refused to cooperate. Executive says it's all complete fabrication. It looks like this guy asked a random scam chatbot legal site about his baseless claim 10 months ago. Chirayu Rana gave his name, email address, and phone number to a site for legal advice that specifically says it is not legal advice, which then posted their full conversation. And I think my next tab has this page as well as the others. It says, I was raped, sexually abused. Yeah, okay. So this was another one. 10 months ago, Chirayu Rana went to a legal chatbot and asked about suing his former company for sexual abuse. Key details were different. Rana asked about Morgan Stanley, not JP Morgan. Rana has worked for both companies. He also made his abuser male rather than female. It's clear that he was workshopping his story. Otherwise, the stories were similar. Conclusive proof that he's lying. This guy deserves to have his life ruined. Do not have mercy in this case. 1000%. Please keep this up the next time a woman is caught lying about allegations as well. I'm sure this guy would probably agree, because most of the people calling this out as fake tend to be the intelligent ones. So this is from Ask a Lawyer. I was raped, sexually assaulted, harassed, and forced to do drugs by my former boss at Morgan Stanley. I was then... Customer says hi. J.A., I'm guessing is the lawyer. Hello, I'm here to assist you. Could you please share a bit about the legal issue you're facing? Customer, so the fucking guy lying here, said, I was raped, sexually assaulted, harassed, and forced to do drugs by my former boss at Morgan Stanley. I was then retaliated against for seeking to move groups internally at the firm. J.A. said, I'm truly sorry to hear about your experience. It's important to address the situation. Could you let me know if you've already reported these incidents to any authorities or HR at Morgan Stanley? The lawyer said HR conducted an investigation, but they ultimately made me sign a separation agreement. J.A. said, thank you for sharing that. Did the separation agreement include any clauses about waiving your rights to pursue further legal action or discuss the matter publicly? The lawyer said, yes, but I was forced to sign under duress. J.A. said, I understand. It's important to address the circumstances under which you signed the agreement. Have you gathered any evidence or documentation related to the duress or the incidents you mentioned? The lawyer said, yes, I am ample evidence. I am ample evidence. Why is a guy who can't even speak English properly working at a bank, working like deep in the finance infrastructure and being responsible for like business acquisitions? Can we just, I don't think you should have this job in the US if you can't speak English. Yes, sir. I am ample evidence, sir. J.A. said, thank you for letting me know. Having evidence can be crucial. Have you already consulted with any legal professionals about your situation? The lawyer said, no. J.A. said, I'm truly sorry to hear about the distressing experiences you faced. Could you please provide the zip code where these evidence occurred? Sorry, that's just really funny that they ask it that way. As it will help us better understand the legal context of your situation. And the lawyer gives the zip code. I don't know if it's the right zip code. I don't think New York zip codes begin with the number 9, but I could be wrong. J.A. said, thank you. I need some further details to help the lawyer. Can I have your full name? 90012 is California. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure 9 starting is California, but like, I don't know. And then the lawyer said, Chirayu Rana, please, I need your help. J.A. said, thanks. What's the best email for you? The email is redacted. J.A. said, got it. And could I get your phone number? The lawyer's phone number is redacted. J.A. said, okay, thanks for the info. The lawyer can help with your case against your former employee. And how would you like to connect with the lawyer? Phone call or online chat? And then they took a phone call. What are these other pages? Joyce Law Expert. Okay. And it says, hello, I'm Redacted, an attorney with Just Answer. How are you doing today? I hope you're well. I understand you have some serious concerns regarding your former boss and the situation you face. I'm here to help you navigate through this. The liar said, I'm doing fine, thank you. It's been a tough time for me. I was sexually assaulted. He spelled sexually correct this time. Assaulted and harassed by my former boss, and he even forced me to do drugs. It's been really hard to deal with. Joyce Law said, I'm truly sorry to hear that. Have you reported this incident to police? Hello, help, I am assault. The liar responded, no, I haven't. He threatened me while I was living in Redacted, and it made me really scared. I was working on Redacted, and it's a small world there. I moved to Redacted for this job, and when he found out I was looking to transfer to another group, he became hostile. I recorded all our phone calls, so I have plenty of evidence. Joyce Claw said, that sounds incredibly difficult. You mentioned signing a separation agreement. Can you tell me more about that? The liar said, yes, I signed it because I was scared and felt I had no choice. He said he would ruin my career if I didn't comply. After I signed, he started spreading lies about me, claiming I made everything up. It was disheartening because most people at work didn't know the truth. The Joyce Law said, I understand how frustrating that must be. Did you seek any counseling or support after these incidents? And then the liar said, I've been struggling mentally since then. It was a terrible experience, and I left under awful circumstances. He told everyone a false narrative about me, which made it even harder. Shirayu Rana is a principal at Briegel Sagemount, where he's responsible for origination and underwriting investments across the software, healthcare, financial technology, business services, and consumer services sectors. Prior to joining Briegel Sagemount, Shirayu was a vice president at JP Morgan. Wait a minute, hold, that's not what he was. He wasn't a vice president. What the fuck? Where he focused on originating, structuring, and underwriting sponsor-backed credit opportunities within the software and technology sectors. Previously, he was an investment professional at Morgan Stanley Investment Management, responsible for underwriting, executing, and monitoring private credit investments. Earlier in his career, Chirayu served as an associate in the Strategic Credit Solutions Group at the Carlyle Group, and as an analyst and associate in the M&A Group at Credit Suisse, based in New York. Man, Baja Cat, thank you. This man's been working on his story for a year now, and the obviously fake story he put into his lawsuit was the best version he could land on. I genuinely have no idea what he was thinking. He was probably just thinking in terms of, like, how Izzat works back home, and thought he could play that game here. Like, it doesn't make any sense. He was a VP, they were the same rank on different teams, he didn't report to the lady. How did he get to be fucking a VP on any team? I think this is like a worse indictment of hiring practices than it even is about the liar himself. We know how. I'm so sick of DEI and H-1B shit. He checked the DEI boxes. Phoenix DS, thank you. You'll bet that he had that job to skim money to launder back to India? Oh, absolutely. He just wanted a quick settlement payout from the company. Never give up, chat. This retard could be VP at one of the largest banks in the world. You can make it. That's a good white pill in the dark, bro. Battleizer, thank you. He had 1 year to edit his fanfic and still had that slop as a final product. It's truly shameful. Phoenix DS, thank you. Looks like she put John Doe through the meat grinder. God, what a curry fanfic. I read that already. Thank you again. I was raped by a man. It was awful. 12 months later, I was raped by a woman. It was awful. Maybe he thought it would be more believable. Because he was like, I do not want the other Indians to call me gay. I'm not gay. I love the bobs and vagine. JP Morgan has a CEO that has no idea what the fuck his company does or how it works. I don't know anything about the JP Morgan CEO. He would fire him just for the poor quality of his writing, you know? Roadkill, thank you. West Coast zip codes 90 to 96 California, 97 Oregon, 98 and 99 Washington. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought 9 was West Coast, but like, I could be wrong, right? I don't know every zip code in the country. The dark pill. And then we have Devin Erickson making a long diatribe here that I thought was very nice. Country's gone so backwards that unfuckable immigrants are successfully reverse me-tooing blonde white women. It's me-pooing, actually. Hashtag me-poo. Devin said, someone once observed in any conflict, leftists will always side with whichever demographic causes the most social harm. This creates a hierarchy with white men, the primary civilization builders, at the bottom, and Muslims at the top. Here's how this works. And I was like, we talk about this pretty frequently, but I have never put it in such, like, succinct terms, and I don't think I ever would have been able to. So I think this was put in a very interesting way that goes along with how we talk about the oppression Olympics in, like, lighter terms. Fan service and games, thank you for the 11 months, brother man. In a healthy society, people who build civilization are revered, and people who cause social harm are despised. And there is a hierarchy that runs in the opposite order, with respect and resources going to those who serve civilization. This creates a natural opportunity for power-hungry subversives. They can recruit each layer of this hierarchy by exploiting their resentment against those above them. All they must do is frame their merit-based status as unearned privilege. And when you do have some examples of, like, assholes getting in from nepotism who definitely don't deserve to be there, you can point to those examples and make them a lot larger than they might seem. What the white women were not told... White women were recruited to leftism by stoking their resentment of white men and promising elevation above them. And I would say this is specifically talking about, obviously, like, Western countries who were built by Europeans, because communism has subverted more than just the Western nations. And this was the feminists are useful idiots. Feminists can be used to stoke the gender hatred between men and women, and then relationships will fall apart. Dating becomes obnoxious. Men don't want to deal with women anymore. Women think men are evil, and then you just have everyone fighting all the time. Birth rates collapse. Economy kind of fucking struggles. Was MIPA his boss? What's a MIPA? What the white women were not told is that they would be placed beneath everyone else, often literally. Black people were recruited by exploiting their resentment of whites, but they weren't told that every benefit they received would eventually be taken away and given to third world immigrants. Homosexuals were promised elevation above the breeders because children are needed for civilization and sodomy is not, but no one told them that transgender people would rule over them. And no one told the transgenders that Muslim community would be allowed to segregate and oppress them far more brutally than the most ardent of white bigots. The most brutal irony of all is that all of these groups who are recruited to fight for leftism end up far more brutally oppressed than they ever were by mainstream pro-social white society. I would say European society, but I guess potato, potato. Because natural civilizational hierarchies are based on contribution. There's a certain amount of prejudice which exists because people can reason inductively. But if you are a mixed-race lesbian engineer who can actually build useful shit, then it's at least possible for people to eventually overcome their surprise and break you off a nice house in the suburbs and some forbearance wherein people don't really talk about the real relationship between you and your roommate. Under leftism inverted hierarchies, you have no such chance. Sure, during the transitional phase, you'll be elevated for being a mixed-race lesbian, regardless of whether you can do anything useful or not. But then Muslims will be allowed to throw you off a roof when it's time to pander to them in turn. And we've seen this happening, not quite at the throwing off of a roof portion yet, but we've seen this happen in 2 states so far. We've gone over the articles, and I can't remember specifically what happened in Michigan? I think Hamtramck is the one in Michigan. The Hamtramck City Council became majority Muslim, and as soon as they became majority Muslim, they decided we're gonna get rid of all pride flags. You can no longer have pride parades, anything to do with anything gay, it's fucking gone, get out. And then the previous city council members, like one of them was a lesbian, and she was like, I can't believe we've done everything to help you, to help your immigration, to get you housing, to get you food, and then you backstab us like this. And it's like, well, no fucking shit, lady. What did you expect? What are you talking about? Oh my god. Hamtramck and Dearborn? Yeah. And that's happened twice now. Twice now. This white or white-passing woman probably voted straight Democrat and cheered for Me Too to avenge her resentment against white men in general. She probably never dreamed that she would, in turn, not only be thrown under the bus, but that she would be targeted by the precise same weapons her sisters were given to unseat white men with. And J.K. Rowling found out in vivid, larger-than-life detail what happens to white feminists when the left has a new darling to cater to, who can be used to unravel some still intact piece of civilization. You see, by the early 21st century, the left had no more use for white feminists, because everything the left wanted to use them to destroy was already destroyed. Women were already spending their 20s and 30s on cubicle jobs and abortions, instead of marriages and children. The workforce was already doubled, and the price of labor had already crashed. Fertility rates were already dropping, and people were already marrying late or never. It was time to recruit a new wrecking ball to turn against some other corner of the edifice of order. And the price of that was easy to pay. Just confiscate everything you once gave them and give it to transgenders instead. And he's using the slur, so I'm not saying that. And I'm saying transgenders, but I also want to point out that people are going to clip this in bad faith, I imagine. My stance has always been there is a massive difference between actual dysphoric, medically diagnosed, needs mental health help, is experiencing an unfortunate human condition, right? And people who are activists. The activists and the fetishists and the people who are doing it to be trendy, those are the problem individuals who have been given these Marxist tools to destroy things. I do not believe that it is the people who are actually diagnosed with dysphoria, who just want to be left alone and live their lives. I don't think they're doing any of this nonsense. And to think we get this truth post for free. I saw it and I was like, I have to read this, even though it's like a little on the danger edge because he uses slurs. Fair, you never changed your stance. Yeah, but I mean, people will clip it out of context, so I have to loop on something that everyone who watches me already knows, you know? Kirsche can be a coconut, but she has some real skill at editing words and articles on the fly, on occasion. The actual bodies of the white feminists, as well as other women and their daughters, could be used again. Sold out to third world men who want to rape them, all by simply turning a blind eye. And that's probably going to sound like incredibly offensive until you realize that's quite literally what's happening in Europe and in the US, and to a larger degree. I can't speak for every instance in obviously like the UK or Germany or France, but in the US, our entire justice system has basically been inverted to protect criminals and release those criminals to cause terror on all of the actual Americans. Like, it's been literally insane. And the best perk of all of this is that they'll still vote for you. And he's right about this. It doesn't matter that you have now destroyed all of the useful idiots that you've used in the past. They're going to still vote for you because reversing course requires admitting a mistake. And a lot of people are incapable of doing that even without years of propagandistic programming. It's just a fine forum. If that, like the fact that the Irina Zarutska murder happened, it's been like a year, almost a year, something like that. The fact that her murderer is still alive is wild to me. That was on camera. That should be an open and shut. You have 2 weeks and then we're executing you. Like he should have just been shot. Like that shouldn't even be controversial. He murdered someone in cold blood because of her race for no reason. That should be an easy, we're going to arrest you. We're going to go through some paperwork. You get about 2 weeks. We're executing you. Absolutely should have been open and shut. Why are we here a year later and he's still alive? What are we doing? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Let's be honest, the activists and fetishists have 95% overlap when it comes to trans, much to the annoyance of everyone else. Once again, my tweet is fucking evergreen. Once you realize that most trans activists, keyword that all the people who hate me like leaving out, the firing line is too dignified for him, should just give him the forever sleep juice. Oh god, Sean, thank you. Dear LGBT peoples, everything you think is bad about conservative Christianity, Islam is that on steroids. It saddens you that they can't see that. I have no idea what makes it impossible for them to understand that. It doesn't make sense. Because it's literally observable with your eyes. But I guess if you've been propagandized to not trust anything your eyes see and only trust what you're told, that's like the only conclusion, I suppose. It's not rational, it's not logical. Devin's a great Twitter follow. He constantly writes some great essays. I've liked a handful of his tweets. I know when I brought him up before, someone in chat said that, like, someone doesn't like him and there's, like, some beef somewhere. I don't fucking know. I don't know about Twitter beefs, man. Gonna start calling alcohol sleep juice now. Or alcohol sleep juice. I always think of that one line. I think it's a Nicki Minaj song. It might be super bass. It's like, pussy so good he be calling me NyQuil or some shit. Put his ass to sleep. I refuse to see the truth because it would mean agreeing with the people they have been taught to hate. Yeah, it's a very weird box to have trapped yourself in, where you just can't acknowledge reality because you'll agree with people you've been taught to hate who actually just aren't wrong at all. That's Anaconda. Oh. Thank you, chat. Most people just literally lack the ability to think critically to the point where they can actually examine their own beliefs and why they believe them. It's kind of... I don't want to say scary, but it's like a little bit anxiety-inducing when I do have, like, sort of open discussion with chat, when I'm, like, trying to express, like, I think this thing, and a bunch of people in chat are like, well, here's more information about this thing, and I'm like, huh, you bring up a good point. Let's think of this further. Let's see what more information is. Because for some reason, people just expect, like, content creators to know everything immediately while simultaneously thinking we're also, like, room temp retards. And so it's like, as a content creator, when you try to be, like, extrapolating the information you have and you try to understand what's going on, people will just, like, get angry at you for not immediately taking their side and believing the things they say. I'm like, you guys saw that with a lot of the Iran stuff. Like, I made that tweet asking a question, and a lot of responses I got were like, what are you, a fucking retard? Why are you talking about something you don't know anything about? Why do you love the Jews? And it's like, what? I genuinely have no idea what's going on in the sandbox, and congratulations, now I will never care. Glass it, get rid of it. I don't want to think about it ever again. I'm a spoon, how dare you ask questions? Don't worry about the sandbox, kitten. Hell yeah. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Even removing the word activist, it'd still be like 99% accurate, yeah? Yeah, this, I remember back in the day when, like, some people were slowly waking up to, like, how insidious the activists were being, and they were like, well, they're like a loud minority, and I'm like, you're still not there, bro. Those aren't the minority. That is the movement. The minority are the actual transgender people. Their mindset is probably the same as, that's not real communism. That's the stuff that happens under Islam isn't true Islam. Your guess? It could very well be that, but it's like, I'm just tired. I'm tired of, like, this weird double standard. Living in anarcho-tyranny, the state fails to enforce laws against criminals while punishing law-abiding citizens. It's absolutely tiresome. Under the floppy hat is a yarmulke. I wear the pineapple to keep the yarmulke in place. Wait, can women even wear yarmulkes? I thought that was only a male thing. Wait, if I'm a 600-pound black guy, I can wear a yarmulke. Okay, it checks out. It's lore accurate. Toast Engineer, thank you.
You were referring to earlier. I wasn't saying you can't like his tweets. Just wanted to warn you so we don't have another I want Chadman to draw me fan art situation.
No, and that's completely fair. And I wasn't like calling out, well, now that I know it's you, I'm gonna say you. I wasn't like calling out you for like saying erroneous shit or like, oh, this guy was bitching. I wasn't doing it that way. It's just like someone in chat, you in chat, Toast Engineer, tried to tell me something about this guy. I don't even remember what the fuck you said, but I was like, I don't know what beef he has. I don't know what the issue is. I just the way you explained it, you didn't even explain like what the issue was. So I was just like, I don't know how much I should care that like someone else that I read tweets from doesn't like this guy that I read tweets from. Like it didn't make any fucking sense to me. Praise floppy hat. You're one of those Ethiopian Jews. I'm a black Hebrew Israelite. Praise Yakub. Can we just really appreciate how absurd 600 pounds of fat is? Whenever I see the people on my 600-pound life, I just get, once again, confused. Like, I understand that they get to that size because the eating that they have is an addiction, and they have people that enable them. And when you're addicted to something, even if your brain is like, stop! Sometimes you just can't, right? But it's like, how does nobody around them want to help them get better? Like, Why are you still making an entire stock pot of cheesy potatoes and then feeding it to this person at one time instead of making them, like, I don't know, some fucking spiced chicken breast with, like, asparagus and maybe a little bit of ketchup as a treat? Like, what? I don't understand. You're mostly confused how they can afford to eat that much? Food's fucking expensive. I mean, you're paying for it. They are most definitely on some kind of welfare and or food stamps. So you're paying for it. You mean to get that big, it has to be like 24/7? I could not imagine. I could not imagine. Hammer of Subtlety, thank you. Have I seen the new Dem dude running for Senate in Maine? The one who had a Nazi tattoo? The Dems running defense for him? Like, it's in the past now? Yeah, we've talked about him a handful of times because I read a lot of stuff from the Maine Wire. There's a guy named like something Robinson who writes a lot for them, and I see his tweets a lot. But yeah, I'm not really surprised that Democrats are propping up the actual Nazi candidates, since they are the party of Nazi tactics while calling all of us Nazis. It's a little funny. It's a little funny. We're paying for it, comrade. You paid more taxes than me. Okay, that's fair. We're paying for the 600 pounds of fat to eat. You think what it is people who care about someone who have a problem is scared of that person cutting them off and them just falling to pieces if they push too hard. That's just what you'd assume. I feel like that's a very safe assumption, right? I think that's a safe assumption. I just think that if you care about someone, you don't only be reinforcing to them, right? Like, part of being a good friend or a good family member or especially a good spouse is to occasionally, in a very nice manner, in a way that will not get the other person, because everyone is different with what they get defensive over, right? You want to basically be like, you are incredibly obese at an unhealthy level, and I'm sure you understand this, and I would like to help you lose that weight so that you can live a longer, healthier life. I would like you to stay here with me longer, right? You know? Kirsche pays taxes so that thousands of fat people can stay fat, and thousands of people in my country illegally can send that money back to their home countries. Thanks, I hate it. Are you the reason Asmund thought he was getting fat? That had to have been a joke. There's no way he'd say that seriously. That's your dad, he just never moves and eats all the time. And it can be very difficult to get people out of, like, comfortable patterns. But I think especially when you're dealing with someone who literally cannot move on their own and they are at your mercy for the foods that you give them, you have to give that sort of tough love, like, I know you wanted 7 double cheeseburgers from Burger King, but instead I went to the supermarket and I got some chicken breasts and I put them in the crock pot and I've made a nice chicken noodle soup for you. You could have some of this chicken noodle soup. Doesn't that sound good? Heavy ass chair towel. The staying fat includes rotisserie chicken now. See, the rotisserie chicken is like a two-pronged thing to me, because it's like, all right, I get it. Some people are both incredibly busy and incredibly poor, and so a rotisserie chicken, in theory, sounds like it would be fine to add to the SNAP benefits, especially if we're cutting out things like junk food, right? But then it's like, now that the government is letting you buy rotisserie chicken with food stamps, the price of rotisserie chicken is going to fucking skyrocket, and it's soon going to become something that people who aren't on food stamps are going to have a harder time affording. And there are a lot of manual labor dudes and lonely cat women in their late 40s who survive primarily on rotisserie chickens. You're feeding me basically water. I'm going to starve to death. But instead I bought us a harpoon. Jesus Christ. It's like a conversation your brother overheard years ago when he worked in retail. Oh sure, they have the fat-free, sugar-free vanilla, but they don't have the fat-free, sugar-free triple German chocolate fudge. What the fuck? They misunderstood what Asmund calls himself. He is self-proclaimed trans fat, skinny, but eats unhealthy food like a fat person. See, I knew it was a joke, and that's a good joke. Yeah, those chickens are a cost-loss factor. Kier survives on rotisserie chickens. I ain't that old yet. It's like how you say a friend will watch you make a bad financial decision knowing it's going to hurt you and doesn't stop you. A true friend will call you out and stop it before you make the decision, even if it upsets you. I think the hardest part is like when you really want to have these kinds of discussions with a friend, but they are like any kind of serious conversation makes them spiral into a crazy anxiety puddle. And so it's like, I want to help you. I want things to be better. I try to help sometimes, but every time it's just like, you get angry and stop the conversation, and so I don't know what to do with that. We saw that they passed the chicken edition and immediately clocked the prices on them. We'll check back in a few months. It would be great if they don't go up. It would be great, but I don't have faith in that. You were on EBT when you first went blind. You had a medical appointment that gave you a very specific diet to manage. You could only afford 2 weeks on that diet a month. You just went back to your regular intake at that point. But in some cases, prepackaged food is better health-wise, but also something is better than nothing. And it's like, I would much rather, right, somebody who has food stamps, I would much rather them be buying, like, a healthy rotisserie fucking chicken than, like, a hungry man frozen dinner, right? I don't know if those qualify for food stamps, but I'm just thinking of something unhealthy. Like, I would much rather them get the rotisserie chicken. That just makes more sense. Buy the chickens on discount after they're cold for like $2 each. Wash the outside of them to remove most of the seasoning and salt and feed them to the dogs. Oh, I was wondering why you were washing them. That makes sense. So one of the sad aspects of obesity you don't see brought up is that oftentimes a form of suicide. It's just a slow, subconscious one that tastes good in the process. Yeah, that could also make sense, right? Someone who's like, I would like to die, I don't like being alive, but I don't want to say cowardly because it's a good thing you don't kill yourself. It's like, I'm not going to be able to go through with actually dealing harm to myself, so I'll just ingest food until a heart attack takes me out. Buying healthy is cheaper than buying junk. That is absolutely not fucking true. Anyone who tells you eating healthy is cheaper than buying junk is fundamentally fucking insane. I buy a metric fuck ton of like fresh fruit and vegetables and like meat from a butcher. It is so insanely expensive to live like that. I am in a very blessed position that I can actually do that and not just eat like fucking potato chips and string cheese like I used to. Yeah, like I'm in a very good position. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you making me healthier. But it's absolutely not cheaper to buy that shit. My grocery bill is in-fucking-sane. Literally in-fucking-sane. And most of it is just like, hold on. Let me go to my bank account for a second here. Let me go to my bank account. I'm gonna put my browser down so Devin isn't just in the background of all of this fucking nonsense. Hold on. Where's my bank tab in my normal browser? So my mods don't have a heart attack. I'm not bringing up my bank on stream. It's in my other browser. Don't worry about it. I don't want my mods to think, because they would believe I'm brain damaged enough to open my bank account on stream. So I wanted to make sure that they knew that I'm not gonna do that. I just want to see what my last grocery bill was when I bought meat. So let's see here. Where's my fucking phone? Where's my fucking... I heard it buzz. I heard you. How do I lose my phone on my desk? How do I do this? Oh, I found it. It was under my eggs. And Kier did a little oopsie. Eating healthier absolutely can be cheaper. Buy bulk chicken breast, rice, beans, about as cheap as you can get. I wouldn't call eating just that healthy. Like you're missing like greens and shit, man. You need if you're gonna eat like genuinely, you can eat like a prisoner, sure.
Funding far-right hate groups is that they could only make them say mean words. They still had to make up all of the hate crimes.
I think Kirsche might have the hardest working mods, or at least the most stressed. You know, I try not to contribute to their receding hairlines. Let's see here. No. Where was my last grocery trip? Oh, here we go. So, during this grocery trip, I bought hamburger meat. I bought 2 steaks for myself and my dad. I think they were I think they were sirloin tip steaks. I bought some chicken breasts, plain chicken breasts that I could marinate. I bought a barbecue sauce that I could only get at this store specifically. And I bought hot dogs. I also bought hot dogs. I'm trying to remember. My brain is very bad. So we got hamburgers, two sirloin tip steaks, hot dogs, raw chicken breast that I could marinate. And it was like 6 chicken breasts. It's like 6 chicken breasts. I was like, I think the hot dogs come in packs of 6. So I think I had 12 of them. So 2 packs of hot dogs. It was like 8 patties worth of hamburger meat. I don't remember how many pounds that was, but it made 8 patties. It made 8 patties. And then, the prices inflated a little bit because I bought a couple of those special Italian sodas that I really like. And those are like $4 a bottle. Like they're a little expensive, all right? But it was basically meat, barbecue sauce, a couple of Italian sodas, and I think my dad really likes potato salad, so I got some potato salad already made there. I don't know the family recipe for potato salad. $274. $274. Meat cuts are too high. Yeah, meat is fucking... I saw this on my receipt and I just stared at it the entire way home. I was like, what are we doing? Why is meat this expensive? Meat is really expensive. Meat is insanely expensive right now. With healthy, you think of expensive, healthy food. You can buy cheap, healthy food too. Chicken, eggs, spinach, potatoes, tomatoes. Ignore the beef.
Thank you, Colegrave! Thank you, Colegrave, for the 100 fucking slaves! Thank you!
Oh yeah, Kirsche. Feed yourself. Make yourself a balanced diet of fruit, meat, and vegetables. Yeah, get healthy for me.
Yeah, you want me to get healthy, you reverse feeder?
You can eat healthily for very cheap, but you have to know how. Stock up on meat they over-ordered and need to get rid of cheap. Fill carbs with cheapest grain available and way to make up any protein gaps. A 90 individual is never gonna work that out.
Thank you, Colegrave, for the 100 fucking slaves once again. Thank you. And Toast Engineer. Even when I was still living in Georgia, where prices were much, much cheaper than where I am now, fruit was not expensive, man. Like, just buying the fruit for my fruit salad, I would buy grapes, blueberries, raspberries, blackberries, strawberries, pineapple. The pineapple itself was like probably $7 or $8 if I'm remembering right. But like, that shit was costly to make. You swear people are lazy and don't know how to budget and cook. You can absolutely budget. But it's going to be not a robustly healthy diet. You find when they put the discounts on meat because it is about to reach its best before date, you get like 45% off on pork chops and freeze them. Yeah, that's pretty good. Fruit will always be cheap for Kirsche. She just needs to call something cute. Jesus. Paying for shipping. You spend less than $50 a week even right now. That was just meat. And if I want to find like non-meat grocery items, so when I go buy fruit and vegetables and then like fresh potatoes or whatever, where's the last time I bought that? Here we go. That was like back on the 22nd. Yeah, regular groceries, non-meat groceries, $207, buddy. $207. And I mean, like, I'm living in a place where it's a bit more expensive. When the Bunker Bros were helping me get all over here, we went to a butcher place, and he was just like, so your filet mignons here are more than double the price where we were getting them back at the Bunkerland. It was fun. It was awful. $50 a week for food is expensive, dude. If you want a discount at Stop and Shop, you know, a nice himbo who you can set me up with, who could get me an employee discount at Stop and Shop, That's like bragging. If somebody told me that on a date, I'd be like, oh, this is a winner. This is a winner. I used to pick my jobs when I was younger based on employee discounts. So I worked at GameStop so I could buy games and game consoles at a discount. I worked at Macy's so I could buy clothes at a discount. I worked at a hotel so I could get hotel rooms at a discount. Like if you are not like super wealthy, you need to be min-maxing your discounts, man. You got to think about what can I do to pay less money? Employee discount. She's a gamer. I worked at a brothel. No. Work at Twitch so you can get an Amazon discount. Oh my god. He's single and in mass, taking care of his mom. Aw, what a sweet guy. Top freaking ramen is going. I saw Top Ramen for more than 99 cents for a packet the other day, and I was like, what the fuck? You know the economy's fucked when ramen is more than $1. Ain't no way. You gotta start chatting them up. The grocery store girls. Exactly. It's like, you can definitely eat cheaply, but I take umbrage with people calling it, you can eat healthy cheaply. Because I would say no. I would say no. And when you get into that, you're gonna have to take all these fresh ingredients and cook them. A lot of the times that stuff goes to waste, and so people just buy the quick ready-made stuff. It's more than 25 cents a pack now, you know? Wifey and you spend around $150 per week for groceries. That's about what I would spend. I would say $150 every 2 weeks. For like, cause I paid for groceries for Tim as well, cause he helped so much that I couldn't go outside the house for. So I was just like, yeah, whatever we do grocery shopping, I'll just pay for everything. No big deal. The world truly is ending when ramen is expensive. I think truly the darkest times will be upon us if Arizona iced tea ever changes their price. Chicken, beans, veggies, eggs make liberal use of the freezer and meal prep. Yeah, I mean, you can eat that, but the veggies are gonna be... The veggies, if you get them fresh, are going to be more expensive. You can get frozen veggies. Personally, I think frozen ones have an obscene texture, and it makes me gag. But that's a me problem. The price is on the can, yo. Rice, Spam, and eggs. Oh, Spam is disgusting. Spam is absolutely horrific. Even when I was having to lie to my father for what I was using money for so I could buy food for my brother and I since my mom wouldn't feed us, I still never ate Spam. Still never ate Spam. Frozen veggies are fresher. IQF is great. I don't know what IQF is. Usually get 2 weeks of food for an average of 80 to 90. Really helps having a grocery store MVP card. We can save up to $20 every run. I'm kind of jealous of that. I'm kind of jealous. Cladex, thank you. You lost 100 pounds counting calories and gained them during COVID. Let's go! I was gonna congratulate you, but I'm sorry to hear about your COVID gains. Hopefully you can get it off again. Hopefully you can get them off again. Why does vegany and fruit cost so much more in the US? It's like 2 times the cost of your home country? I don't know. But that's why, because fruit is so expensive. When I grew up, my Meme and Pepe, they had blackberry bushes, they had strawberries, they had blueberry bushes, they had raspberries, they had rhubarb. I don't like rhubarb. Rhubarb is kind of fucking gross. She also had a grapevine for a pretty long time, and it had some pretty good grapes, but eventually it died. Unlucky. But it's like, I love their backyard, and I want that too.
Here's a nice steak to stave off the angry cautious.
Drunken Donuts, thank you.
Thank you, my guy. Thank you. You love Spam, Musabi, Hawaiians, no good eats. Huh. I'm just not a fan of Spam or tofu. Got any grape? Yeah, rip the grapevine. I love that thing. Rhubarb tastes like strawberry to you? Anyone else? Everyone in my family likes eating rhubarb with like sugar or peanut butter. I just think that rhubarb has a horrid texture and it tastes bad. Rhubarb lemonade and rhubarb pie are the flavors of summer. I hate them. Fruit's hard to grow, lots of bugs and fungus can be an issue. It is, but I mean, I don't know. My grandparents made it look easy, so hopefully I don't fuck it up. You're fortunate to live in the middle of ag country. Non-bougie farmer markets are helpful for those with less money. That's also very true. If you have like local farm places, you could probably get things for cheaper than the actual supermarket. I am very excited. I'm very excited for summer! I want to patronize local farm places. You see strawberry rhubarb pies for sale a lot where you live? I like turkey pies. Turkey pies are delicious. What's my favorite pie? Turkey. I guess for a real, like, dessert pie, my favorite pie would probably be a good old apple. Boston cream pies are great, but they're cakes. This is why the cake is a lie, because a Boston cream pie is lying to you. It's not a pie, it's a cake. People find it expensive because stuff is out of season and needs to be imported. You have an Amish farm near where you can get 20-pound wheels of cheese extremely cheap? The fuck? That's fucking cool. I want a giant Parmesan wheel. The fact that your introduction to me is the clip of me not allowing my future husband to master debate was an experience. Wee. Loose change, thank you for the 13 months. You stopped playing Blue Archive and gained weight! You started playing it again and now you're losing weight. Coincidence? I think not! Congratulations, I'm sure your Blue Archive Oshi appreciates that you're losing weight for her. Rifile, thank you. You live off sausage, super rich, nutrient-dense food. That you could live like you're actually an Escape from Tarkov, and you could eat like a PMC. Okay, you could get some just like salty sausages and Amelias, you know. Let's go. I love the nutrition crafting station in that game where you put together fucking croutons and water, and it makes like special hydration water. I don't even know if that's a real thing, but I would never want to drink crushed crouton water. That just does not sound great to me. Consume an entire bottle of mayo. You also need to go local and not patronize the Bill Gates synthetic
Spicy
meat farms.
Cat raid. What the hell is
I
this
do not
spicy
wish
cat raid?
for the synthetic meats. You used to do that, playing Stalker. Conquest, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! You linked the Dr. Death. Oh yeah, you linked that thing. I wasn't done with the fucking, is that Indian? I'm getting so distracted. So they have bombshell sex harassment suit against Lorna Hajini, JP Morgan branded complete fabrication as John Doe unmasked. This person said, the story of the year was just made up, and it gets worse. John Doe is known as Chirayu Rana, 35, now a principal at Briegel Sagemount. He left JP Morgan and went straight to private equity. The whole threaten his bonus premise collapsed. Hajini reported to a completely different managing director than Rana. She had no say over his compensation. JP Morgan pulled phone records, reviewed emails, interviewed the full team, and found nothing. Rana even refused to participate in his own investigation. A colleague described Rana as socially awkward, but someone who met the requirements to stay at the bank. Again, crazy fucking sentence. Before any lawsuit, he tried to negotiate a payout in the millions to leave the bank quietly, and they didn't bite. He filed the court filing, and then his lawyers retracted it for corrections and deleted it. The Daily Mail already ran the whole thing, and the rest Twittered it. He tried to get paid, didn't, filed a now redacted complaint against someone who couldn't touch his bonus. Wild. He's whiter than she is. I know, it's crazy. Imagine this woman calling him her little brown boy when she's almost Donald Trump color, man. The croutons and water makes kvass, which is actually made by brewing burnt bread that is high in maltose with fruit in the water. Wait, that's like a real thing? I don't think I would ever buy it, but I would be curious enough to try a sip of it. I would want to try a sip, all right? And then fucking we have one more article. Chirayu Rana, former JP Morgan banker at center of completely fabricated sex slave allegations against Lorna Hajini, left his new job 3 weeks ago. Wall Street financier Chirayu Rana, the anonymous John Doe who filed a sensational and fiercely disputed sexual harassment lawsuit against a JP Morgan Chase executive, has left investment firm Briegel Sagemount. Senior company sources have told the Post. They're just like, we don't want any fucking name in there. We can get us the fuck out. Fucking pull up. Avalanche Grim, thank you for the 444. We've had to eat various kinds of dishes made from beans and rice for 6 months because it's all you could buy. You can eat cheap. I'm not saying you can't eat cheap. You can eat cheap. I had to for a very long time. I had to take care of myself and my brother because my mother was a disgusting, disturbed individual who should not have had children. I know you can eat cheap. Cannot eat healthily cheap. It's just not in the cards, brother. They don't want none of this nonsense. Yep. Want to eat cheap? Reference leaflets video. Why not swap out the beans with bananas? Bananas and rice! So the Daily Fail ruined Hajdini's reputation for clicks. Fuck those sleaze peddlers and their trash clickbait defamation articles. I don't even know, like, if you could blame them, right? Like, I think it's weird when the New York Post added that thing at the bottom here where they're just like, haha tee hee, you can't actually sue us even though we posted this, haha tee hee. I think that's fucking weird. But it's like when a lawsuit comes up of like, hey, this woman had me as a sex slave. I think people are gonna jump on that. I did. I was like, what the fuck is this? I want to read it. And I read it, and I have at least half a brain cell, sometimes. And recognized it as fake. I just got here. Did some poor Sar get his Izat slurped out? I hope whatever lawsuit she levies against him, she basically owns his entire life from here on out. He wasn't a sex slave, but he will be a slave going forward. Of course, Mistress Kirsche jumped on the sex slave. Hold on, wait a minute. B-Prince, thank you. The employum have gone insane. A Battleizer, thank you. Hey, Foxy, are you excited for the new game from the Tarkov devs? Fragmentary Order? Tarkov in space? Why would the Tarkov devs be making a new game when Tarkov isn't even out of early access and now they have like 4 different egregiously priced versions of the game? Like, what the fuck? Why is the highest tier $200 fucking dollars? Nikita! He's going to get his Jam Boy fantasy as he has to work at a golf course since no bank will touch him now. Oh, he's fucking done. Brent Hydra, thank you. Boston Cream Pies, otherwise known as Kirsche on a good night. Soon, I hope. I would love to live that life, barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, man. Loose Change, thank you for the 13 months. You stopped playing. I read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. It's not the Tarkov devs, just Nikita working on both. Okay, if it's one guy, maybe. Where were we? Here we go. The 35-year-old principal's biography remained on the Gene Yoon-led's firm website Friday morning, but this outlet can reveal he abruptly left on April 2nd, just over 3 weeks before he accused Lorna Hajdini, 37, of drugging him and keeping him as a sex slave. So he had left JP Morgan. He had been planning this like weird sex slave story, originally with a boss from a different company, and then he left JP Morgan, went to this Briegel Sagemount place, and then left. Abruptly left? Did he get fired? What does that mean? 3 weeks before he made this horrible lie of a lawsuit? What is going on with this man? The Post exclusively unmasked Rana on Thursday evening with allies of high-flying, leveraged finance expert Hajdini branding his claims a complete fabrication. He doesn't look real! I feel like every photograph I see of him, his eyes are being made slightly bigger. You know that one Twitter guy? I don't think it was Twitter. I think it was her VTuber profile. There was somebody like editing Doki Bird's neck to be like longer every so often until it got like severely noticeable. It feels like someone's doing that with his eyes. The reverse Charlie Kirk instead of tiny face. His face too big, man. Holy shit, put braces on him and he looks like Indian Butthead, not like this. This newspaper approached a Briegel Sagemount for comment before it published the scoop revealing the identity of John Doe. Hours later, Human Resources executive sent a statement saying that Rana was in fact no longer with the firm. Chiraya Rana was employed by Briegel Sagemount from October 20th, 2025 to April 2nd, 2026. Can I just stop once again? Apparently he was some sort of like vice president at JP Morgan. How is this barely literate person a vice president at JP Morgan and then only managed to stay for several months at a different company? Did they realize how incompetent he was? Did they realize, whoa, we need DEI hires to get our government kickbacks, but this is just a step too far? Like, what is happening here? He is no longer an employee, his now former bosses wrote. We are not able to share further information about the circumstances of his departure. Rana's email account with the company, which is based at 200 Park Ave in Manhattan, still appears to be active. A Briegel spokesperson did not respond to the post request for further comment. But the departed money man, I guess you could call him that, the departed money man has started to delete his digital footprint after the news broke that he was behind the accusations against Hajdini, moving to deactivate both his LinkedIn and Instagram profiles. They always DFE, bro. Yeah, that's why you archive everything, because when caught, they always DFE. The explosive court document, originally filed Monday in New York State Court and then retracted for corrections, alleged Hajdini drugged Rana with Rohypnol and Viagra, threatened his bonus to extort sex, and stalked his Manhattan apartment. The viral allegations are unraveling almost as quickly as they surface. The Post has confirmed that the pair reported to 2 different managing directors, meaning Hajdini had no way of influencing his annual compensation. Rana's lawsuit sought unspecified damages for lost earnings, emotional distress, and alleged reputational harm. An internal JP Morgan investigation that reviewed emails, phone records, and witness statements found no evidence to support the claims made by John Doe, according to a bank spokesperson. Atomic Brit, thank you. JP Morgan dude got that Toy Story Woody face shape, but instead he's a snake in JP Morgan's boot. He's a snake! Turn him into nice shoes! Adalakis, thank you for the 23 months, my guy. Terra 2 is in the works. I'm side-eyeing it very incredulously because I trust nothing that comes out of Krafton or Bluehole's hands, especially after Elion was supposed to be the successor to Terra, but they fucked that up. They literally ported everything from Terra except for what people played it for, which was the combat, and then they sold $200 fucking Elin pets. A lot of VPs are now not qualified or vetted before being made VPs, and they move between companies quickly to prevent anyone from figuring out how dumb they are. You have several at the company you're currently at that are terrible. How the fuck do they even get promoted then? Like, what is this clown world? So this guy really just picked a random woman to accuse, had no proof or anything he could even try to construe as evidence? Seems like it. Seems fucking like it. One source told the Post that Rana had unsuccessfully tried to negotiate a payout from JP Morgan that ran into the millions. Hajdini's legal team was even blunter. Lorna categorically denies the allegations, her lawyer said in a statement. She never engaged in any inappropriate conduct with this individual of any kind and has never even been to the location where the alleged sexual assault supposedly took place. Friends of the executive, described as a rising star by the bank, say the ordeal has been devastating. He has tarnished her with a complete fabrication. Rana has enjoyed something of a journeyman career through some of the most prestigious finance shops on Wall Street. How? And why? He cannot even speak in English correctly. How does this happen? A Rutgers University graduate and former college basketball player, he logged stints at Houlihan Lokey, Credit Suisse, Morgan Stanley, and the Carlyle Group before joining JP Morgan's leveraged finance team in spring 2024. By May 2025, the relationship had soured. Rana filed an internal complaint at JP Morgan alleging race and gender-based harassment and retaliation. He subsequently landed at Briegel Sagemount, a low-profile, growth-focused firm led by Goldman Sachs alumnus Gene Yoon that manages billions in capital. There, Rana was tasked with originating and underwriting deals in software, fintech, and healthcare IT before his mysterious departure last month. I can't wait for the next fucking update on this story, bro. I cannot wait. Rutgers? He went to Rutgers, what the fuck? I have Brahmin bloodline, Sar! Battleizer, thank you. So glad Krafton got blown the fuck out over Subnautica 2. CEO caught using ChatGPT to try and cheat a contract. You just want a good Subnautica 2, bros. I'm sorry, bro. Just playing devil's advocate for a second, but listen and believe, Sar. Foul tarnished in search of the is that true? And then Matt Wallace here. Matt Wallace saying, we aren't going to let Shirayu Rana get away with making false accusations against an innocent woman. My team and I are giving his current employer, private equity firm Briegel Sagemount, 48 hours to take the appropriate action before we turn up the heat. Well, he already left them on April 2nd, so this part's a little outdated. He chose to lie about Lorna Hajdini and attempted to ruin her life, and now he will face the consequences. He was fired from JP Morgan and attempted to get a big payout for racism. Then, when that didn't work out, he decided to threaten them with one of the most egregiously fabricated lawsuits of all time. JP Morgan's internal investigation found no evidence supporting the claims. A spokesperson said they don't believe there's any merit. He reportedly did not even report to Hajdini. They were more like peers in the same broad area. So she had no direct control over his bonus or promotions as alleged. The suit was retracted and withdrawn for corrections shortly after going viral. He didn't think anything would happen to him for this, but he couldn't be more wrong. We are dedicating significant resources here because it's the right thing to do. He'll be very lucky if he's not in prison by the end of the year. From now on, any man or woman who makes false accusations against anyone will be afraid of the consequences. We're going to make an example out of this scumbag. And I hope that's true. I hope that's true, because you should be afraid of consequences for this level of lying to ruin someone's life. And now, this is the picture from him at Rutgers. It says soccer. But, I'm a little confused. Like, look how brown he looks. I know the rest of this is AI, but look how brown he looks in his, like, soccer photo compared to how lightened he is in this professional headshot. I wonder if there's a little photoshoppery going on here to make himself lighter skinned. I don't know if it's the same in Indian culture, but you know how, like, in Korea and Japan, there's, like, the lighter your skin is, the more desirable it is. So they have all these, like, skin whitening products in those countries. I wonder if that's similar in Indian culture. Like, the lighter you are, the more high class you are. Make me look Aryan, sir. High caste, lighter skin. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because I was like, that's fascinating. That's fat. No wonder. No wonder he was obsessed with her calling him brown boy while he was lightening himself. The Philippines too, easier to get lightening soap than normal ones? That's crazy. Orismador, thank you.
There are two likely reasons he thought this might work. 1. The average IQ for India hovers around 732. He's one of the most attractive Indian men in the world.
Indian IQ average 732? Man, India must have been a superpower in like the 1700s. That's crazy. India, real Wakanda. Let's all go to Mogadishu and enjoy flying cars. 732 is pretty high. That's an amazing typo. Thank you. I know he meant 73.2, but it's still funny. Do they have white servants? Well, I mean, he was the sex slave, but I guess in his mind, you know, she should have been the servant. Didn't the whole idea of anal bleaching come from Indian culture's desire for lighter skin? I'm sorry, hold on. Mogadishu's in Africa. Yeah, but it sounds Indian. It doesn't matter if it's actually, like, in Somalia. Mogadishu sounds like an Indian city, brother. I couldn't think of an actual Indian city off the top of my head. What's a fucking Indian city, chat? Plus 700 is that? Just say Mumbai. Oh, yeah, I could have said Mumbai. I forgot Mumbai existed. Or Hyderabad. I could have said Hyderabad. You see, that takes so much more time to think when I could just say Mogadishu. I know, it just sounds Indian enough. It works. You have a Jeb Bush map. Is that meme? And you can't post it in Discord because you're not online enough. You cannot redeem a Jeb Bush is that meme. Sounds pretty fucking great. Chat, she's right, though. There's a good amount of Indian influence on East African language via historical trade. Yeah. Imagine saying Mogadishu and not thinking of Indians immediately. Like, I say Mogadishu and I hear fucking... and I see, like, Ganesh statues and, like, flower lanyards everywhere. You know, that's just what happens. You practiced your racism with Phillian. Come on. Disaya Bronx, thank you. You recently finished paying off your Victorian home and you're wondering, wrong, if I could give you some tips for a remodel so it isn't dated anymore. I don't know what you mean by dated. I don't know what you mean by dated. And also, I'm happy you also have a Victorian home. I would say just upkeep, like, the wood and stuff as much as you can. Like, I'm sure you have crazy ornate, like, wood carvings and, like, a nice stairway and shit. Just want to upkeep that stuff, you know? You've seen Black Hawk Down and served in that unit, so you're biased, you get... I'm sorry. Kirsche's biggest goal in life right now is to be dated. Carbon date me, daddy! Bangalore is Bengaluru now? What the fuck does that mean? What did you say to me? You wonder if the Tunok dude poos in the street. Thank you! I couldn't remember the name of the song. I only remembered the beat. The Tunok. Thank you. Remember to hydrate? I'm trying. Indian traders did sail to the Somalian coast in the long ago. Man. Well, we finally got through all of that, which means it's time for me to— oh my god! Binary Mind sent me that Daily Mail article that I wanted to read about the doctor from earlier, and so I clicked into the DMs and I was jump scared by this. Jesus fucking Christ. This is like what jump scares you in like a $4 friend slop game when you're going through an underground tunnel. Fuck, even you got jump scared. I even warned you. Look at the cannons on that guy. Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm crying. Lady Takadashi, thank you. What are my thoughts on himbo carpenters? Delicious. And you'll probably smell pretty good with all of that fucking wood shaving all over you. He's from the new Poppy's Playtime. That checks out. That checks out, honestly. Jesus. You guys can stare at his eyes while I go find this article. Holy fuck, dude. Alright. Read the creepy texts. Rich doctor. Fuck! Sorry, I have to go to the archive. It's a Daily Mail Plus article. Find moment. Archive.is. I just want to read shit, man! I just want to read. Fucking paywalls. Thanks, I hate it. Remember Buffalax and his translation of Indian music with classics like Tunak Tunak Toon, Girly Man, and Benny Lava was great. Benny Lava was a guild in Ion. Reading is illegal. I can't read. Read the creepy text. Rich doctor sent patient's wife after removing wrong organ and killing him. How string of surgical horrors earned him morbid nickname. Daily Mail, you should probably say killing her husband, because that sounds like he killed himself. Beverly Bryan sat in a small hospital chapel in Florida, head bowed and hands clasped, praying her Navy veteran husband would pull through. Moments earlier, a chilling announcement had echoed over the loudspeaker, a medical emergency in the operating room. Her husband, Bill Bryan, 70, was undergoing what was supposed to be a routine procedure to remove his spleen at Ascension Sacred Heart Hospital Emerald Coast in Miramar Beach. That's a long-ass name. Despite a 99% chance of survival, Bill didn't make it. Dr. Thomas Shuknovsky? Yeah, I don't think I would want that man surgerying on me. Entered the chapel and explained to Beverly that her husband had suffered a ruptured artery during an unexpected complication. His spleen, the surgeon told her, was diseased and 4 times its normal size. But Beverly, a nurse with decades of experience, immediately sensed something was wrong. The swelling described by Dr. Shuknovsky had not appeared on scans taken just days earlier, and she could not understand how such a rupture had occurred. Still, she was too overcome with grief to press him. The doctor sat beside her, prayed with her, and assured her that her husband was in a better place. He later followed up with a text praying for you and your family. According to messages shared with the Daily Mail, when she did not respond, he again tried the next morning. I am just reaching out to check on you. Please call me when you're free. I wonder if this is creepy because he was like, I'm gonna hit on that bitch. Or if this is creepy because he knows he fucked up and he feels immense guilt, and so he's continuously trying to talk to her. I wonder which one it is. Now Beverly believes Dr. Shuknovsky's reasons for reaching out were not pure. Man. This is like a really scary reality that we have as well, with how incompetent a lot of current medical staff are. Like, even a 99% chance of survival surgery. Like, if a doctor told me I had a 99% chance of surviving a surgery, I would be like, well, coming from a doctor, that means I probably have a roughly 50% chance. And then that chance gets gradually worse and worse depending on who's going to be actually operating on me. Dr. Shinovsky, I'm praying for you and your family. I'm just reaching out to check on you. Please call me back when free. We're headed to the hospital. And then you sent another message saying, I've been praying for you and your lovely family. We're all heartbroken. I just wanted to reach out to you and let you know I'm here if I can help in any way. I know he's in the better place. He was a wonderful person, and I know he's with the Lord now. That is creepy. That is very creepy. I don't think he was trying to be nice. I think he was just trying to get an idea of whether or not I had actually believed what he told us. She told the Daily Mail. It was apparent to me that something wasn't right. Well, yeah, obviously. And it's like, that's so abnormal. I would be really suspicious. In another message, Dr. Shinovsky reiterated that he was praying for the Bryans and added, we're all heartbroken. I read that already. The shocking truth of what happened in the operating room emerged just hours before Bill was due to be cremated. He had not died from an aneurysm. Instead, investigators with the Alabama Board of Medical Examiners found that his liver had been mistakenly removed during the operation, a catastrophic error that caused fatal blood loss. How do you go in to remove a spleen and then accidentally remove a liver? Like, how the fuck does that even happen? How does that happen? Did this guy just want to kill him for some reason? Like, what? I never dreamed my husband would not live through that surgery, Beverly said. Dr. Shinovsky is a menace to society. I would agree with her there. I would absolutely agree. He medical malpracticed himself into killing someone. This isn't something a fucking, like, I'm sorry, he's in a better place is gonna fix. He literally killed someone. It soon emerged that Bill was not the only patient to have recently been harmed or died under the surgeon's care. In an incident from May 2023, a year before Bill's death on August 21st, 2024, Dr. Shinovsky was accused of removing part of a patient's pancreas during a routine surgery. What the fuck? I'm getting, like, PTSD flashbacks to that story we read about, like, gynecologist surgeon guy who, like, did a bunch of different surgeries sterilizing women without their consent. That was also a fucking horrific article. The patient, Michael Turner, was supposed to have had his left adrenal gland removed, a small gland that sits above the kidney, but instead lost part of his pancreas, a completely different organ located deeper in the abdomen. Dr. Shinovsky said at the time that the adrenal gland had migrated to another part of the patient's body, according to court documents. Turner accused Dr. Shinovsky of medical malpractice and claimed to have suffered permanent injury and mental health anguish as a consequence. State records show that the medic paid $400,000 to settle Turner's claim. Turner's filing alleges that, beyond his case, Dr. Shinovsky had been subject to multiple complaints regarding adverse surgical outcomes after joining Ascension Sacred Heart in May 2020. I think that we absolutely should do everything we can to encourage people to chase their dreams and be able to try and achieve whatever they may want. But just because someone wants to be a doctor does not mean they should be a doctor. There are many people that need to be told, hey buddy, you're probably not going to be the best at this. Maybe you should look at something you'd actually be good at. It's not the best thing to hear. Nobody likes giving up on something they really wanted to do. But the opposite is the reality we're living in now, where medical malpractice is part and parcel of living in a first world society. And I don't like that. In July 2023, months after the bungled adrenal gland surgery, another patient, Dorothy Dorset, died days after being operated on by Dr. Shinovsky. Sorry, I got distracted by this, whatever this is. Alleged secret audio of billionaire and pregnant Palm Beach girlfriend shatters Instagram facade? What does that even mean? What does that mean? This is a Daily Mail Plus article, so I need an archive of this one as well. I'll copy the link and ask my mods for that, because what the Daily Mail is popping the fuck off today. What the hell? What the hell? Don't follow the clickbait. It's tabloid junk. I don't know, because I had a different billionaire tab, but it was related to Epstein. Dr. Shinovsky was accused of removing part of Dorset's intestine triggering a massive fatal infection, according to a second lawsuit. Shortly after the surgery, she was moved to the ICU and died, the filing states. The claims made in the lawsuit were ratified by an investigation conducted by the Alabama Board of Medical Examiners, records show. The lawsuit over Dorset's death continues, and Dr. Shiknovsky has denied wrongdoing. Joe Zazwar, a lawyer representing Beverly, Turner, and Dorset's family in the civil claims against Dr. Shiknovsky, called the medic's trail of surgical errors unconscionable. And it is. How does he have those two errors, those two lawsuits, already a death, and he was still able to practice? But the same leniency given to criminals who are out there murdering and raping people are given to doctors murdering people. Why is this happening? That's it. If this isn't, or that's it. This isn't harvesting. You don't harvest intestines, especially in parts. This guy's just a fucking brain melt. How is he still allowed to practice? Because our society doesn't make sense anymore. Because we can't say no to people. Magnet Man, thank you. My doctor said it isn't healthy. What does he know? He got his degree post-ChatGPT. He gave me a colonoscopy. Weird, considering he's a dentist. Yeah, I never really trust doctors, and I've always had bad experiences with them. And so, like, this catastrophic, like, just everyone being incompetent in medicine has made me even more paranoid. Your father almost lost his kidneys because of his doctor ignoring all the signs and dragging their feet. He now has permanent kidney damage. That's what makes you want to avoid all foreign doctors. My meme, she went to all doctor's appointments for like everyone in the family. So until they moved out, my meme would go to doctor's appointments with like my dad, my aunt, his brothers, her husband, me. And she would always be in the room because she wanted to make sure that whatever the doctor was saying wasn't going to be bullshit. She wanted to make sure that, like, if we were getting blood tests or if we were getting, like, even a simple kind of anything, like fixing a fracture, like my dad broke his arm at one point. She wanted to make sure that the doctor wasn't going to fuck things up. And I don't think they even let you anywhere, like, near surgery rooms anymore. Like, sometimes they'd have like glass windows you could see. I don't think that's a thing anymore, but it's like I would absolutely not feel safe anymore, and I understand why my meme did that so often. It's very smart to have an advocate with you during doctor's appointments if the patient is easily overcome. That's why you go to all your wife's appointments. Yeah, was she a nurse? Nope, just a trad wife. You had a simple box cutter cut on your arm. You stopped the bleeding, but the paramedics and ER could not stop the bleeding. What the fuck? What the fuck? And then you need an impartial observer for surgeries now? It's like, fucking hire a lawyer to go, like, stand in there in scrubs, right? Those still exist for training students? Ooh. A lot of doctors are just dumbasses hiding behind a fancy degree. It's really sad. And it's like, even before all of the competency crisis stuff started leaking into more media, when you saw what, like, doctors and scientists said during the Summer of Love, it's just like, okay. I can't trust anything you guys say now, huh? And too many get into medicine for the money. And I mean, it is good money, but you have to actually care about the work that you're doing. You have people's lives in your hands, you know? Your dad almost died from a pulmonary embolism that moved to his lungs because the doctor forgot to give him blood thinners as he recovered from experimental ankle surgery. She was a dumb fuck. Thanks, Stanford University Hospital. Jesus. Jesus Christ. A Seal Boy, thank you. Reminds you of the story of an airman who had a routine gallbladder surgery and woke up with no legs because the doctors nicked his aorta. If I woke up from any kind of surgery and I was missing limbs, I would do things that would get me banned on Twitch to say, so I will not say them. It's good money and you can get a degree really easily in shithole countries, thus foreign doctor equals absolute menace. Yep. Scared the shit out of you because you're in Alabama and your dad recently had surgery. It went well, but holy shit. Yep. Yep, I just do not like doctors. Bartimaeus Aurelius, thank you. Even you can tell the difference between a spleen and a liver. I'm sure if I had pictures of them, I could. Phoenix DS, thank you. They've even gotten into med school and are paying for others to take their exams. If caught cheating and expelled, they cry racism to be brought back into graduate. Thanks, I hate it. I am tired of living in clown world. I do not wish the clown world to continue. Battleizer, thank you. Correct you if you're wrong, but isn't the spleen massively smaller than the liver? I have no idea. I know the spleen looks different than the liver. I don't know the size of it. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Chat GPT Doctor, true and real. True and real. Roadkill VT, thank you. Kirsche, your surgeon is the best from New Delhi. And fucking Xbox 360, walk away, dude. A lot of the surgery stories just makes you think of RimWorld's catastrophic surgery failures. Unfortunate, it's just real life. No worries, I could be stuck with some of you in Canada. That's true. At least I'm not being told to kill myself. I did have that one doctor who was just like, well, I can't figure out the source of your pain, so have you ever thought about getting committed to a mental health institution? Because clearly your pain isn't real and it's actually just hallucinations. And then I just stopped going to doctors for years because I was like, why would I bother? Why would I bother if I'm just gonna get fucking insulted? Why am I paying you to insult me? This is fucking weird. Grok, this thing I just pulled out is the spleen, right? Fella, what? It happens more frequently to women, but we are just not taken seriously when it comes to expressing issues with pain to our doctors. But this was probably like the worst reaction I've ever had someone give me. And I think the weirdest part was, it was another woman. Women hate women, chat. That shit happens to women so often with doctors, even with female doctors. I would say especially with female doctors, unironically. Remember, people in the medical field sell treatments, not cures. That's why when I finally started going back to seeing different kinds of doctors when I had that pinched nerve issue, everyone told me to avoid chiropractors, but the chiropractor I went to, just fucking local white dude, he was the most professional doctor, aside from my gynecologist, that I had seen in years. So I was like, I don't get the fucking chiropractor. I'm sure some of them are snake oil salesmen, right? But that was like the best experience I've had. Women, you are hysterical. Have a vibrator. The face when I'm in a misogyny competition and my opponent is a woman. True. Snugs, thank you for the 2222. Shot your shot with a pretty cool chick you met recently. Gotta know, sad day. However, you're closing on your house next week and you just pour a nice drink. Happy weekend. Sorry to hear you struck out, bro, but that just means she won't the one for you. You're gonna find the one who will care about you. Just keep on trucking, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your chiropractor's a good lady. I sometimes miss those fucking snaps, man. Occasionally, I wonder what that, like, YouTube chiropractor would make my bones sound like. Why did I say that so weird? Bones? Because he makes the really good cracks, and I hear it, and I'm like, oh, I wish that were me. I'm in pain. Have you considered Sudoku? Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not in Canada, man. Wastelander, thank you. I cut off my finger. No, it's all in your head. I think the craziest thing that I learned was I have paid for x-rays multiple times over the past 10 years, and every time the doctors are like, oh, we can't see anything wrong with you, there's nothing wrong here, like, that's right, we don't know where your pain's coming from. The chiropractor took x-rays, and like 15 minutes later, he puts them up on the board, and he's like, yeah, so you see your neck? It's completely backwards. That shouldn't be that way, that's wrong. I was just like, what the fuck? Kirsche was suddenly southern for one word for no reason. How the fuck can't they see where it's wrong? Aren't you growing literal extra bone? Well, that was from an MRI. So after we confirmed that my neck curve was backwards, my chiropractor suggested getting an MRI. And so I got an MRI, and that's when we found out my bone is actually just encasing me in bone. I am becoming the bone titan. Is what's happening. Have you considered not having your spine move like that? Oh god, can you flip it around? No? Yeah, I was like, so what do I do about a backwards neck? And he's like, well, because your curve is backwards, it's not cushioning the movement of your head as much as it should, which is causing extra stress on your muscles in your neck and in your, I don't know what they're called, the muscles like right near your clavicle, those muscles. Mine are always super fucking sore, and I never notice it until someone touches them. Kirsche has a bone to pick with you. And so he was like, yeah, I don't think there's anything you can really do to like fix the backwards curve. But, like, I could give you some adjustments and hopefully the pain will lessen. And, I mean, it did. It did lessen. It did work, so. But I don't know. I guess there's no real cure for backwards neck. You've seen documentations in German TV that some women had problems and their female gynecologist, when they went to a male one, he immediately found out what problems they had. Yeah. I had only ever had female gynecologists until I moved to Georgia, and they were kind of assholes, like every single one of them. The guy that I saw in Georgia, I was like, well, you know, I've been to females, but males are typically more competent as doctors, right? So maybe I should see a male gynecologist. So I went to the male gynecologist, and it was fucking perfect. I had no issues. We had like a nurse stand there and watch him because, you know, allegations could happen. So just had a nurse standing there watching. It's not supporting your head when you move around. Oh no, but she's a wiggler! I am. Holy shit.
This is your song, thank you.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
This is your song, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farnham. Thank you, Mr. Farnham. I'm on ya.
Haven't paid the Foxu tax for a while. This is a write-off for a charitable donation to a special needs charity. Heart emoji.
Thank you, Fardum, for the fucking huge amount of slaves. 5 fucking hundy. Where am I gonna put them? I don't have a slave quarters yet. Thank you. Thank you, Farnham, for the huge buckadoodles. I had someone send like a pretty fucking big dono to me over Christmas. But it was like while I was offline, and they didn't put like their honorable chatter name in there. So I was like, I want to say thank you, but I don't know how to say thank you because I don't, who is this guy? So I felt like really bad. I felt so fucking horrible because I was like, I want to say thank you because this is like a chunky number. But like, I don't know how to say thank you. Help. Are those brown boys sex slaves? No. My cabana boys will be sparkling in the sun. Clearly the female gynecologists were jealous of your vulva. I think the only thing the male gynecologist did that made me upset, and it's not even his fault, so I'm not upset with him, I'm just upset with having a vagina, was when I had, thankfully, it was like a false positive on a pap. But he was like, we're gonna take a biopsy of your cervix just to be safe. And I was like, oh, okay. That's like, you're gonna just like slice a little bit off, right? Like I know people get like liver biopsies, right? The actual slicing of the cervix was very painful, but like I could handle it. And I was just like, all right. And he's like, I can't close you up until I stop the bleeding. And then he told me that it was going to hurt. And I was like, oh no. When a doctor tells you something is going to be painful, like that is just like giant alarm bells. And I don't think in my entire life up to that point, and even to now, I have felt anything as painful as him using like a clamp item. He had like a clamp scissor thing to clamp on the area of my cervix that he scraped some of the cervix off. It was the most intense pain I've ever felt in my entire life. This is gonna hurt a little. Please, no, I don't want to die. Oh my god. So, like, I wasn't upset with him. I was just upset that that had to happen. I appreciated him for how he tried to handle it. Ominous music. You wonder if clamping testicles would feel similar? I have absolutely no idea. Was it forceps? I don't know. They were like... I guess yeah, forceps, because they're like scissors shaped, but they don't have scissors at the end. They were like little clampy things. I guess those are forceps, yeah. He couldn't numb you up. I mean, I don't know. My cervix never bled before, other than like the normal passing of the eggs that aren't getting fertilized. So, fuck, you couldn't be a doctor or a gyno because you can't stand causing pain to someone who needs your help. What? Well, it's like you get. How do I say this? It's not like painful every time you go to get your like yearly at a gynecologist, but it's very uncomfortable because usually when something gets like inserted into you, it's like, oh, I'm with a man I love and it's a penis and I'm built to take that, right? But like But, like, they put this metal speculum thing in you so they can do swabbies and stuff. And, like, they use a metric fuck ton of lube, which feels disgusting. I hate the feeling of lube. It's so gross and icky. Bleh. But they use it, obviously, so they don't cause any damage to you. But sometimes it's still painful. Sometimes it's still painful, and sometimes it pinches and it hurts. You should have been an ortho. You have exactly the build and demeanor to wrench leg bones into place. I've had this weird crick in my fucking right hip recently, and it makes me think of my massage lady that I miss ever so dearly in fucking Georgia. It's like the one thing I miss about that hellhole. She would position me on the massage table, like when I was on my back, and she would have me put my leg over the edge of the table. So I'd be like laying flat, and then I would move like my right leg so that just my hip was on the table and like it was partially off and the rest of my leg was just dangling. And she would do a couple of different, like, I don't want to say adjustments because she's a massage therapist, she's not a chiropractor, but she would do some like weird movement things. And then she would put her hands right below, like, let me fucking find, okay, so she would put her hands, like, slightly below my hip bone, like, where like, your stomach and your pelvis area and your leg all meet together, and she would position her hands like she was about to give someone chest compressions, and she would pump that on that area a couple of times, and she would always get cracks out of it. But there was one time that she did that, like, chest compression pumping motion on, like, my hip, pelvis, thigh area, and it cracked so harshly and loudly, like, she felt it and immediately jumped back, and she was like, oh my god, that was so gross. Not you, just, I felt the bone. And so I was like, oh, but that felt amazing. Oh my god. Like, I was just like a melting puddle of, like, holy shit on her table. Do it again. She was one of the people who gets, like, really wigged out when she hears any kind of cracking. So, like, even if I were to, like, crack my knuckles, she would be like, ugh. But, oh god, that was amazing. And I want someone to do that again. I need someone to do the, like, weird chest compressions on my hip area and give me those good cracks. At least buy Kirsche dinner first. I fucking love that woman. Holy shit. The chiropractor did good. That wasn't even a chiropractor. That was my massage lady. Kier needs to be cracked. I just need, like, a himbo to pick me up like I'm a doll and, like, crack all of my joints, you know? Fox, you need someone to crack her. I do. Can you react to this article? Best I can do is a copyright claim. What? Kirsch is a crack addict. I am a crack addict. How did we get here? How did we get... Hold on a minute. The first complication we know of happened in 2022, and we now have about 16 different people who have come forward to report bad results. The day before Mr. Bryan's surgery, he, Dr. Shiknovsky, had another complication where the patient had to be rushed to another facility. Zazwar claimed Dr. Shiknovsky was an incompetent surgeon. Sorry, I felt a hiccup coming, but then it stopped. Who should have never been able to operate on Bill to begin with. I would agree with that. He likened the surgeon to Christopher Dunch, a Dallas-based neurosurgeon known as Dr. Death, who between 2011 and 2013 operated on 38 patients, leading to 2 deaths and maiming and paralyzing 33 others. Why? Let me put it in the words of the expert surgeons that I've hired in this case to consult with me. They said either this man is a Dr. Death character, or he's got a substance abuse problem, or some kind of brain injury or condition that is causing him to not understand what he's doing, because the mistakes he's making are not mistakes. Just something about him. I don't trust him, man. I don't trust him. Oh wait, no, is this Bill? Is this the Bill guy? Is that the guy he killed? That is. Well, they're talking about him being a Mr. Death character, and then they put the guy he killed right underneath it. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? This is the guy that he killed from taking out his fucking liver instead of his spleen. He got his medical license in a Crack-a-Jack box, you know? Battleizer, thank you. Masseuse, oh, that sounded bad. Foxy orgasms. Why don't you trust Bill, you monster? I don't know. I was just like, I should be suspicious of this man who is a Dr. Death character, but they put a picture of the victim right after that. Fucking strange article. Aw, he's so much older in this picture. I feel so fucking bad for both of these people, dude. Wait, no. That's a different victim. Another of Dr. Shknovsky's patients, Dorothy Dorset, died in August 2023 after surgery. So, is he like sending off old people for some reason? Santa Claus on vacation. Tricked twice, Daily Mail! Pointing to the medical examiner's report, Zarzwar said the liver's size and the complexity of detaching it from multiple vital connections make it nearly impossible for any competent surgeon to mistake it for another organ. Clearly he was not competent. When you look at the records, it makes me feel as if there's more towards the Dr. Death kind of scenario. After an 18-month investigation, Dr. Shknovsky was indicted by a grand jury on a charge of second-degree manslaughter in connection with the death of Bill. He was taken into custody in Miramar Beach on April 13th. Dr. Shknovsky could not be reached for comment. He pleaded not guilty last week and has since been released on a $75,000 bond. If I scroll down and this giant, nice-looking mansion belongs to this incompetent doctor, I'm going to be very upset. The disgraced surgeon lives at a sprawling 5-bedroom, 7-bathroom mansion valued at $4.2 million in Destin, Florida. For Bill's widow, the news of Dr. Shknovsky's arrest came as a great relief. Beverly told the Daily Mail her family has been torn apart by Bill's death, and she is now hopeful that no others will have to suffer as hers has. Even getting out of bed in the morning can be a challenge some days, she said. Adding to the family's anguish was learning of how her husband's final moments of life were spent on the operating table. She and Bill from Muscle Shoals, Alabama had been vacationing in Florida when Bill started complaining of sharp pains in his abdomen. Yeah, this is the surgeon's house. That's so fucked up. That is so fucked up. You just get to go to work and kill people willy-nilly, and then you can live in a $4.2 million mansion. No big deal. Why does incompetence pay so well in this day and age? I will refer back to that tweet that I read earlier. We are in the inverted hierarchy period, where the incompetent and the despicable are elevated above those who can actually do things. Florida and medical fraud match made in hell, you know? A subsequent scan revealed a suspected enlarged spleen and blood in the peritoneum with no active hemorrhage. I don't know what a peritoneum is. A court order filed by the Alabama Board of Medical Examiners revealed. Per the filing, in Beverly's recollection, Bill wanted to return home to undergo surgery, but Dr. Shknovsky spent 2 days pressuring Bill to have the procedure in Florida. This guy wanted to kill Bill. He wanted to kill Bill, and not like the movie. He told Bill he needed to have his spleen removed urgently. He eventually agreed. However, the procedure was not regularly performed at Ascension Sacred Heart, records from the state's health department show. Colleagues present in the operating room also had concerns that Dr. Shknovsky did not have the skill level to safely perform this procedure. Problems surfaced almost immediately. The doctor began the procedure as a keyhole surgery, a minimally invasive technique using small incisions and a camera, but switched to open surgery when he could not clearly see Bill's organs, something the health department said may have been caused by a swollen colon, blocking part of his view that he had not identified beforehand. The more information we read about this, the more it sounds like just some homeless guy adopted someone else's identity, walked in and was like, yeah, I'm a doctor, what up? Like, it doesn't even sound like he has any credentials to be here. Staff members in the operating room reported that Bill's colon burst out of the abdominal cavity. He soon began hemorrhaging and went into cardiac arrest. Nurses and other staff members tried to revive him while Dr. Shknovsky continued to dissect Bill's organ, even though the abdomen was full of blood, the department said. It is also claimed that Dr. Shignovsky did not ask for a clamp or cauterizer, a medical tool to stop bleeding. He eventually removed Bill's liver, believing it was his spleen. The staff looked at the readily identifiable liver on the table and were shocked when Dr. Shignovsky told them it was a spleen. The state document said, one staff member felt sick to their stomach. I don't know how they would be able to prove that it was not merely malpractice. But this does not sound like merely malpractice. This sounds like actual malice. If they could figure out a way to prove that, Florida's got the death penalty, right? This guy needs to be in a box. He don't care if it's in prison or an asylum. He needs to be in a box, yeah? Yeah, this sounds like just straight up fucking, he's trying to get away with murder, man. Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license. In its report, the health department noted that, in addition to being on opposite sides of the abdomen, spleens and livers are anatomically distinct, have different consistencies, and are different colors. In a later interview, Dr. Shignovsky told the state the same story he told Beverly, that he dissected the spleen from its surrounding tissue when an apparent aneurysm in the spleen ruptured suddenly. The account contradicted those of numerous others in the operating room, records show. An autopsy found his spleen was intact! Not even fucking touched! There was no evidence of a ruptured aneurysm. Beverly said she will be forever haunted by the details of her husband's death. It's made my life almost unbearable to think that my sweet, wonderful husband was treated this way, she said, her eyes welling with tears. But since those criminal charges were made, it makes it more bearable to know that Shignovsky will not hold a knife in his hand to operate on people if he's convicted. That's a big fucking if, but it's Florida, so hopefully fingers crossed. A spokesperson for Ascension Sacred Heart said safety was the hospital's top priority. Was. I think was is a very correct usage here. Dr. Shignovsky was never a Sacred Heart Emerald Coast employee and has not practiced at any of our facilities since August 2024, the representative said. We remain focused on upholding the standards our patients and community expect of us. Dr. Shignovsky's next court appearance has been set for May 19th. He faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted. I feel like 15 years isn't enough. 15 years isn't fucking enough, bro. He's got the dead eyes. He's got like the dead, soulless, there is nothing going on there eyes, bro. A mere 15. Yeah, 15 is way too little for how many people he's already killed and or fucked up. I feel obviously bad for the guy who died, because it's like, that is a really scary scenario. Obviously, I feel bad for the wife, because, like, she went on vacation and now is going home without her husband, and that is fucking awful. But, like, imagine going in for a surgery that you didn't even want to have, but the doctor convinced you that you had to, otherwise you might not make it because of your spleen rupturing. And then you get put under, and then you just never wake up again. Like that... He doesn't even know the level of atrocity committed to him because he put his trust in this doctor. And I think that's like the scariest part of this. Jen Jacko, thank you. He looks like the flatfish from SpongeBob. He looks way different in this picture. Like he kind of looks like that fucking, like almost Seth Rogen-y. Hidden behind a mask, thank you. Say we give him the Prometheus sentence? What's the Prometheus sentence? He looks nothing like Sam Hyde here. I want my money back. Yeah, you got thumbnail captured, man. B Jammin', thank you. To put it into perspective, Dr. Dunch was such a bad surgeon that another surgeon at the hospital contacted the school he went to. Oh, God. Jen Jacko, thank you again. I read the SpongeBobby. Neglectful Sausage, thank you. Wait, hold up. Is this the doctor perhaps pro-trans? If so, that it makes sense as to why they say, well, a spleen, liver, and colon are no different. a very funny thought. But I mean, hopefully we do get an update to find out like what exactly the fuck was going on here. Battleizer, thank you. Grossa incompetence, true. John in English, thank you. Umbrella Corp levels of comically evil and incompetent. It's a really scary story. Because it's like, a lot of the horrific stories I read, they're like, this is horrifying, but it's not likely to happen to you without making a series of very horrific low IQ choices. You know? Like, other than obviously the getting randomly stabbed by people who have been let out like 20 million times when they should be either in prison or shot and buried in a box. But I digress. Most of the stuff is like horrifying because it's like, damn, that's crazy that happened. This is like, this could happen to you. You have no idea anything about the doctor that you're entrusting yourself to. And like, even outside of the realm of the articles we've read about like leftist doctors saying that they purposefully fuck with like conservative and more right-leaning people when they come in, this could happen to literally anyone. That's what makes it horrifying. This is horrifying because it totally could happen and there's nothing you can do about it if it does. Yeah, just thinking about like not wanting to have a surgery and going to sleep, and it's like, what? Because then it forces you to contend with, well, what happens then if you die? And I don't like thinking about that. Neglectful sausage, thank you. Read Plato's Republic. They argue it's better to be seen as good and get rewards despite incompetence or being evil than to be good. This is not new. That's horrible. What the fuck? Apparently the doc is one of the army medical types who rides their career out for a lieutenant colonel rank and then retire and move to private sector. 50-50 on the real quality of those. Ooh. Ooh. Wastelander, thank you. Meritocracy is racism in 2026, or so idiots say. I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired of it, man. Wastelander, thank you. Chest compression, 200. No, she charges you. What? Dragon Ball, thank you. About the cost of meat, the DOJ opened an investigation into the big meat packers for price fixing, collusion, and manipulation of cattle prices. Good. Big meat can't keep getting away with it. Psycho, thank you. You just bought all your food for the next week for $60. Half of that was booze. You love $5 Fridays at Albertsons. Here's your $5 too. Monya. Actually, I lied. There's another thing I miss about Georgia. I miss the buy one get one free deals at Publix. I have not seen any of those kinds of things at any Groby store around here, and I miss that. I miss being able to buy one get one free items that I frequently purchase regularly. Bogo, amen. Yeah. Here you would have thought that big meat would be the best way to get away with stuff. No. No. Axel Jack, thank you. Hey, Kirsche, if you're a housewife and doctor kills you or almost kills you, lawyers don't give a fuck because you don't have a job to sue for loss of income. What? It's not just about loss of income. What? That's still malpractice. What are you talking about? You will think of me on all your BOGO buying at the local Publix. Thank you. I will live vicariously through all of you every time you go to a Publix. The only big meat Kirsche likes is the one her himbo has. Big meat! Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby! You know I'll be with you in spirit when you walk down the egg aisle and you suddenly instinctively just whisper, Eggu. And you have no idea why you did that. It was me. It was my spirit speaking through you, wishing for the Publix BOGOs. Rifile, thank you. This is why you figure out where your surgeon lives. So as the anesthesiologist is putting you under, you can look at the surgeon and be like, just so you know, I looked up where you live before this. Interesting thing about Publix BOGO, in Georgia you can buy one at half price, but in Florida you need to buy both for it to count. Oh, that is interesting. Kirsche wakes up and pisses excellent. I will never get over the fact that someone told me it sounds crazy when I piss. It's just like, god damn, you got the whole pressure washer in there? And it's like, I don't know. This is just how I pee. The Foxy was inciting the autism for Agu. Dreadhe, thank you. I'm so very sorry, mister. I took out the wrong organs during this vital surgery. I'm such a goofy goober. You're tired, boss lady? That sounds like an NPC line from like a fucking Red Dead side character. Damn, I like the way you fried chicken. Just a div, thank you for the full fucking year. You took the missus out for dinner and ended up with a new living room set. You assume that's punishment for cheating on the Foxu stream with the waifu. Well, look, she's gotta be happy. She gotta be happy if she made you stop and get that furniture set, right? Happy wife, happy life, brother. Look how hard I can pee. It's literally me. Speaking of racing moves, does anyone watch Speed Racer or Ford versus Ferrari? I wanted to also thank you, Binary Mind, for that archive link, but there's a oh! I closed out of the fucking doctor article and I got hit with this fucking thing again, chat. I forgot it was there, lurking in my tabs. Fuck! I'm closing that tab. That tab can get the fuck out. But before I go to the thing Binary Mind got. And I mean, maybe this is the same guy. I don't know. How do we have 2 billionaire stories on the same day? Political heir 25, who was left $5 million in Jeffrey Epstein's will, kills himself just days after investigation into parents was launched. So, what are the polymarket bets on if this guy actually killed himself or if he got 2 shotgun blasts to the back of the head? The son of 2 top diplomats from Norway has died by suicide amid an investigation into his parents' connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Edward Jule Rod Larson, 25, was found dead in Oslo on Wednesday, just days after Norwegian and French police... Hold on, I can see those fucking... Hold on a second. I just need to show you what's on my other monitor, okay? Let me black out something so I don't leak whose DMs I'm not reading because I have a million of them. So I have 3 monitors, and on one of my monitors is where I have like my OBS and like my Twitch feed and a fucking Discord. So I can just like quick look if my mods need me for anything. And so I was trying to read this article, but then like this is just staring at me from my 3rd monitor. Fuck man. New tech, send a picture of eyeball Indian. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't send eyeball Indians, man. Don't send the eyeball Indians. It's all so tiresome. This is your punishment for not closing tabs. He will never escape those. I'm gonna scroll up so I don't see any eyes. No eyes, no more. All right? Okay?
Eine Moment.
He's watching you. I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. Those eyes need to be in every X-post response. I don't like that. So you're gonna fucking jump scare me, dude. Stop it. Hello, Mokana lady. We're learning about a potential suicide. Just days after Norwegian and French police launched a joint investigation into his parents, diplomat Terje Rod Larsen and Mona Jewel, a former ambassador. Police launched the probe into the high-profile figures after it was reported that Epstein left a total of $10 million to Edward and his twin sister Emma in his will. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Why would he do that? That is the same amount the pedophile left to his accomplice, sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, according to Epstein's trust, in documents released by the Department of Justice. Oh, that's even weirder. That's even stranger. Edward and Emma Jewel Rod Larson were never accused of wrongdoing. The couple's lawyers, Thomas Skejelbred and John Christian Eldon, confirmed their son's untimely death. It stands in the shadow of months of a public spotlight that has long since ceased to be critical and has instead become superstitious, speculative, and at times limitless, the legal team wrote to Norwegian outlet VG. You know what would stop the suspicious, speculative, and at times limitless narrative around the Epstein files and those implicated in them? If we just had everything but the victims' names, unredacted. Like, what are we doing? People wouldn't need to speculate if we had things. The time for that was like years ago. At this point, it quite literally does not matter what is released from the files. No one is gonna believe them. There's gonna be like, it's an FBI fucking rewrite. These aren't the original files. They're missing people because they're trying to protect their friends in power. No one's gonna fucking believe it, regardless of their political affiliation. And it's fucking a horrific indictment, once again, of our justice system and our federal government that it's gotten to this point. Like, this should have been the easiest slam dunk. Here's all the fucking people in the files. But instead, they made it into, like, a circus, a dog and pony show. If it doesn't include what I wanted it to include, it's not real. It's just crazy, man. Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche, super multitasker, except on Gumby Day. I can multitask on Gumby. I can eat chicken tendies and pizza at the same time. You would enjoy an actual dog and pony show, except in Mexico. That would get very dangerous. A Phoenix DS, thank you. Sir, the googly eye ceiling Indian is watching you. Ceiling Indian watches you masturbate? I don't like that. If you can't show the unredacted files, then you can't be trusted, pretty much. The only things at this point that should be redacted would be victims' names. I think we'll finally see the real files when people lose all interest. Everything till then is theater. I have a feeling that the files no longer exist. Right? This is just pure speculation on my part. I have a feeling that there's no actual files. And anything that they do have is going to be like correspondence between him and other people that they're never going to release because everyone has an interest to protect somebody else. And they're just like, well, you know, I can't implicate this fucking foreign diplomat because he's been friendly to us. And, you know, if I implicate this other one and then the people who hate me, they're going to implicate the guy I didn't want to implicate. And just, it's like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking implicate everyone. Everyone who is in those files should absolutely be, like, terrified of having their name released. Because everyone should be angry as fuck. There are actual files, but the FBI never had them. Mossad and the CIA have them. It's either no longer exist or exist solely for blackmail. I mean, it's basically like the government took on the blackmail ring that Epstein was doing himself already. And if they do have this, like, copious amount of information that is still redacted, because we got a huge dump of them, like, earlier this year. If they still have a bunch of information, I don't think that will ever see the light of day. And if it does, it will be far beyond any of our lifetimes. It will be like, you know, like 100 years after a world war when they finally unredact some sort of, like, heinous war crimes. It'll be like that. Rye file, thank you. The files basically would poison juries if public. I'm not asking for juries. Phoenix DS, thank you again. I read that. Just give us 2 lists, perpetrators and suspected perpetrators. I don't think you could do that because, once again, there are names in the files that are just like, they had correspondence with him one time. They did, like, normal celebrity shit. They didn't go to the island parties. They were people who, like, he reached out to set up, like, dinner party shit and it, like, didn't go through. Right? So not every name in the files means that they're, like, implicated in the pedo shit. So it couldn't be, like, people who are implicated and then suspected implications. It would be, like, people who had nothing to do with it, but merely interacted with him because the high-profile celebrity world is very small and cliquey. And then the actual people who participated in that fucked up shit. You hate the conspiracy theories, and actual conspiracies are only 6 months apart. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Speculating on connections is both irresponsible and undignified. Suicide is always complex. There is never one explanation, never one cause, never one blame, the statement said. What a weird thing to say after your son supposedly killed himself. Edward and his sister were called the Peace Twins when they were born, as their father, Rod Larson, was the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, and their mother, Jewel, was the State Secretary of the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the time. Rod Larson and Jewel are known for their crucial roles in the Oslo Accords, the Israeli-Palestinian peace efforts in the 1990s. A political tale that was so inspiring it became the influencer for the Tony Award-winning Broadway show, Oslo. Chat, this is how little I know about the Sandbox. I had no idea that this ever happened. I also have never heard of the award-winning Broadway show Oslo. That about sums up about how much knowledge of the Sandbox I have. You no longer have an Alex Jones was right jar, not because he's wrong, just because you can't afford it. Jewel, who most recently served as Norway's ambassador to Jordan, resigned in February after facing scrutiny over her contact with Epstein. The country's foreign ministry launched an investigation into Jewel's knowledge of and contact with Epstein. Jewel acknowledged in a statement to Norwegian news agency NTB that it had been imprecise to describe her contact with Epstein as minimal, but said that the contact originated in her husband's relationship with Epstein, and she had no independent social or professional relationship with him. She wrote that her contact with Epstein had been sporadic and private, not part of her official duties, but acknowledged that she should have been much more careful. What does that mean? Like, she's being very careful here, so I have to ask, what does that mean? The Foreign Ministry said it also launched a review of its funding of and contact with the International Peace Institute, a New York-based think tank during the period when it was headed by Rod Larson. The trove of Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last year, I'm sorry, it was last year? I thought it was earlier this year, my bad. Alleged that Rod Larson, in his role as head of the International Peace Institute, wrote official letters of recommendation to U.S. authorities to secure visas for young Russian women for Epstein. Newspaper Dagens Næringsliv reported. Sounds like a Tarkov paper. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of, why were you doing that, my guy? Why were you doing that? Oopsie, I got caught, sorry. Very, very strange. But like, I don't want to super speculate about why their son killed himself, but it's like, oh, fuck, dude. I see politicians as, for the most part, very self-interested, right? When I see people who are all about, I love my country and I want to do well by my country, and they actually do those things instead of importing hordes of foreigners, right? Like, it makes sense. I'm like, I trust you ever so slightly more, but you're still in the government, so it's not really trust. But when you have people at like a peace institute, I imagine these were like, what if they sacrificed their son? I don't know how to say this without just bluntly saying it. What if their way of getting out of any kind of repercussions because they were named in the files was, you have to kill your child? I would not put that past, like, crazy fucking demonic clique people. Filthy fucking quangos. That's a hell of a friendly way to put that. Self-interested. I was trying to, like, be more tactful, because again, like, a guy is dead, and like, I don't want to mock that, because it's a shame. He shouldn't be dead, and suicide is always like a horrific topic to talk about. But we're also talking about horrific people in the political sphere who ran around with Epstein, who, I'm assuming since they ran around with Epstein, possibly have gone to like some of those weird, what are they called? The fucking people eating events. Where, like, they dress up the food to look like human corpses with, like, barbecue sauce, and, like, Lady Gaga was at one. What is that called? Oh, God, everyone knows what it's called, and I forgot it. Spirit cooking! Thank you, Vingtor! The fucking spirit cooking. Right? It's like, I could see that. That has a name. The sacrifices. So it's like, I don't like that. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's like, if we ever got that information, I would not be surprised. One-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater. They're not going to release any files that's going to hurt any political or Hollywood stars or sports players that we know are in the files. But Democrats had 4 years to release and didn't, and Republicans are not going to do anything different. Yep. I feel like talking about the Uniparty and the, like, Democrats just pretending to be Republicans in order to get elected are basically the same thing. Like, I don't think we really have a Republican Party. We have, like, Democrat Party, we have Democrat Light Party, and then we have people who have realized running third party gets you nowhere in the United States, and so they run their candidates as Republican in order to hopefully take back the party from people who want to destroy the country. You thought I was meaning Bohemian Grove? I mean Bohemian Grove, spirit cooking, potato. I kind of want to see it all burn, the compromised people, of course. We have one party and, like, maybe Brandon Herrera. You suddenly remember when Lady Gaga did that show in a costume made of meat. Meat. Choco, thank you for the 8 months. A new Gamer Subs Cup when? Not exactly sure. I've been dealing with a lot of, like, merch, not troubleshooting, but, like, just a lot of merch stuff in general, especially because of my own website, which there will be a plug for the Kirsche plush on Kirsche.com. So even if people are unaware of, like, the YouTube's link, it will be linked on my website. I just gotta get the commercial all fandangled, and then we can make things go live on the 8th. It's gonna be A+, thumbs up. I'm very fucking excited. And I hope I can have a giant pyramid of Kirsches in my home, next to the fancy clock. The trove of Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last year alleged that Rod Larson in his role... Wait, I read that paragraph, sorry. Other documents from the Epstein files allege that Epstein ordered that $250,000 be paid to Rod Larson in 2015. For what? Jewel, who most recently served as Norway's ambassador to Jordan, resigned in February. So this is a picture of Jewel with 2 other people. I don't recognize who these people are, but interesting. Notably, the money bequeathed to Edward and Emma has not been paid out, according to the family. Edward and Emma have not been accused of any wrongdoing. Norwegian police opened an investigation into Jewel and Rod Larson for suspected aggravated corruption and complicity in aggravated corruption in February. Last week, the French police joined the probe. I would also err on this side, right? Edward and Emma being the 2 children of the Norwegian political people. I would agree. I would agree and probably also speculate that neither Edward or Emma have done anything wrong. If I was going to speculate anything, I would probably say it's hush money in case they know something, or maybe they were also victims. Norwegian police, I read that. The couple has denied any wrongdoing through their lawyers. Rod Larson has previously expressed regret for his association with Epstein and has clearly distanced himself from Epstein's actions. Help. Rod Larson's lawyer, John Christian Eldon, said in a statement in February. They were teens when Epstein died. Yeah, absolutely no wrongdoing on the part of the kids. Norway's political and royal circles have been thrust into the eye of the Epstein storm, including the CEO of the World Economic Forum, Børge Brende, what a fucking name, who was found to have had 3 business dinners with Epstein and also communicated with the pedophile via email and text. That's crazy. If it was, like, just business dinners, I'd be like, well, maybe it's just, like, again, celebrity clique, business world, maybe nothing. But then, like, if they had a lot of email and text, that'd be very suspicious. Epstein had a fascination with Scandinavian bloodlines. What if the kids are his? Oh, that would be fucking creepy. Brende is currently being investigated by the WEF, which he requested himself. The CEO of the World Economic Forum asked the World Economic Forum to investigate him. I'm sure that everything that comes out of that investigation is going to be 100% factual and true. Holy shit. What a retard. Norway's former prime minister, Thorbjorn Jagland. That's a cool fucking name. Yeah, that's my prime minister, Thorbjorn Jagland. That's a great name. Is also being investigated for aggravated corruption over his connections to Epstein. That's a shame. That's a shame that this guy basically had like the Norwegian version of He-Man. I was like, this is like He-Man and Thor built into one guy, but he had to be a fucking corrupt fuck. Holy shit. Fucking Skyrim names. Not only did he not rape any kids, he actually unraped a few. What a saint! He can do what the police cannot. This guy is very greasy. Oh, fuck. He looks like something that would appear in the Oblongs chat. I made a reference. Jagland's lawyer, Anders Brosvit, welcomed the opening of the investigation. Based on what we found so far, we are confident of the outcome, he told Reuters news agency. Norway's crown princess, Mette Marit, has also come under scrutiny for her relationship with Epstein, which on Friday she said she deeply regretted. Mette Marit, 52, who married Crown Prince Haakon in 2000... Where is Crown Prince Haakon from? That's not a Norwegian name. In 2001, exchanged dozens of emails with Epstein despite knowing he had been jailed for procuring an underage girl for prostitution. Why? Her name appeared at least 1,000 times in the millions of new Epstein documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice. What? Was she trying to, like, fucking get the blood of virgins to have eternal youth? What the fuck would she have to do with Epstein? What is this? Harkon, Lord of the Court. Jesus Christ. Like you do. Yeah, she was gonna be the modern day Elizabeth Bathory, you know? She just needed that good young blood for her beauty regimen. It's all one big club and you're not in it. George Carlin. Yeah, true. Haakon is 100% a Norwegian name. I say Haakon, and I think of, like, Maori. Really making your blood boil over here, the poor children. Yeah, it's, really atrocious how all of this has been handled. Chaco, thank you. You're trying to save up money to buy a drawing tablet to start drawing art for your VTuber, but can't stop spending money on fox and bug women. Many such cases. I hope your model comes out very nice, my guy. Same for the Swedish princess, Sofia, the wife of the youngest Swedish royal prince, Philip. You hear Haken reminds you that you need to listen to them more. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that is, actually. Not all Star Wars names are from the sandbox. Maoris aren't from the sandbox. I didn't say Haakon was a Star Wars name. I just thought it was, like, Maori sounding. Metal Shredder is better than Chippy. Takes smaller bites, makes it hurt longer. Oh, no. Chat talks about the single most prolific actor in 20 years and you've never heard of them, but you'll casually reference a British children's TV show that only had 4 episodes broadcast between 3 to 4 a.m. in 1992. What is your brain? What do you mean? What do you mean? Seems Epstein wanted in with the Scandinavian royals, though the women wedded into the families. I don't even know if it's like that, right? I mean, obviously, I'm not in, like, elite celebrity circles. Obviously. But it makes me think of how celebrity circles kind of exist and people can easily ice you out and blacklist you. So it behooves people to suck up to those who have power in industry. You know? And so it's just like, was it him trying to get in with the royals, or was it the royals trying to get access to his connections? Were the Oblongs not an Adult Swim cartoon back in the early 2000s? Yeah, it was an Adult Swim cartoon. I was like, that's not a children's show. Don't let your kids watch the Oblongs. You have a graphics drawing tablet you wouldn't mind parting with for free. Never used it. Aw. It would be an honor to send it and put it in good use. Or was it in YouTube chat or Kick? It was in YouTube. It was in YouTube, but I mean, I don't know. You know, sharing personal information can be scary, you know? Plastic Vine King, thank you. Haakon, dude's name is almost like a bionicle. Okay, you make a good argument for it actually being Norwegian. Norwegian names definitely sound like bionicles. be fair, pretty much every European royal is related. If he had an into one of them, he had it into all of them. I mean, maybe, I don't know. It's spelled Hakon with a little hat on the A, but in English becomes double A. Oh, that makes sense. If I had seen the hat, I wouldn't have questioned it. Aren't Bionicle names based on Maori? Hold on, wait a minute. Master Prick, thank you. The dad from the Oblongs is Will Ferrell. Really? Really? I don't remember if I liked the dad character or not. I'd have to watch the Oblongs again. I would have to watch. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, here's an interesting tab. Insane. Seattle's socialist mayor responds to the exodus of wealth from Washington state by saying bye and then laughing. That's definitely the attitude you want your mayor to have when wealthy people leave your city. Hold on a second. Fucking volume control ass bullshit. Fucking piece of shit. Fucking 14. Let's get you over here.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if...
Has she seen what's happened to Massachusetts? Even the Cape Cod Potato Chip Company, who's been on Cape Cod since its inception, has left the fucking state. You are a dumb woman who is more forehead than brain.
You know, the ones that leave, like, bye. I think the claim...
Fucking, they're gonna leave the state faster than her hairline's leaving her. God damn, she is so dumb, but I repeat myself, because she's a socialist. Gad Sad here saying, she is the daughter of evolutionary biologist David Sloan Wilson. He was a close colleague of mine and a friend. However, once I expressed disdain for Obama and Pelosi, he publicly explained that I had lost my humanity, and he was hoping that I would find it again. We've not spoken since. I was a great guy and scholar until I expressed a political opinion that was quote-unquote heretical. I then became a subhuman. This is coming from an individual who supports the party of empathy. They're the party of empathy insofar as they can lie to you, and when they say that they're the party of empathy, you will believe them if you are retarded. They will continuously make your life worse while enriching themselves and calling people who call them out on it racists and bigots and otherwise other names that make them acceptable targets. Socialism has not worked, will not work. People trying to sell you on this idea are snake oil salesmen, and you should not listen to them. The people who are trying to sell you the idea of socialism or communism working are people who know and are being duplicitous because they believe they will be part of the elite ruling class. Look at Hassan not practicing what he preaches. He lives in a very expensive home. He spends money on very expensive things while preaching communism. He is not going to be subject to any of the disasters communism brings. He is going to be living his life the exact same way he is now. Communists are worse than snake oil salesmen. At least snake oil refills your dead eye meter. That's fair. Unfortunately, once they take over, they're the first to go. I think some of them would be, but a lot of the people who are the malicious liars are not the first to go. The malicious liars will be the de facto ruling class under communism here. People like Hassan, people like Mamdani, people like fucking Sacagawea, I forget her real name in Massachusetts, people like this woman. The people who are the useful idiots are the ones who are not in positions of power, who are moving forward these people's ideals. Yeah, Elizabeth Warren, thank you. Thank you for that. Oh my god. I should remember her name since my uncle said that Elizabeth Warren is the only politician in Massachusetts to care about blue-collar workers. That was crazy. That was wild. A bot, my guy, thank you. You're gonna say Hakon sounds more like Harkonnen. Harkonnen? I don't think I've heard that one. These guys, the academics and the rich vanguard, always die once the hard men bring the state into power. These are not the academics, unless you're talking about Gadsad, in which case, yes, obviously the communist regime would get rid of him. But this socialist mayor, she's not an academic. Harkonnen is a reference to Frank Herbert's Dune. Oh, I have not read or seen Dune. You're a first-generation immigrant from Europe. Somehow you have more Native American blood than Warren. That's funny. Academics, please respond. I think that was my crowning glory. Naming my cease and desist device. Academics, please respond. Axel Jack, thank you for the biddies. Your uncle's hilarious. Sometimes. She's the result of academia. She is the result of communists having taken over academia. But I do believe people like her and Mamdani are those that are maliciously lying to you and not being used as useful idiots. To be fair, depending on when he said it, he was right. Warren didn't go nutso until she became a national figure. She spent her entire national political career trying to ignore all the sensible stuff she said in academia and state-level politics. Was she sensical, or was she just lying to get elected? Internet Zen Master, thank you. For the love of God, can't I have one mention of my home state in a positive manner from the Foxu? Lord in heaven, you loathe the forehead. See you next Tuesday. Seattle has for a mayor now. Yeah, it's kind of fucking wild. They really need to bring back animal farms in school. Well, I'm glad you mentioned Animal Farm. Because they are, in fact, bringing Animal Farm back. Animal Farm 2026 ends with these two QR codes.
Spicy cat raid.
Ethan 3-inch horn, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. The Wow, I Loved It takes you to a web page asking you to buy another ticket so someone else can see the movie for free. It's ironic that Angel Studios wants to engage in capitalism, but spends 90 minutes propagandizing communism. How in the fuck they managed to take the quintessential story about the dangers of communism and turn it into capitalism bad? How did they do this? Why would they do this? Did they really think that so many people were so far gone that they could just do this and no one would notice anything? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? And then also, this is just the red button and the blue button all over again. Would you press the red button to do nothing, or press the blue button to indoctrinate more people into communism? This was a big L for Angel Studios. I just cannot fathom how this got greenlit, how this actually went out, how anyone thought that this was a good idea. This is the new Animal Farm. Under what Bridge has been trying to do, under what I have been screaming about for years about how they're trying to create the modern audience, they are moving forward with getting rid of your history. The old Animal Farm will no longer exist. It will exist in our minds. We'll remember it. We read the Animal Farm. This is the new Animal Farm. This is the only Animal Farm. What do you mean there used to be an old one? Animal Farm was always about the dangers of capitalism and how greedy executives want to make your life worse. There was an Animal Farm about the dangers of communism? Well, that doesn't sound right, because this is the only Animal Farm, comrade. You refuse to acknowledge this movie? The true Animal Farm movie is the live-action movie your mom got when you were a kid, thinking it was going to be like Charlotte's Web. Oh, fuck. It's got heckin' hilarious comedian Seth Rogen. Maybe he will have some epic weed references and he'll do his iconic laugh. Oh, no. Magnet Man, thank you. Fun fact, Lego was sued by the Maori people because several early Bionicle character names they tried to trademark are just basic words in the Maori language. The Maori won and Lego had to pay out. Can I just say how funny it is that this whole thing started with me saying Hakon sounded like a Maori name, and then I said, well, the Norwegian names kind of sound like Bionicles. And now this guy's telling me that the Maori people sued Bionicle because they used Maori words for Bionicle characters. Are Norwegians secretly just Maoris? Like, what? Wasn't there, like, a goat in Animal Farm who could barely remember what it was like before they kicked out the farmers, but it was too old to convey it? Yes, that indeed is true. I do not like where our timeline is going. And I do not like that not enough people are talking about this, because what gets the clicks is being like, this is woke shit. This is woke and we gotta fight the woke left. It's so woke. We're tired of woke. But nobody actually like talks about what's really dangerous behind it, I guess. It's not about the woke shit. It's about the underlying communist
Spicy cat
takeover
raid. What the hell is this?
and how
spicy
all-encompassing
cat
it is in all areas of our lives and how we need to push back against it. Master Pets, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. Friendly Moogle raid. I fucking love Moogles. I have a Moogle plush somewhere. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the 8 months. You finally get an emotional support, Kirsche. Bless the Foxy for the plush. Now your Alana and Kirsche plushie have another friend. Like I said, this is a life-size Kirsche. So if the Kirsche was a real animal, this would be the size that it is. And you know what's even better about it? It is the perfect size to put your Kirsche U2's plush on top of and ride it around like a mount. You could even have the Alana plush ride side saddle, buddy. Have I looked at Carolyn infiltrate leftist rallies and planning? I've looked into a little bit of that woman. The Lego Bionicle name changes were later incorporated into lore where there is an event in universe called Naming Day. Interesting. The Kirsche's getting in between your Pippa and Kirsche plush. We can ride on it and commit war crimes. Andrew Grant, thank you for the full fucking year. Thank you for the full year. A Kirsche to grip your Kirsche. Hold on, wait a minute. Temperus Maximus, thank you. You missed how the name is spelled like Hakan. It doesn't just sound like a Bionicle name. Hakan was a villain character in the 2006 line. It's spelled differently. It's spelled differently. For the Norwegian name, it's H-A-A, which is actually supposed to be H-A with a hat. But when translated to English, we don't have A with a hat, so it just becomes A-A. It's kind of like in German, where you'd have like an S set, but English doesn't have an S set, so it just becomes double S. Sly Maverick, thank you. Foxy and Kirsche head pets. But that's still really funny that Hakan, even if it was spelled differently, was still in the Bionicles. I am surprisingly autistic in ways that even mystify myself. Your enemy can't predict your next move if even you can't. Rhyfile, thank you. We talk shit about commies at work. Sorry, there were two about, so I had to figure out how to parse your sentence. Good. You should always talk shit about commies. I'm proud of you and your workmen. Phoenix DS, thank you. Would someone digitize your books of 1984 and Animal Farm so the internet can remember those titles forever? That would be a really nice thing to do. I kind of really like the people who have made super robust, like, Plex libraries. It's like, fucking hats off to you guys. The Kirsche is the perfect size to mount. Yeah, if you're like a plushie. Not if you're like a human. Don't do that, you fucking freak. Do not the Kirsche. It's even on the website. Do not. I wish you could talk shit about commies at work, but you work for a union. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, bro. That's unfortunate. That's real unfortunate. Let's see, Homestead is online at the moment. Let us see here. Time went by so fucking fast today. What the hell? What the fucking shit, dude? I don't know. Mokina's online. Let us raid the Mokina lady. Let us raid the Mokina lady. Well, and she's just starting. Perfect time. You're not gonna be missing any context. Beautiful. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Kirsche plush on sale next week. I have another cringe fucking commercial coming up for you. Eat your heart out. Commercial Kirsche. Did I finish my food? Absolutely not. I did not finish my food. It got cold and sad, and I'm sad. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. We had that huge fucking weird is that story. Oh god, I hope we have more updates. That's gonna be fucking crazy. I will see you tomorrow. I would like to play something tomorrow. I don't know what I will play because I'm in the middle of a bunch of stuff, but we'll figure something out. I want to relax. And play video games. Have a great rest of your night, my honorable chatters. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Master Prick, thank you for that last minute gift member. Cultural Breakdown, thank you! You can't help but think the Animal Farms is Angel Studios' a penance to Hollywood for their anti-child trafficking movie Sound of Freedom. Thank you!